Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to the Aneke TV Business Outlook, broadcasting live from Enugu. A massive liquidity squeeze takes center stage today as the Debt Management Office enters the primary market, targeting a staggering 1.2 trillion in FGN bond reopening, a move highly anticipated to crowd out equities liquidity. This comes as the Nigerian exchange faces a crucial test, with traders adjusting to the newly implemented tiered price discovery framework following Friday's 938 billion naira loss. Meanwhile, in the energy sector, Brent crude has opened highly volatile, sliding to $79 a barrel as the market prices in historic export waivers out of the Switzerland diplomatic talks. We break down what these shifting tides mean for your portfolio. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I'm Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities, where the equities market extended its bearish momentum ahead of the weekend, retreating by 0.62% due to persistent broad-based sell-offs across major sectors. The All-Share Index ASI settled at 235,941.27 points, down from 237,404.92 points. The market capitalization decreased by 938.76 billion naira to close at 151.33 trillion naira. The market breadth was negative, with 21 gainers against 31 losers. The volume traded reached 440.36 million units, valued at 24.68 billion naira, executed across 50,273 deals. Deep Capital made a bullish adjustment of 9.89% and RT Briscoe at 9.62%, leading the advancers, while NACO lost on the losing streak, made a bearish adjustment of a negative 10%, and GT Holding Company equally negative at a bearish change of 9.97%, topped the laggards. That's the losers there. And then quickly, our market outlook for today. Yes, the market sentiment for today's trading session is expected to remain cautious, heavily pressured by structural macro interventions. The Debt Management Office, DMO, enters the primary market today, targeting 1.2 trillion naira via major 10-year and 20-year FGN bond reopenings, 600 billion apiece. This major issuance is anticipated to absorb institutional liquidity and steer yield-seeking capital away from the equities floor. Traders are adjusting to the newly implemented SEC-approved tier price discovery framework. The removal of the uniform 100,000 unit price movement threshold for a graduated volume structure will likely cause tighter liquidity spreads and more measured price volatility among mid-large cap stocks. With inflation fears sustaining interest in higher yield thresholds, equity price discovery will likely remain tepid this morning unless significant domestic institutional bidding blocks emerge past a bond auction. And then quickly moving to the Naira performance. Yes, we will take a look at the Naira that softened against the US dollar at the official window as demand outpaced available supply, driven primarily by offshore investors converting equities as it process into greenbacks. At the official market, the Naira closed within a fluctuating spot band of 1,363 Naira against the dollar to 1,370 Naira against the dollar, with the intraday transaction peaking at an upper ceiling of 1,374 against the US dollar. It closed at 1,570 Naira 93 kobo against the euro and 1,814 Naira 10 kobo against the British pounds. Weekly aggregate spot and derivative turnover rose to 7.70 week on week to 2.32 billion US dollar up from the 2.16 billion US dollar. Daily interbank turnover swung between a low of 39.99 million US dollars and a high of 184.34 million US dollars. The gross foreign reserves crossed a major milestone, reaching 51.04 billion US dollars as of June 18, 2026, supported by sustained oil revenue and minimal refined petroleum import bills. And quickly speaking to the market projection for today, the local currency is expected to experience mixed pressure across trading desks this morning. Continued capital flight from institutional foreign investors exiting overvalued equities will likely maintain immediate short-term dollar demand at the opening section. The Debt Management Office massive 1.2 trillion Naira FGM bond auction today will pull substantial system liquidity. A tighter Naira supply in the banking sector or the banking system is historically curbed speculative retail demand for foreign exchange. With external reserves now firmly stabilized above 51 billion, the central bank retains significant firepower to conduct strategic media interventions if interbank spot volatility pushes past the 1,375 Naira resistance level. And quickly moving to the energy market, where the Brent crude performance closed out the week on a highly volatile note, holding close to the psychological support threshold of $80 per barrel. The market continued to strip out geopolitical risk premiums following the formal signing of the US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding in Geneva. Brent settled down slightly at $80.38 per barrel, recovering from an intraday low near $78.31 a barrel. It plunged 13.53% week on week, marking one of the steepest multi-day corrections of 2026 as the market adjusted to the anticipated reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Relative Strength Index settled at 64.14, keeping the assets just above immediate key moving average support. The signing of the 14-point interim truce initiates a 60-day countdown for supply normalization, completely deflecting the $100 plus conflict pricing seen earlier in the quarter. And here is our market projection for today. Oil prices have opened bumpy this morning, briefly, spiking above $82.30 in early Asian trading before sliding down to $79.04 a barrel by mid-morning. Expect today's desk to navigate intense headline-driven volatility. High-level talks in Switzerland over the weekend concludes with Iran announcing it has secured critical waivers for its oil and petrochemical exports. This directly signals an impending influx of fiscal crude into global markets, driving immediate morning short sellings. Despite the export waivers, early morning tracking reports show a sharp decline in actual vessel traffic and a slow start to the 30-day demining process in the Strait of Hormuz. This structural shipping bottleneck is keeping a temporary floor under the immediate spot price. Brent primary resistance sits firmly at $81.50 a barrel, while a breach beneath the $78 structural support floor could trigger further automated technical liquidation down to pre-conflict baseline. And quickly moving to the Nigerian commodities market, where the domestic commodities market enters this week facing mixed pricing signals across the grains and export subsectors on the affairs grid, heavily driven by ongoing localized output cost trends and macro shifts. Looking at export and cash crops, cocoa holds steady at its premium benchmark of 6,304.25 6,304.25 kobo per metric ton, sustained by continuous international demand and the weaker structural position of the naira. Raw cashew nuts remain flat at 1,630. And then looking at grains and staples, grains show divergent performance. Paddy rice jumped at 3.86% to settle at 370 naira 25 kobo, while Shogun experienced a sharp 15% correction down to 370 naira 86 kobo. White maize hovered slightly lower at 332 naira 6 kobo, indicating a loss of 0.17%. And here is our market projection for today. Trading desk this morning will be navigating several clear technical and macro factors. Elevated grain projection is one that we expect grains, particularly maize and paddy rice, to maintain an upward bias in early trades. Processing plants and domestic feed millers are actively competing for limited available buffer volumes and mooted lean season local production. The central market team today revolves around affordable access to capital, with the DMO's 1.2 trillion naira bond auction pulling significant liquidity out of the broader financial system today. Short-term commercial financing for aggregators, network, and warehouse off-takers will likely tighten, capping aggressive bid sizes. Then on cash crops again, coca and ginger will remain the preferred alternative asset. Yes, the alternative asset class for institutional investors looking to hedge against ongoing inflation, keeping immediate floor prices highly resilient on the exchange. And that takes us to the global energy market, where global equities closed mixed to wrap up last week, largely defined by the holiday closure in the United States, which thimed institutional trading volumes. European policies struggled under pressure from sticky Eurozone inflation at 3.2% year-in-year around May, and the region's structural energy dependencies, while Asian tech and semiconductors names sustained moderate momentum into the weekend. Here is our major outlook for today. Global markets are opening the week with headline-driven volatility, primarily reacting to shifting diplomatic signals from the U.S.-Iran interim peace talks in Switzerland. At the Asian market, the early trading this morning performance is such that MSCI Asia Pacific Index climbed 1% in early trading, spearheaded by a sharp rally in technology and semiconductor shares. The market drivers here that investors are actively pricing in the progress from the Geneva, Switzerland talks, where a roadmap towards a 60-day peace deal was established along a communication framework to guarantee safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Another key driver here is the monetary headwinds. Gains are slightly capped by regional central bank adjustments, with the Bank of Japan signaling further rate normalization and the Reserve Bank of Australia remaining a hawkish posture following multiple rate hikes. And moving on to the European markets, speaking to the pre-open of the market, where is expected to open with cautious optimism, but face lingering macroeconomic drags. The key drivers here today will be why the downward shift in Brent crude sliding 1.3% to $79.50 a barrel provides relief to Europe's energy import-dependent economy. Focus is shifting to political risk. Sterling is trading near its yearly low amid reports of an impending leadership transition for UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, which is elevating nervousness around the UK sovereign bond sales. And quickly to the US markets, yes, looking at futures and the outlook here, S&P 500 futures spared early overnight losses to trade just 0.4% lower ahead of the New York opening bells. A cash trading resumes following the long weekend. Institutional investors are weighing conflicting narratives. Ongoing massive private sector capital expenditures in artificial intelligence continue to support tech valuations, but macro desks are arguing against rising U.S. Treasury yields and stretched equity risk premium as the market enters a corrective mid-year phase. And here is our strategic market advice, especially for the Nigerian investors. Given today's highly unusual convergence of massive fixed income issuers and structural adjustment on the equities floor, investors are advised to deploy a defensive capital allocation strategy. On fixed income, we urge you to lock in risk-free yields. You know, the Debt Management Office 1.2 trillion Naira FGN bond auction today is the clear priority for liquidity capital, with institutional liquidity being drawn to these massive primary issuers, expect short-term upward pressure on sovereign yields. We urge you this morning to direct incoming and uncommitted cash to the primary bond auction rather than buying equities on the open market this morning. It offers a secure, high-yield cushion against sticky inflation. And then on the stock market, we urge you to stand aside on large-cap equities. Following last week's steep correction where the Nigerian exchange shed 5.64 trillion naira, the equities market is firmly in a corrective phase. We urge you to avoid timing the bottom on heavyweight stocks today, such as GT holding and banking counters that suffered severe sell-offs on Friday. Let the market digest the new, tiered price discovery framework volume rules before deploying new capital. Tighter liquidity spreads will make execution choppy this morning. And then on the alternative assets, we urge you to maintain commodity and dollar hedges. The stability of the external reserves above 51 billion US dollars provides short-term comfort for the naira, but immediate demand at the official window remains high. We urge you to retain exposure to export-driven agricultural commodities like cocoa and on the FS grid or dollar-dominated assets. This ensures your portfolio preserves, purchasing power against underlying macro pressure without exposing you to the current volatility of the equity floor. And that's our market advice for today. And this is where we'll be wrapping it up this morning on the market segment. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. However, we do caution that before you make an incursion into the Nigerian financial markets, please do well to consult a certified financial analyst. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Hello, good morning. Welcome to Aneke Sports. Today, I am your one and only Guru Chukuma, the Sports Oracle, bringing you that daily dose of sports events, what's happening around the world of sports, what you're expected to know. You are expected to know everything, of course, but, just bring you that update you need to know. That is what we're doing. Remember, I live, I dream, and I breathe sports.
Yeah, good morning, sports-loving people. How was your weekend? We are just coming back from a lovely, fantastic, in fact, amazing weekend that is full or was filled with a lot of sporting activities. You can say from football to boxing, to long tennis, to wrestling. There were many activities over the weekend that I hope you guys didn't miss. If at all you did not miss any of these sport events. But if you have missed this, why are we here? We are here to give you all the updates concerning these events that took place, and I hope you stay tuned till the show comes to an end. We'll give you all the updates as it happened, especially with the World Cup still going around. We are in the stage of where we talk, like we do the mathematical calculation, where you have to now decide your fate, if you are going to proceed or if you are going to be sent back home. And who will be here to give you all the updates? Stay tuned as we proceed.
Yes.
I was about
to ask you to.
How was your weekend?
How was your weekend too?
No,
because
at least
yesterday was actually no. Yesterday was actually Father's Day, and
yeah,
a lot of people happy. I want to wish you happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all our viewers. Happy Father's Day to everyone who has been.
We are going to get there.
We are
going to get there. We are getting there.
Now wishing them
by the next World Cup. Yeah, for our viewers, happy Father's Day. But for you, good of Chukuma, I hope you said next World Cup or before the next World Cup comes up, you should be dragging.
Who should be dragging Junior
who
to where?
We are hoping to see the fans are hoping to see, our viewers are hoping to see. When you are sitting down, maybe you bring in Junior Good Hope to sit down. Another sports oracle, springing up and giving us this analysis. Maybe we should, we should get to see that at least before the next World Cup. Just as I'm hoping to do, you also are hoping to.
Well, I am not hoping to do for the next World Cup. I'm hoping to do before the next World Cup.
Yeah, before the next World Cup.
Yes.
Yeah.
So happy Father's Day, first of all.
Yeah. So
I want to wish you the best.
Thank God in advance. We thank God.
Yeah, we thank God. Is that what other fathers say?
Because I have not given birth to.
So you don't know what fathers say.
I'm not in the father's shoe right now. I'm not wearing the shoe, so I don't have anybody calling me daddy yet. It's just my younger ones that.
They're calling you daddy, but you are someone's father.
By God's grace, soon to be.
Well, it's fine. It's really, really fine. I would tell you for a fact, it was a good day. Like you asked me, how was my weekend? It was a good weekend.
Yeah, of course.
just that you know what we talked about last week that I cannot mention, where we're having to move from one thing to the other. But then it was a wonderful time in having that, to see that Spain won their game, and then the rest of the qualifications had to come up just last week. And before we just kick off the show, I would like to encourage you out there. Today is a wonderful day. You have to go out and engage in sports and do something you need to do, change someone's life, get on with your life. Although it's a cozy morning here in the cold city, and I must tell you too that you have to understand that life starts when you take a step, and that's what we've done this morning. So we've taken the step to bring you what's happening in the world update. Now we kick off with the UFC fight night coming on July 18th. That's where we're kicking off the show today. UFC fight night between Duplessis and versus Usman, and that's the middleweight bout. It's coming up. You could see that this is going to be one of the awesome games that most people have been anticipating. And Wizzy, what do you think about this fight? Looking at these two guys, and first of all, let's grade them with the way they look.
No, from the way they look, anyway.
They look like Nkubu.
Especially this Usman is looking like somebody that has not smiled for a decade, you know.
How will you say somebody has not smiled for a decade?
Look at Usman, and look, he's so serious, man. I've not given any smile out. I'm not giving any smile out for any reason. Look at the physique. Look at his in fact, his muscles, his chest is giving. And anyway, Duplessis is also a physically built guy, and both of them are equally, looking to give some punches, exchange some punches. And of course, by July 18th, Saturday, brought to you according to Bud Light. They are part of the sponsors in Oklahoma City. We are going to witness this fight, and we'll see. But for me, of course, the black man looking like who is going to beat up this guy any day, anytime. And of course, we have other boxing matches. The Zufa boxing is coming up, which features a lot of fights. Is promising to be a lot of fights. It's coming up June 27. That's this weekend. We have the matches already being held, which are going to feature on DAZN. We have Zeya's Boots. We have a fight between Vargas Mills and White Taker Rivera. We have a fight between Tucker and Sideno. And by the side, you will see that we have so many other fights that is starting from Edwin de Los Santos versus Jose Valenzuela. We have Omar Trinidad versus Jewin Ancajas. We have Ken Zandova versus Brandon Lee. This Brandon Lee somehow looks like a Chinese body.
Yes, it looks like it's a familiar name, actually.
Yes, a familiar name. Then we have Floyd Diaz versus Andres Terran. Then we have Tony Hirsch Jr. versus J. Breed Bento. We also have Damoni Kato King versus Venom Bram. We have Brady Ocha versus Andran Serrano. Then we have Jokave Zuvro versus Zachary Spiller. All this match are coming up June 28th. We have fights from June 27th to June 20th. And of course, we have Paramount City who are going to be part of the sponsors. Then we have a fight between De Los Santos versus Valenzuela. This is coming up. This is a lightweight bout. It's also on June 28th. Zufa Boxing. You can see the various sponsors there. You also have the Cosmopolitans, of Las Vegas. There we have FRE. This fight is 1 week out. Then on the UFC 329, UFC 329, being sponsored by Paramount also, we have so many fights there, which is coming up on July 11th. I will read out some of them. Of course, the first match is between McGregor and Holloway. This match has been making a lot of headline, and it's for the welterweight bout. Then we have by the side St. Denis versus Pimblet. This is also for the lightweight bout. This St. Denis, of course, is from France, and Pimblet is an English fighter. Then we move on to Sandegan versus Bautista. This match is all US fights. Then we also have by the side Roy Val versus Ken Wenger. This is a match between a US fighter and an Englishman. Then we also have Stevenson versus Ellison. This and also all US fights is for the heavyweight fight. Then we come down, we have the White Taker versus Krylov. This is from Australia and the Czech Republic. It's a lightweight, heavyweight bout. Then we have Green versus Mark Kinney. It's also for the lightweight bout. Then we have by the side a fight between Busharat versus Edwin is also for the lightweight bout. Then we have Riley versus Kamaka. This also for the heavyweight bout. Then beneath the advert body, you have a Gavrenberg versus Yanas. We have a Pinas versus Almeida of Brazil. We have the ladies also featuring here. We have a Courtiers versus Wang. Wang, of course, is from China. Then we have a Borden versus Des Bonnet. This Des Bonnet is from Jamaica. We also have a match, the Brazilian guy, Gandra versus Reese. All these fights will be coming up July 11th. You know, there's a lot to see. Then also we have talked about the Zufa boxing matches that are going to feature later on by June 28th. In fact, there are a lot of boxing matches coming up. We also have a UFC fight night between Fivziev versus Torres. This is for the lightweight bout. We have a Magomedov versus Pereira. This is for the middleweight bout, and this is coming up June 27th. You know, June is filled up, July is filled up with many boxing
fights.
matches.
Then you have McGregor Holloway 2 coming, then St. Dennis Pimblet coming again. Then you have Sandhagen Bautista. Then you have Rovial and Kanavak. This is the fight that is coming. And the Green Makine. These are the fights coming. And also you could look, if you look at this fight, you would see that it's really coming up. And that's the fight news at UFC 330. You could see Makachev, Gary, then Deb Robertson, and the rest of them. These fights are really coming up. You will see that UFC Abu Dhabi, that's where you have UFC Baku, is already going to have the fight on 27th of June. Abdulaziz versus Jay Nascimento. That's the Brazilian
guy.
And the
This looks like a Cape Verde.
Yeah,
also.
Cape Verde guy.
I think that's their country.
Yes, then we have UFC Oklahoma City on, that's the Nigerian Usman. Usman and Duplessis.
This is from South Africa.
Who?
This Duplessis.
He's from South Africa.
I would love to watch.
I would love to watch him too because
this is an avenue for a South African versus a Nigerian to showcase that fight that we have been waiting for. Since we can't go physical, all about the tantrum that have been thrown all around, what they have been doing to us. And this, in fact, this is an opportunity to get, let's say, a revenge on. But of course, it's not that kind of fight. This is more like a professional fight between Duplessis and Usman. But I just hope Usman will deliver the fate, to South Africa, what Nigerians have been wanting to do, if we could get a physical match. But this is an avenue for us, for Usman to please deliver what Nigeria have been feeling. The anger that is in Nigerians, just help us to deliver it to the South African Duplessis, and of course
Guy, what are you just saying?
I want Usman to just deliver.
No. It's not delivering some point. This is a sports game.
Yes, of course. It's
understand it's sports.
No, I'm aware.
It is sports.
Yes, in the spirit of sports.
In the spirit of sportsmanship.
It should help us.
Nobody is delivering punches like as if it's palliative. But
Usman should get.
Nobody is delivering punches as if it's Valentine gift.
Nigerians now. Well, if of course our viewers are getting the information, if they should be aware that there is a fight between South Africa and Nigeria, right now they don't even want to know if it's a wrestling match, if it's a boxing match, if it's a football, but everything now is like a fight for us now that we have the opportunity. Usman, thank God, Usman, like I said, he has not smiled for a decade. And
Usman, because he's not smiling.
He's not smiling.
You're too good.
Usman have not smiled for a decade.
You're too good.
We are praying that he should deliver Nigeria.
Who made him not to smile?
He should deliver the right now, I cannot even smile because, of course, he's seeing what's happening, and it's an opportunity that has been presented to us that we have a fight, Nigeria versus South Africa. What has been happening? Let's end it in the ring and just squash the beef. So we are hoping. In fact, I'm going to see this match live if possible. I might go and see it live. I just want to witness.
You might go and see the fight live.
Go, if possible.
Well, we're still talking about that fight. We still have UFC Abu Dhabi, Vagaev versus his countryman Izagamaev. That's the fight that's coming. Then you also have the UFC Belgrade first in the first month of August. You have Baklo Trees and Guskov too is coming. And then you have in USC Vegas 120. That's on the 8th of 8th. That's 8th of August. You have D. Johnson versus Mark Koniko. That's the fight countryman fighting against his countryman. Then you have Nuguze versus B. Lopez. That's another countryman fighting against another countryman. Now we go over to the UFC 330, where you have the same Makachev versus Gary. That's Gary from Senegal. Yeah. Sorry, Gary from Cote d'Ivoire, yes, Ivory Coast. Then you also have Den versus Robertson, and you have Blanchfield versus Jasu Davicius. Sounds like Vinicius Jr.
Just sounding like Vinicius Jr.
Vinicius Jr.
But this one's from Canada.
Yeah, then you have Abdul Malik, who is fighting for the US versus Stofus, still US guys. And you have Wales, everything is Wales, there's no pumps, versus Orolbai. Orolbai is going to face Wales. And then you have the Combats coming up same time, same day on 15th of August. We have Deja versus Walker. And this fight is coming up, and it's something that most people have been expecting. Yeah. Wizzy, I know you have a lot to say about this fight that is coming up. Well, apart from the one you have been arranging for them to fight.
I've seen the one that is going to be most interesting for me, of course, the Usman and Duplessis. Well, our boxing loving fans, of course, you have a lot. June, July, August is lined up. You know, there is no weekend that you are not going to see a boxing match that is going to come up. But of course, the one that is almost priority for me is Duplessis versus Usman, and I'm going to do everything possible in my own power to watch that match and, support Usman all the way. But of course, there are a lot of other matches that is coming up. So we'll see what happens at the end of the day. We'll
see what happens at the end of the day. For me, I feel like it's going to be a wonderful time while we look into that world of boxing. What about in tennis, where you have Serena Williams, who's back?
With her sister.
Yes, they are back to do what they know best how to do, and it has been interesting to see them back. I mean, amidst their retirement, and then how it has been. It's been interesting, really. I would really say, and now citing how you could, it's not just about the boxing, it's about the history being made, and then it's about the expectations of people, how people have been preparing to take it to the next level. And I must tell you that the GOAT is back. Serena Williams will play singles at Wimbledon 2026 after receiving a wild card entry. The tournament announced. Well, the US 23 Grand Slam single champion played last singles at the 2020 US Open. Guy, this lady is out of this world. Yeah. She is spectacular. She is out of this world. And I must tell you that when you have such a profile in the world of tennis, you have someone who could change the game. And apart from her, also you could have that a lot of comments have been going on concerning her return, and especially what we could just read a little how people what people are saying, and then you could have some people posting memes. But then let me read this from X. It says Wimbledon gives Serena a wild card and every top 10 player. This is from Lost Sheep. I don't know how someone's name is Lost Sheep, but then Lost Sheep, you're welcome home.
It's like it should be just the username.
Yes, actually, he said his name is Lost Sheep on X. It says John William. Wimbledon gave Serena a wild card and every top 10 player. Just checked, she hasn't played in years, and she's still the most dangerous name that could appear on the other side of anyone's veteran map. That's not nostalgia, that's reputation built on 23 slams, and it never expires. Yeah. I mean, are you not surprised I didn't talk about F1? Because you have been waiting for me to tell you that, to give you.
We are going to get to that point.
But no, actually, we would, but for today, it's something that will build up in the sports show progressively.
You don't want us to recognize
let's just talk about tennis, because this lady, she is so spectacular. Now we have this talking about Serena Williams, about her coming back to the Grand Slam. Says every player in the 2026 Wimbledon ladies draw, just check their potential brackets, found Serena's name, and experienced a very specific kind of dread that no fitness coach can prepare you for. I mean, when you hear Serena Williams,
it's always a threat for you.
It's actually a threat. She's always a threat. It's the name alone is a household name in the world of tennis. She has established her name. And I'm going to take two more comments, then we move on. still talking about her. He says, Serena getting a wild card at this stage of her career. Well, at some point, the wild card stops being about what you aim and start being about what you used to be. This is really something interesting. And someone that's actually we don't do negative comments here. We don't do wrong comment. We don't take wrong sides. We are so positive here at Aneke Sport, and we're wishing her well. And someone has written down, of course, what I'm scrolling through to see is how people have been trying to, push her back, push her down, and everyone has been, talking about her. But I can tell you for a fact that someone said, good luck with that. You have 3 straight. They said them. Okay, well, the person was actually talking about her being the best and the champion, even though her opponents could actually face the game. They're all going to face it square. They're going to face it, as it should be. But then nobody should blame Serena for not amounting to anything at the end of the day, because we know that ladies who are in the side of this tennis, they are good, they are wonderful, they are awesome, but
they are very young.
They are very young. Remember that very wonderful, beautiful lady. No, don't forget about my description. I know you're not. Just don't think about my description. I'm telling you. Looking at her from the place of sportsmanship, amounting, having the same body size with Serena Williams, it tells you that there are people coming up, and
the younger talents are coming down.
Basically, I would drive it around to say that the beautiful ones are not what yet born. They are not really born, because I could tell you that they are not really born. And anything it is, we could say. Now, still talking about that, we are talking about all that issues that are happening, even in the world of boxing, where you're having the guys who are coming up, who are going to push this around. Wizzy, I've been wanting you to go into the world of boxing, to box, but you've been denying. I mean, it's not really good, but anything you have to say.
I don't know what I'm going to report you to, but you people can hear him. I don't know the advice, the push, I don't know where you're bringing that drive.
No, I have to motivate you guys.
Motivating me
Listen
to go
to
into boxing.
Motivating you is what I'm doing here, and I can tell you that this is very important for my life.
Can you take a good look at me very well?
Now I'm looking at you.
Are you sure you want to motivate me to go into boxing?
Yes,
there's nothing else you are looking at, like, okay, go into this except boxing.
Well. Let's take a look at cricket. It's been a while. We showed our fans what's happening in the world of cricket, and today we are here with this update. Safe hands, sharp reflexes, talking about the Nigerian Cricket Federation. That's an outstanding consistency, where you have Sarah Ekwere's exceptional work behind the stumps has earned her the best fielder of the tournament award at the 2026 Kubuka Women's T20 International Tournament. This Sarah Ekwere, has really been the lady who has shaped the world of cricket in Nigeria. She has made a lot of progress. And I'm telling you that in this post, there's no. The post was posted 13 hours ago, but there's no comment.
Wow.
Actually, there's no comment. While we could be the first to comment to say yes, congratulations to Sarah Ekwere for
best feeder of the tournament.
Yes, best feeder of the tournament. She has proven her worth. She has really proven her worth, and I can tell you that it's the same game changer. It's the same lady who has decided not to quit and come to the play and come to the place where she is now the ruling master in the Nigerian Cricket Federation. We're also talking about the European athletics, where we could see Georgia Hunter-Bell. Georgia Hunter-Bell, she has triumphed at the UK Athletics Championships with an incredible 800-meter time of 1 hour, 800 minutes time, 1 hour, 55 minutes, 93 seconds. Well, that will see the British athletes to compete in the 800 minutes for August in Birmingham 2026. Will that actually see her compete in that? Talking about Georgia Hunter-Bell. That's the lady who has been topping it. And we're still talking about tennis. We have Big Four's biggest title, the American defeat. Talking about Taylor Fritz. This guy, Francis Tiofe, yes, that's the guy. Francis Tiofe is the champion. He's actually the champion, defeating Taylor Fritz by 6-4 and 6-4 to win the 4th ATP title. That's the guy I'm talking about. This guy, he is the man of the moment. He is the man of the time, and he is the man of the seasons in the world of tennis, talking about tennis too. And I'm telling you that this is the moment that everyone, I mean, his family, himself, and the guys are waiting for so that they could take it to the next level. And I'm telling you that for me, it will not be just a defeat. It will be a time of his life.
Yeah, also in boxing, just before we go to football, we forgot to mention that we have a match coming up between Zayas versus Boots. This is also going to be aired on DAZN. It's a unified world championship match coming up June 27. You can watch this fight only on DAZN.
Okay.
You know, DAZN has been like for all boxing matches.
You know the most important thing I would tell you for a fact that there has to be some exchange of viewership.
Yeah.
Right now, DAZN is
almost everywhere. DAZN, you can only stream on DAZN, and I hope that we start. Okay, we are getting to see Paramount, you know, sometimes, you know, being the platform where you can watch, but DAZN almost exclusively takes all the matches, all the boxing matches, and it's something that I think other platforms, you know, should look into and allow people to have options, you know, to view these matches. But of course, for now, we still have just our DAZN that is going to be streaming this match. Is a fight between Zayas versus Boots, and this somehow looks like an entertaining or for fun match because the graphics here shows or is showing like a match that is almost like let's say just a bragging match, because it's not that a serious kind of fight. It's between Zayas and Boots, and it's like a comedy match. It's for, of course, the Unified World Championship match, and it's coming up June 27.
Yeah, it's the fight coming up. And what do you expect with the fight?
Well, of course, the usual thing we get to see in boxing match, where they will have to, you know, lose. If you are lucky,
you lose some.
If you are lucky enough to go away with your complete dentation, then fine. But at the end of the day, you might get to lose one or two. But of course, this is for the Unified World Championship.
It's for the Unified World Championship, and we have actually seen that Nigeria is coming out to, you know, there's this push I'm seeing. Yeah, there's this in the world of, in fact, in the world of everything now.
Yeah,
everything sports.
Out, you know, just we are lucky not to be in the World Cup. Does not mean Nigerians don't play football. So we are being partaking, you know, in other kind of competition. You read that the lady in the world of cricket, we have seen in the world of boxing, we are seeing our guys in tennis, in, you know, even in athletics, we are seeing the guys in wrestling. We have Obafemi there. So Nigerians are almost taking over the world of sports. So we encourage, you know, our youthful ones, you know, to go into various kind of sports. There are other kind of sports, even swimming, though I've not seen Nigeria. In the basketball, the men, the women, the tiger and the tigress, we see them, you know, once in a while getting these trophies. So Nigerians are taking over, and it's a good thing for us that we are partaking in almost all the sporting activities that we have. But, you know, hold on to us. Let's go on a short break. We'll come back and give you all the updates that you have in the terms of, or in the class of World Cup. I know you guys have been expecting us to give you guys the analysis and the updates, and we'll give that to you once we come back from the short break. Please stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back, viewers. You know, it's still your favorite show, Aneke Sports, and right into the moments we have been waiting for.
The moment you've been waiting for, yes, the moment these guys have been. Everyone is sitting. They really want to know what's happening.
Of course, we'll go back. We'll start from Friday. You know, where we had USA play Australia.
Yes,
had to defeat
that was the game.
2-0. You know.
US has been proving that if they could host the World Cup,
yeah,
they could also win the World Cup.
In fact, all the teams that have hosted the World Cup are really doing good.
USA, Canada,
2 matches. Canada, they apart from they drew their first match, they won the second match. In fact, they trashed their opponents 6 goals to nothing. That's against Qatar. Then Mexico, of course, won South Korea, and they are also on 6 points. These 3 guys have been doing well. Even Canada, of course, they are not more of a footballing nation, we know, but they are doing their bits, to skate through the round of 32, and it's been wonderful to see.
It's been really wonderful to see.
Pochettino was criticized. He's the coach of USA. Prior to the World Cup, he was really criticized. But look at him today.
No. Let me tell you something. I was telling you something about what happens in football some time ago.
Yeah.
And what happens in sports. Pochettino, looking at the kind of coach he has been, he has seen what people do in the Premier League. He has seen what people do in other leagues.
Yeah.
And now he's the national coach of the US men's national team, USMNT. Now, when you see how he plays, of course, I could tell you for a fact that there's no team in the world right now that is playing World Cup that is not playing an attacking football.
Yeah.
Like the World Cup is not a boring. There's no World Cup that is a boring match to watch.
No boring matches.
Now, when you look at Pochettino has been spectacular, apart from his failures with Chelsea, with Tottenham, and some other experiences he's had.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna go down the lane as someone like Carlo Ancelotti.
Yeah.
I feel like he's gonna go down the lane. He's still a very young coach, but he's gonna go down to become one of the greatest that has ever graced the world of football and coaching, officiating and management. So I will tell you that Pochettino is good, but he will not take everything he says and will not stop criticizing, because criticism actually opens up more.
It makes you to become better.
But
your weaknesses.
But yes, constructively, we must criticize constructively to help people to find out and see what they are doing. Many people have called him out. Many people called him out earlier when he was coaching Chelsea, when he now from Chelsea
Tottenham. No, from Tottenham to Chelsea.
Yeah, from Tottenham to Chelsea. Then he now had to, switch again. Sometimes all you need in life is to take a break and shoot again. You see, you may not get it right everywhere, but you can get it right somewhere.
Yeah.
You can actually get it right somewhere. And what he's doing now, even if US gets to, get eliminated in this round.
Of course, many people were not expecting him to even get 2 wins in a row, 2 out of 2. This.
And then clean sheet.
Clean sheet, of course. He won this match against Australia.
No, not clean sheet. 4-1.
The first game was 4-1 against Paraguay. The second game was 2-0. And this is a group where we have Turkey. We remember how Turkey were sent off.
How they were sent. Oh my God! There's no team. There's no team in the world in the history of World Cup that was sent off the way Turkey.
No, it was a beautiful sending off, and I'm wondering what they are going to tell their country people. Now they are being sent back.
Why are you wondering what they're going to tell their country people?
Because it was a disaster. In fact, this competition was a disaster.
Talking about Kanholu and then
you have the likes of Adagula. They have some
and these guys. And what really happened?
I don't know what happened. In fact, I can't tell you that this is what happened.
Well, we're still talking about World Cup, and then you remember that one country like that sacked their coach.
Yeah, one country
during the World Cup.
We have not gotten to that country
because and you see what they are suffering now. How Japan?
That's what we are saying that day. How come you are just sacking him at the first one? Now you have replaced him with somebody. What's the difference? You have
the goals.
You have been trashed 4 goals to nothing. This time around, you don't even get to score a goal. Are you not going to sack that second coach and bring back another person? So the initial decision.
I wanted to ask if the board of Tunisia. Like if the board of Tunisia, they had a Chelsea manager. they had someone from Chelsea.
Now what?
I think they are Chelsea fans. Those guys are Chelsea
which fans they are, but
they are Chelsea fans.
You guys should do something.
Patience.
There was no patience.
There's no patience.
They lacked patience.
And you're a Chelsea fan because you don't.
I'm not a Chelsea fan.
Look at that cap.
The cap is just being blue, but it's not for Chelsea. You lost your first match, your opening game, 5-1 against a side that is, of course, better than you in terms of football. A Sweden side that is anytime is supposed to beat you, except you manage to get a.
How do you expect to win Sweden?
I don't know the
like you expect to win the likes of Isak.
That decision was for me. I don't know.
How do you win these guys?
Instead of you to swallow it, go back to the drawing board, do some tactical changes and come back. You fire the coach. Now the next match you are playing Japan. You have lost 4-0. I think we should be expecting them to sack this coach and bring back another person that is going to play the third match, which is going to, of course, be the last match, because at this point in time, you cannot qualify anymore. You already have 0 points out of 2 matches. The last match,
and you must play the match.
You are going to play the third match, of course. I wonder what, even if you get to win the last match, you are not qualifying. But of course, let's leave Tunisia aside. Turkey, in fact, right now, as it is, in fact, they are going home, or they are being sent back home because they have lost their first opening matches, the 2 matches.
But I was. That's why.
I was not expecting Turkey to be in this situation. Let
me tell you something. As a sports analyst and a sports oracle, I'm not expecting Turkey. I was not expecting Turkey to actually hold the grounds.
No, not in this group. Let's
look at the group. Let's look at the group.
USA, Australia, and Paraguay.
Who do you think? Listen. USA
and Turkey, in terms of football, Turkey is way better than them.
Turkey is not way better than USA.
In FIFA ranking, Turkey is ahead of
Okay, USA. Let's say Turkey is ahead of them.
So they're a more recognized footballing country than USA.
Okay, is it the recognition?
No, and they play. In fact, prior to this World Cup,
they played well. Now,
so
let's talk about
what is happening to them right now. I don't know.
How many of their players are playing their leagues?
No, very few. Adagula, the last of Adagula.
They have more of international players.
Yes. So they are a team that is supposed to do well. In fact, they were well tipped to do well. In fact, to come aside from this group, their first opening match was against Australia. Look at Australia. Who can you say that is well recognized in Australia?
Listen, it's not about recognition. It's about drive.
You play.
Listen.
You cannot tell me Turkey did not have the drive.
Listen to me.
You cannot tell me they don't have the drive.
Lucky. I said lucky. Turkey, because Turkey, they are not lucky.
They were not lucky.
They were not lucky.
Because I don't know what Paraguay. Imagine playing Paraguay 10 men, and they were 1 man down. They had to play full second half. 10 men. They lost a guy in the first half, Amiro, who had to cover his mouth while he was talking to someone. Of course, they gave him red card. You know the rules already. You don't cover your mouth when talking to someone. So they gave you red card. And you could not equalize that match. You were 1 goal down. First half, you had a whole 45 minutes to get a goal, then, try to win. You could not win. So for me, just like you have said, I think luck was not just on their side.
Lucky was not
on their side.
Turkey was not talking.
At the end of the day, now you have to play your final match against USA.
And you must play it.
You must play it.
I really wish these guys would decide whether to play it or pay 500,000.
No, there's nothing. You cannot walk away this time around.
And you must play it. You must like play you are.
You must show that you must be happy. Whether, of course, you already know your fate. Your fate has been decided, but
you must play with joy.
Yes, of course, you came to.
You must be excited to play the game.
Extent of excitement that is still in you. Of course, you have people that still want to showcase their talent. Despite you have gone home, in fact, but you just have to play the match. And there's nothing for now. You are playing almost for nothing, because even the third place that you could have qualified as best loser, you don't have that opportunity. Is gone. The best you can do right now is not, or maybe to record some goal, because right now you have not scored any goal in the World Cup. You lost 2-0 to Australia. You have lost 1-0 to Paraguay. So the best you can do right now is just to get some goals, so that it will be on record that in this World Cup, even the least team, Curaçao, have scored a goal in this World Cup. Curaçao they have 2 goals. They had one against Germany. In fact, they got a draw against Ecuador. The least, I can tell you that Curaçao are the least team in this World Cup. Now they have 2 goals. In fact, they have a point. And we are coming to say Turkey does not, in fact, have not scored a goal, talk more of even getting a point in the World Cup. It's so disappointing. And for me, I wish them well. In fact, I wish them well in their next match. I don't know what they are going to do.
Whatever they're going to play.
But I wish them well.
Yeah, I wish them well too, yeah. So now, still talking about the World Cup, you could see that the facts are really rolling in Cape Verde. It's, Cape Verde is, they are taking it
so surprising. Now, two points in 2 matches.
In 2 matches.
They could go elsewhere to qualify.
As debutants, they have shown there's a zeal and
the other time it was 0-0, and we thought, okay, maybe these guys could just score. They were more defensive.
Looking at Cape Verde, I will tell you the truth that they are not just, as debutants, people who came to the World Cup. You wouldn't find these guys likely. Like, you wouldn't take them lightly. You would want to, whoever they are playing next, would want to play them.
They're playing against Saudi Arabia, and I see them qualifying.
Yes, I see them qualifying.
Now what they have to do now is just get a win or even with a draw, they can still, you know, there are 48 teams right now, and 32 are going to, you know, they are going to be a round of 32 where the rest are going to go. So if you even finish third in your group, you have an opportunity to qualify as maybe the best loser. And Cape Verde right now have not lost any match. They are 2 points out of 2, and they have one more match, which is against Australia, who I say Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
We can say, from what we have seen so far, they have the opportunity to get 3 points from this Saudi Arabian team, while Spain is going to battle it out with Uruguay. Spain has 4 points. Uruguay has 4 points equally. So Uruguay has 2 points because they drew their first match. So now the ball is in Cape Verde's court to just get a win. And if you get a win, you can just finish the group in second position. That's in Spain.
Yes, you have 5 points.
Yes, you're going to get 5 points. And
5 points.
Imagine Cape Verde. Prior to this World Cup, I know I was among the people. I will not deny it. I was among the people that said Cape Verde are not going to skate through this.
Don't be. Why do you say you will not deny it? Who will accept it?
You know, just imagine Spain and Uruguay. I remember when we were talking about, you know, this group, we were trying to, you know, say, okay, who is going to finish first? Who is going to Spain, Uruguay in a team, and now you are coming to tell me one of them might not qualify against a side like Cape Verde. In fact, you know, kudos to them. I can tell you this is all I can say. Kudos to Cape Verde. They have really done well playing a 2-2 against a Uruguay side that, you know, we have the likes of Valverde who can take a missile of a shot from the midfield, and these people had, you know, they were leading, you know, in the first half. Then Uruguay had to score through Araujo. Then again, Uruguay scored again with Araujo assisting. That first half they were 2-1 down, and, you know, motivated themselves, came into the second half. They substituted the guy who within 2 minutes had to score the equalizing goal.
I like this. I'm enjoying this World Cup for real. I'm enjoying the World Cup.
It's exciting.
You know, why I'm enjoying the World Cup is that it's not like leagues where people play low block.
No. Even the Cape Verde that was playing
low block that day,
they had to come outside this time around. They came
because when you watch, that's why it's World Cup.
Yeah.
You know, the best teams facing the best teams. Yeah. There's no team you can underrate.
There's no room for underrating anybody this time. We have seen it that you cannot. In fact, people that you are expecting to do more they are the people that you are getting to. Imagine, you know, when I saw the score, because I know what the match, Ecuador, I can still tell you till now, I'm still shocked. Ecuador versus Curaçao. Curaçao that Germany beat 7-1. Coming to play Ecuador, who is another strong team in that, you know, group. They had to play a 1-1 draw. They had to settle for a draw. This is Curaçao.
Curaçao is getting a point. They are not souring again. They are really making up things.
They showed up, and, you know, that's just to show that football can be unpredictable.
Yes.
Can be very, very unpredictable.
Football is very unpredictable, not like every other sports.
Yeah.
When you look at the pattern of play, the preparations, the tactics, the motivations, the philosophy behind what is to be done, you would see that football is going to mess with your mind if you have. Why do you think countries and clubs prepare to play a certain way and the opponent disrupts?
Yeah, you are going to disrupt what someone has
played. Now you are set to play in a particular way.
Yeah.
While you are playing in a particular way, you also set to, you know, maintain your position so you don't get all the goals. Like you don't get caught off guard.
Yeah.
While you are celebrating your goal, you are meant to keep your motivation high and your celebrations low till the game is over. And then while you are talking about that, you would have the philosophy, the mentality, with the winning mentality. Remember, I told you that a lot of people and a lot of what makes football, basically a lot of what we could say is the victory teams have in World Cup and in football. It's not the country. It's not even, let's say, it's just two things. But I can tell you one would differ. One that would differ could be the history. Because a team can start to win now, and then a few years down the line, there will be no more. Talking about the likes of West Brom and the rest of them, and Blackburn that were winning they were winning the Premier League and
Champions League. There was a time they were winning.
The Derby County
that they have Champions.
They have a Champions League now. But when the other side of it, I want to talk about is the mentality. You know, talking about history too, you could say that history could favor those who can boost your morale. Like now, you know, never say never. Rangers International Football Club of Enugu, never say never. And you have this guy, you know, these guys already have 9 titles.
Of course.
They have gone and they have taken the 2nd title in 3 years. You see, history.
2 and 3.
2 and 3. History is being repeated, and their motivation is locked in because they are tracing back to where they came from. Another thing is the winning mentality. When teams face their opponents, the one who believes most, not the one who plays most. Because you will see teams playing possession football, you know, knocking you in, knocking you out.
At the end of the day,
it's just a goal. I remember that game. Let me just deviate a bit, talking about the Premier League. I remember that game in Manchester United when they were in their worst season 2 seasons ago. When they were in the worst season, it was Erik ten Hag that was the coach. And you have the likes of Jadon Sancho and Marcus Rashford in the team, then Bruno Fernandes. I remember when Manchester United had to go low. They had to, you know, go all defense. And Chelsea, they were playing. Then Thiago Silva was on the team. You have the likes of, you know, Rudiger. You have the likes of great guys in the team. And they were playing well. They were really playing well. Now, what happened that changed the game? Chelsea scored first. Now, immediately they scored. It didn't take up to 10 minutes. Manchester United had a counter, and that was a goal. That goal, it was Jadon Sancho that scored the goal. That was actually how history was made. And that match ended 1-1. There was actually another game, talking about Manchester United versus Chelsea, that same season, where I think that was last season, where Chelsea won Manchester United 5-4. That was a late winner. The Manchester had to score. Chelsea had to score 3 goals. Yes, Chelsea had to score 3 goals in 90+ minutes. Where a shot deflected from Alejandro Garnacho, the content creator.
You know, that match was so painful. In fact, Garnacho, was given the man of the match in that match when the match was not over. He was actually awarded the man of the match only for Chelsea, you know, to equalize. And
Kopama had to score.
And the man of the match was eventually changed.
Yes, to
I remember that
Kopama. Now, the thing is that when you look at football, you're seeing people who want to win, but they don't have enough will. They don't have enough. They can fight. They could actually fight. They could try whatever they could, but they would not win. Now, what would what will happen to them? They would, you know, go back to where they come from. That would be the problem. Now, what I'm talking about this is that looking at Curacao, this is their first time ever in the World Cup. Cape Verde, this is their first time, and 2 of them are pushing. I will tell you that when you talk about best losers, it will go to these guys. People who came to the World Cup and they saw they conquered. They played, they saw they conquered. Imagine playing against Germany and taking 7 goals.
Your first game,
7 goals, and then you
just demoralize you.
Now,
coming to the second game now.
That's why I really blame countries that are very fast, like Tunisia. What will you talk about what if Tunisia took 7 goals? You only took 5 goals.
And you even had to score 1.
And even had to score 1. That's just -4 in your goal aggregate. Now, when you look at that, don't you think when we played the next game, we could do better? But you had to start the coach. Now you have lost too much. See, there's this league I'm playing, and I'm playing FIFA World Cup in my computer. I'm playing FIFA World Cup, and there's this team that has really been tough to win. Do you know what I'm doing to them? I want to just score first. But if I can't score first, I go low block. I play 10. I play 9-1.
10 men at the back of
the
post.
I play 9-1.
Just one attacker up front.
I play 9-1. I just play, or 8-1. 8-1. Or 8-2. Okay, I play 8-2. One attacking midfielder, 1 striker. So any ball you have,
anybody that's going forward,
I give it. Do you know why I'm doing that? Why I'm doing that is because I want to hold them down. So if Cape Verde could hold Spain down and Uruguay, what country do you think Cape Verde could not even try?
In fact, they have done it.
Now, do you think Cape Verde could even
Spain alone?
Now, do you think eventually if they come out of this World Cup, they come out of this stage, do you think when they face the likes of Portugal, they will not even try?
If you can get
or if you face France
against Spain, why would you get a draw against Portugal? Because
against
in terms
France
of football, Spain is better. But if
against
France,
you know, I've entered.
I might not be able to say that because, of course, the kind of attacking press that France possess.
Yeah,
in fact,
these guys
is more way we can say in terms of attack. They are, in fact, currently the best in terms of attack against a side that has Mbappe, against a side that has Dembele, against a side that has against a side that has Olise.
And they can run.
In fact,
all of them can
run. It's almost impossible to face that country without conceding a goal. Well, let's give our viewers other scoreline updates. We have Scotland against Morocco, where Morocco had to get a 1-0 win. We have Brazil against Haiti. Brazil, of course, had to trash them 3-1. We have talked about Turkey versus Paraguay. Then the Netherlands versus Sweden. This is a Swedish side that beats Tunisia 5-1. Now Netherlands came and beat the same Sweden 5-1. So in fact, Tunisia, I don't know if you can retrace your step and get back your coach, but of course maybe it's too late. You have learned your lesson. Then we have Ivory Coast, who did their best. In fact, they did all they could do, but at the end of the day, they were beaten 2-1 against, of course, a German side that are prolific in this tournament. And I don't know, from these scores or from these teams that we have seen so far, for me, I think the best side, of course, we have other matches. Argentina is going to play Austria today. There are matches that are going to come up. But from these ones that we have seen against Germany, and I don't know who you think is the best currently, apart from the ones that have not played, the ones that have played against a country like Germany, country like Morocco, who do you think is the best so far? Not mentioning, I don't want to mention Argentina, the rest that have not played, but so far, the ones that have played, who do you think is the best?
I will tell you for a fact, from tactical positions, the best country so far is Cape Verde.
Of course, we can give
Cape Verde. Yes, you don't know what it took them to come to the World Cup.
Yeah.
Now, I will draw this from certain perspectives, looking at their goalkeeper, who has actually made history.
Of course, he has made history.
And also talking about Curacao. Curacao too. Their keeper made 15 saves.
Yeah.
So these two countries, they are the best for me. I'm not going to talk about Germany. Germany has been a German machine over the years. Talking about the likes of earlier on, they had the likes of people like Klose. They had great talents who play Michael Ballack. They had the likes Michael Ballack, people that play from center, Baroma Seku, that shoot from the center. I mean, talking about
in Real Madrid, Cruz,
you have Manenoa is still there, and they have a lot of guys. I will tell you. Then you have Joshua Kimmich. They have you just have a lot of guys.
Another country that is surprising to me that have not picked up, the way we thought that they would have, gone is Belgium. Belgium had to play 0-0 against Iran.
And that brings us to the issue currently going on in Belgium about Jeremy Doku. Jeremy Doku is set to leave the World Cup to go and cut.
Well, I don't know that's if he will be permitted to leave.
Basically, it's not on us, me and you.
Sometimes
it's going to be.
The coach might not let him go. And if the coach say you're not going, you're not going.
A lot of criticisms has also
because now you want to go and get involved in cutting
the umbilical cord of your child.
I don't know if it's a tradition for him or if
basically he said no. He said it's a tradition. He said it's a tradition.
Yeah, it's something, but for me, it's a tradition. But I think this, for me, might not be that important in terms of compared to the World Cup, where you have your country that you need. In fact, Jeremy Doku right now is as important as Kevin De Bruyne in the national team.
Yes.
It's almost like someone you cannot do without. So you now saying you want to leave to go and cut the umbilical cord of your baby. I don't know if the coach, we will see what happens.
We'll see what happens now. I'm talking about Belgium. Belgium has not seen their time in this World Cup.
Of course.
They've been struggling.
Lived up to
the expectation. Yeah. Talking about, they have the likes of Romelu Lukaku.
Lukaku is still there.
And Lukaku scored.
Bakayoko is still there.
Is still there.
Tillemans is still there.
Tillemans is there. You have the likes of Jeremy Doku, the dancer and player.
No, he's a wonderful player.
That guy is a wonderful player.
Is still playing.
And De Bruyne is still playing.
You need to wonder how come they have not gotten 3 points.
It's what I'm telling you, that when it's World Cup, and you're talking about the best, you don't call these guys who already has the squad. You look at the people who are thriving with the little they have, people who are trying to make progress, people who are pushing themselves. out of their zone to ensure that they register either an assist or whatever. So that makes a lot of sense for me.
Of course, before we leave, we should not fail to recognize the country that has also been making African proud, Morocco and Egypt. You know, Egypt had to whip New Zealand, you know, yesterday, 3-1. Of course, the Egyptian king is the
highest goal scorer in the history of Egyptian football. Yeah. I would say since the time of Pharaoh from the Bible, there has never been a footballer like him. Yeah. And I would just extend my congratulations to Mohamed Salah for being awesome and amazing. I would tell you that although he's looking for a new team, he has not announced the new team that he will sign to. But it's going to be an amazing thing to see him to move further in the World Cup and have more assists and goals.
Then also later today we'll still have Argentina versus Austria. It's still a wonderful time that we are going to see the likes of Lionel Messi, you know, face Anatovic, the great. In fact, the two goats in terms of their country. Then we still have coming of France versus Iraq. I don't know how this match is going to be. We have seen shockers everywhere. We have seen Cape Verde draw Spain. You know, normally we will say France is going to beat Iraq. You know, sometimes we will even say 5-0. But who are we to even predict right now where things, you know, can happen? And of course, we'll be here tomorrow, same time, same station, you know, to give you the updates of all these matches. This is where we're going to call it a wrap. I still remain your humble host worldwide. You know, have a lovely day and good.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you very much for watching.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
A good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, SERAP gives National Assembly 7 days to recover over 110 billion naira spent on lawmakers' vehicles and allowances. Opposition parties reject conduct of weekend elections, allege vote buying, irregularities and electoral lapses by INEC. On the foreign scene, shipping activities declined sharply in the Strait of Hormuz amid renewed tensions and disruptions to maritime traffic. On business, manufacturing sector tax revenue drops by more than 68% in the first quarter as industries grapple with rising operating costs. Now the news in details. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has ended admissions into degree programs run by colleges of education through affiliations with universities, beginning from the 2026-2027 academic session. Under the new policy, candidates seeking admission into colleges of education will now be required to enroll through the Nigeria Certificate in Education (NCE) program, which has been reaffirmed as the primary pathway for teacher training in the country. JAMB also directed that fresh direct entry admissions into 100 and 200 levels of affiliated degree programs in colleges of education should cease under the new arrangement. To ease the transition, affected candidates have been advised to migrate to NCE programs, transfer to parent universities where applicable, or change their preferred institutions through approved admission channels. The Nigeria Customs Service is preparing for a major personnel transition as more than 1,500 officers are expected to retire between 2026 and 2027. Officials' records indicate that 825 officers are due for retirement this year, while another 691 officers are expected to leave the service next year, including several senior management personnel. The House of Representatives Committee on Custom and Excise says the retirements are in line with public service regulations, which require officers to retire after 35 years in service or upon attaining the age of 60. To ensure stability during the transition, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved a 6-month extension of the tenure of Comptroller General of Customs, Mr. Adewale Adeniyi, to oversee succession planning and workforce restructuring. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has given the leadership of the National Assembly 7 days to recover more than 110 billion naira allegedly spent on lawmakers' vehicles and allowances. The organization made the demand in separate letters addressed to Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. SERAP said the demand followed a federal high court judgment in Lagos, which found the expenditure inconsistent with constitutional and public procurement provisions. The group warned that failure to initiate recovery of the funds within the stipulated period could result in further legal action aimed at enforcing accountability and transparency in public spending. The All Progressives Congress, APC, recorded victories in several by-elections conducted across the country, strengthening its representation in the National Assembly. Among the winners is Mr. Ikeje Asogwa, who emerged victorious in the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election, while APC candidates across Nasarawa, Ondo, and Kebbi State secured victories. In Rivers State, however, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, retained the Rivers Southeast senatorial seat, with its candidate, Senator Olaka Nwogu, defeating challengers from other political parties. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared the results on Sunday amid reports of isolated complaints and allegations of electoral irregularities from some opposition parties. Meanwhile, several opposition political parties have rejected the outcome of recent elections, citing allegations of vote buying, procedural violations, and administrative lapses. The Labour Party particularly faulted the conduct of the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election, alleging that its name and logo were omitted from ballot papers used for the exercise. The Social Democratic Party, SDP, also accused electoral authorities of failing to upload details of some accredited party agents onto official platforms before the elections. The parties have threatened legal action, while calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission to address concerns raised and strengthen public confidence in the electoral process. The Anglican Bishop of Enugu Diocese, the Right Reverend Samuel Ike, has called for urgent measures to tackle insecurity, economic hardship, and infrastructure challenges facing the country. Speaking during a State of the Nation address in Enugu, Bishop Ike urged government at all levels to strengthen intelligence gathering, support security agencies, and promote community-based security initiatives. He also advocated improved electricity supply, accelerated railway development in the southeast, and increased investment in education, describing them as critical to economic growth and national development. The cleric further urged Nigerians to elect credible leaders in the 2027 general elections and called for moral renewal, accountability, and spiritual revival across the country. The wife of the Abia State Governor, Mrs. Priscilla Oti, has called on Abia indigents living outside the state to contribute actively to its development and economic transformation. Mrs. Oti made the appeal during a town hall meeting organized by the women's wing of the Abia State Town Union in Lagos. She said the administration of Governor Alex Oti had recorded progress in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and security, but noted that greater achievements would require support from citizens both at home and abroad. The governor's wife encouraged Abians in the diaspora to invest in the state, share professional expertise, and participate actively in democratic processes to support sustainable development. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have arrested a suspected cultist and recovered a firearm and ammunition during an operation in Ojo River local government area. The suspect, identified as 25-year-old Chijoke Abraham from Oka, Anambra State, was arrested by officers attached to Ojo River Division in collaboration with members of the Neighborhood Watch Group. Police say a locally made double-barreled pistol loaded with a live cartridge and other exhibits were recovered from the suspect following a credible intelligence about his activities in the Gariki Ugwoba area. Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, Mr. Bitrus Giwa, said investigations are ongoing to identify and apprehend other members of the group, while reaffirming the command's commitment to tackling cultism and violent crime across the state. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Serap gives National Assembly 7 days to recover over 110 billion naira spent on lawmakers, vehicles, and allowances. Opposition parties fault conduct of weekend elections, alleging vote buying, irregularities, and administrative lapses by INEC. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, global shipping disrupted as traffic through the Strait of Hormuz drops sharply amid renewed tensions involving Iran. Manufacturing sector company income tax revenue falls by more than 68% in the first quarter, raising concerns over industrial performance. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Peace talks between the United States and Iran are underway in Switzerland as both countries seek to sustain a fragile ceasefire and reduce tensions in the Middle East. The talks come amid heightened concerns over security in the region, following reports of disruptions to shipping activities in the Strait of Hormuz, a major route to global oil exports. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is participating in the discussions, while President Donald Trump has warned Iran against actions that could further destabilize the region, particularly through allied armed groups. Despite the tensions, diplomats involved in the negotiations say progress is being made toward maintaining the ceasefire and ensuring the continued flow of maritime trade through the Gulf. U.S. President Donald Trump has stirred political debate after suggesting that British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer could resign amid growing domestic challenges. In remarks posted on his social media platform, Trump criticized the British government's handling of immigration and energy policies, claiming the administration was facing mounting pressure. The comments came shortly after both leaders attended international meetings during the recent G7 summit, where they discussed issues of global security and economic cooperation. The British government has yet to formally respond to Trump's remarks, which have generated reactions among political observers in both countries. Russian authorities say a large-scale Ukrainian drone attack has caused casualties and damaged critical infrastructure in Crimea and other Russian-controlled territories. Officials reported fatalities and injuries following overnight strikes that targeted transport and energy facilities across the region. The attacks also affected fuel distribution operations, prompting emergency measures by local authorities as they assessed the extent of the damage. Transport services, including ferry operations and sections of the key road links, were temporarily disrupted while repair and security assessments continued. Global energy markets are closely monitoring development in the Strait of Hormuz, following reports of a significant reduction in shipping traffic through the strategic waterway. Industry data indicate that vessel movements have declined sharply amid growing regional tensions linked to the conflict in the Middle East. The Strait of Hormuz remains one of the world's most important oil transit routes, carrying a substantial portion of global crude exports. Analysts warn that prolonged disruptions could affect international energy supplies and increase pressure on oil prices if normal operations are not restored quickly. And on to business news. The Lagos State government has launched a renewed campaign against the sale and use of substandard building materials in a bid to reduce incidents of structural collapse. The Lagos State Materials Testing Laboratory Agency is urging market leaders and traders to assist authorities by identifying and reporting dealers involved in the sale of inferior construction products. Officials say the initiative forms part of a broader strategy to strengthen building safety standards and protect lives and property across the state. The government also reaffirmed plans to enforce mandatory quality assessments and compliance measures for construction projects under its Certified Structural Integrity Program. The Lagos State government has inaugurated a special task force to tackle indiscriminate waste disposal and improve environmental sanitation across the metropolis. The initiative targets major roads, transport hubs, markets and public spaces, where illegal dumping has become a recurring challenge. Authorities are collaborating with transport unions, including the National Union of Road Transport Workers and the Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria, to strengthen enforcement efforts. Officials say offenders will face sanctions, while transport operators have pledged support for the campaign, aimed at maintaining cleaner and safer public environments. New data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that company income tax revenue from Nigeria's manufacturing sector recorded a significant decline in the first quarter of the year. The figures indicate that tax collections from manufacturers fell by more than 68% compared with the same period last year. Economic analysts attribute the decline to rising production costs, foreign exchange challenges, expensive credit facilities, and weaker consumer purchasing power. Experts warn that continued pressure on manufacturers could affect industrial growth, employment opportunities, and long-term economic productivity if urgent interventions are not implemented. In sports, Turkish champions Galatasaray are making fresh efforts to retain Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen amid growing interest from top European clubs. Reports indicate that the club is prepared to offer Osimhen the iconic number 9 jersey and a leadership role within the squad as part of plans to secure his long-term future. The Super Eagles forward has attracted attention from several major clubs, including Manchester United, Arsenal, Chelsea and Real Madrid. Osimhen remains a key figure for Galatasaray after playing a major role in the club's recent domestic and European successes. And on the entertainment news, Nollywood actress and filmmaker Mary Remi Njoko has urged Nigerians to embrace peace, sincerity and tolerance in matters of faith. In a message shared on social media, the actress said religious activities alone do not determine a person's standing before God, stressing the importance of genuine character and compassion. She warned against using religion as a tool for hatred, personal attacks, or the condemnation of others. Njoko also maintained that divine justice is based on truth and sincerity, urging people to focus on positive values rather than bitterness and resentment. And now to end the news, the main point again. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has given the leadership of the National Assembly a 7-day ultimatum to recover more than 110 billion naira allegedly spent on lawmakers' official vehicles and allowances. The group urged President of the Senate, Mr. Godswill Akpabio, and Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, to ensure compliance with a federal high court judgment it said declared expenditure unlawful. Opposition political parties have criticized the conduct of the weekend elections in parts of the country, citing allegations of vote buying, electoral irregularities and administrative lapses by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The parties also raised concerns over the omission of the Labour Party from ballot papers in the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election and called for reforms to strengthen public confidence in the electoral process. On the foreign scene, global attention remains focused on rising tensions in the Middle East as shipping activities through the Strait of Hormuz declined sharply amid reports of renewed restrictions linked to the disputes between Iran and Israel. The development has heightened concerns over global energy supplies and international trade. And on the business scene, new data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows that company income tax revenue from Nigeria's manufacturing sector fell by more than 68% in the first quarter of the year. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
As Nigeria continues to confront rising insecurity marked by kidnappings, banditry, communal violence, and terrorism, attention is increasingly turning beyond formal security agencies to the role of traditional rulers and religious institutions in stabilizing communities. Security experts say that in many parts of Nigeria, especially rural and peri-urban areas, traditional rulers and religious leaders remain the most trusted authority figures. In several communities across Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Benue, and parts of the southeast, they are often the first point of contact during crisis, long before police or military intervention arrives. In practical terms, traditional institutions such as village heads, district heads, and monarchs are strategically positioned to identify unusual movements, strangers, and patterns of behavior within their domains. In past incidents of kidnapping in parts of northern Nigeria, local intelligence supplied by community leaders has assisted security forces in tracking criminal hideouts located in forest belts and remote settlements. Religious institutions also play a critical role. Churches, mosques, and faith-based organizations often command deep emotional and moral influence over citizens. In states like Plateau, Kaduna, and Benue, religious leaders have been involved in peace dialogues during communal clashes, helping to reduce retaliatory violence and promote reconciliation. However, analysts argue that this influence is still underutilized in structured security architecture. In many communities, intelligence sharing between traditional rulers and informal security agencies remains informal, inconsistent, and sometimes delayed due to fear of reprisal or lack of protection for informants. Experts recommend the establishment of structured community security councils at ward and local government levels, where traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth representatives, and security agencies meet regularly to share intelligence and assess risks. Similar models have been applied in countries such as Kenya and Ghana, where community policing frameworks have improved early warning systems and reduced rural crime rates. In Nigeria, there have been cases where early warning signals were reportedly ignored or not escalated in time. For instance, several rural attacks in Northwest were preceded by reports of suspicious gatherings or movement of armed groups, but lack of coordinated reporting channels limited rapid response. Traditional rulers are also encouraged to strengthen local vigilante coordination under lawful frameworks. In states like Anambra, The operation of community-based security outfits has shown how structured local intelligence networks can support formal policing when properly regulated and supervised. Religious leaders, on their part, are being called upon to actively counter radicalization narratives and inflammatory preaching. Security analysts warn that hate speech, extremist messaging, or politically charged sermons can escalate tensions, especially in already fragile communities. In conflict-prone areas such as Jos, Southern Kaduna, and parts of Taraba, interfaith dialogue platforms have proven effective in reducing tensions when religious leaders jointly condemn violence and promote coexistence. These platforms, experts say, must be institutionalized rather than activated only during crisis. Another critical gap identified is communication breakdown during emergencies. In several kidnapping incidents, traditional rulers were among the first to receive information from affected families, but lacked direct emergency response channels to escalate cases quickly to security agencies. Security professionals recommend dedicated liaison officers between traditional institutions, religious bodies, and security commands to ensure real-time information flow. This would reduce delays and improve coordinated response operations. Experts also emphasize the need for protection mechanisms for community informants. Without assurances of safety, residents and local leaders may hesitate to report criminal activity, especially in areas where armed groups operate with high mobility and local familiarity. Ultimately, analysts argue that Nigeria's security architecture cannot rely solely on formal institutions. Instead, it must integrate traditional authority structures and religious leadership into a coordinated national security ecosystem. The expectation is clear. Traditional rulers must act as grassroots intelligence anchors, while religious leaders serve as moral stabilizers and peace mediators. Together, they form a critical first line of defense in communities where state presence is often limited. As insecurity continues to evolve, experts say strength of Nigeria's response will depend not only on weapons and uniforms, but also on trust, community intelligence, and the active participation of institutions closest to the people. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits.
Good morning to you, viewers, lovely viewers. Thank you for joining us this morning on the show. It's sunrise here on Aneke TV, the day that starts bright, fresh, and hopeful. It's a Monday morning, and of course, the 22nd day in the month of June. And I am Princess Ken Ochoma, welcoming to the morning show.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you and to our global audience, wherever you are. At home, in your office, or in transit. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. It's a lot, to digest and dissect this morning on the papers. We're coming from the weekend where by-elections were conducted across states in Nigeria, and of course, the governorship election that was conducted in Ekiti State. First, I'd like to say congratulations to the candidate that won these elections across Enugu, Rivers, Ekiti, Nasarawa, and other countries in Nigeria. I hope that this tenure brings hope to your people, and of course, it extends to the country at large. Now, we're going into a whole lot this morning, but before I do that, Mr. Uche, how was your weekend? I mean, we are finally in the last week in June, and like we've said the previous day, how the year has gone so far. But over the weekend, what was the thing that you did to prepare yourself for this last week?
This weekend was just for relaxation, celebration. Yesterday was Father's Day, so we are up and about. We celebrated.
Yes. I think I sent you. I sent you a happy Father. I'm not sure I sent it, but I know I sent it to you. But then again, happy Father's Day to you, Mr. Uche.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to all fathers everywhere. And what matters is not about having a child,
True.
Every child has a father. But, every child has a father. But every father has a child. But does every child really have a father? That's what matters. So in celebrating yesterday, we need to realize that we need to be father to these children, and every child is your child. That's what matters.
Truly. And of course, to the leaders of our country and our state, realize also that you are fathers over our affair, our security, our economy, and our finance as it pertains to all that are living in the country Nigeria. Now, moving into our quote for this morning, this is from Kevin C. Alike. Kevin C. Alike. It says, Nigeria's future will not be decided by those who complain the loudest, but by those who show up and vote. Register, participate, make your voice count. Nigeria's future will not be decided by those who complain the loudest. I often say this to people, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do. It's not about coming on social media and complain and shout, and complain the loudest, like the quote is saying this morning. It's about those who show up. As much as it is one thing to complain, it is one thing to outline things that are not done rightly. It is another thing, which is the most important task, to come out when it comes down to selections, to show up and vote, so that when you now go ahead to complain, when you now go ahead to speak, your speeches or your complaints will be valid, because in the process of selecting leaders, you were found, you participated. And he says, register, participate, make your voice and your votes count.
Yes, this is quite apt, especially coming from Kevin C. Alike, a Nigerian who himself is part of the process, being bold enough to tell us to engage, to participate. He says Nigeria's future will not be decided by those who complain the loudest, but by those who show up and vote. He says register, participate, make your voice count. And often, like you rightly outlined it, people complain without wanting to be part of the process. Why complain when you don't want to participate? Those who get engaged in the process have garnered the right to question those in leadership when they perform abysmally. So it is our right to participate, to determine those who, will sit at the helm of affairs in our nation, at the subnational level, at the grassroots. And with our vote, participating and engaging, we've garnered the right to tell them that you are doing it wrong. You should have been this way. And a number of times, for example, in Ekiti State, you saw the number of registered voters in the election and over 1 million trooped to collect their PVC. Then when you compare that number to the turnout to the election, you now begin to see that these quotes should be made and placed on every wall and every corner, constituency, polling units, ward, street by street, so that people can participate. It's not just by going to register. It's not just by going to collect your PVC. It's about seeing the process through.
Truly. I mean, I think it's only in Nigeria that we often, preach this whole participation in elections. I mean, we are the citizens who complain about the ineffectiveness of politicians. And then when it comes to selecting these said politicians, we are nowhere to be found. Like Mr. Uche rightly said, over 1,056,369 voters registered for the Ekiti election. But from what we are seeing this morning, the votes that were counted that was used to declare the governor of Ekiti State was around 113. So you ask yourself, what happened to the entire 1 million? How many people came out? All right, so these are the issues that Kevin C. Alike is telling us this morning, that the future of Nigeria cannot be decided by those who complain the loudest, but by those who show up and vote. So he encourages us to register. The PVC registrations are still ongoing. Participate when it comes to election processes, and in that participation, you're making your voice count. That's our quote for this morning. We'll take a short break. We'll be coming back with our weather reports for the day. Don't go anywhere.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. The morning temperatures around Anambra would begin around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius and will rise steadily to 33 to 35 by afternoon. Expect a warm and humid morning that quickly develops into a hot afternoon across Oka, Onitsha, and Nnewi. The sun will be noticeable, but increasing cloud cover in the day will trigger thunderstorms and widespread evening rainfall.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the coal city. The morning temperatures will range between 23 to 25 degrees Celsius and climbing to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. By evening, cloud builds up and it will intensify towards evening, bringing scattered thunderstorms and refreshing rainfall across much of the state.
The city of Ebonyi this morning begins around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and soars to 34 to 35 in the afternoon. Expect the most intense heat in the southeast today, with strong sunshine and high humidity making conditions feel hotter than the actual temperature. However, thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy rainfall are expected to arrive later in the evening.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri this morning, the temperature will start around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. And by afternoon, expect humid conditions with a mix of sunshine and clouds. By late afternoon and evening, thunderstorms and moderate rainfall are expected around Owerri and surrounding areas.
Good morning, Abia State. The morning temperatures around Abia State will hover between 24 and 25 degrees Celsius, rising to 31 to 32 during the afternoon. Expect a warm and somewhat sticky day across Aba and Umuahia, with sunshine dominating early hours. Later in the day, thickening clouds will bring thunderstorms and evening showers.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, and keep an umbrella handy. But remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, I'm going right into our newspaper analysis and headlines for the day. Starting up strong from the Vanguard newspaper. Oyo school kidnap. Troops block escape routes as terrorists reduce demands. Troops block escape routes as terrorists reduce demands. Security forces have intensified efforts to secure the release of victims in the Oyo school kidnapping case by blocking suspected escape routes and increasing pressure on the abductors. Reports indicate that the kidnappers have reduced their demands, a development that has fueled cautious optimism that ongoing military and security operations could lead to a successful resolution of the crisis and the safe recovery of the hostages. Now, this is the government saying that the children that are kidnapped might be released soon, seeing that intense efforts in the security sector where troops are blocking, and then we're seeing these bandits reducing their demand over the couple of months. I think it was last month that we saw a list that was published online where these bandits made their request. We saw them requesting for vehicles, saw them requesting for a certain amount of money to be paid, saw them requesting for the release of their colleagues. But with this update this morning, they say, oh, we don't need it. We're not making any more demands. You know, they're just sticking to their to the ransom that they're demanding. So they're telling us this morning that the possibility of them being rescued are around the corner. And this is quite commendable, if I must say, because for a group that has terrorized the country, and then the DSS, the security agencies, are coming out to say that they are clamping down on them and ensuring that these kidnappers are brought to justice and brought to book, is something quite commendable. And I hope they're able to see through to the end. Mr. Uche.
All right. You know, when you see this, one should naturally be excited that perhaps there is a solution or an end in sight. But knowing Nigeria for what it is, a number of times what we'll have is half information, misinformation, and more or less, when you think that there are actions, there is seemingly less action. When one begins to celebrate this very information, it begins to negate the absolute lack of planning, the lack of preparedness to be proactive and see that similar situation does not reoccur in any part of the nation. We are talking about young people and their teachers who've been in captivity for over a month now. And what is our plans to their release? That we have covered the exit axis of these terrorists, that soon, perhaps, seeing that they are hemmed in, they may in turn give in. And we know we are dealing with daredevil terrorists who in themselves really don't care about much of their life. In fact, they've thrown that life away and do not care. What if in trying to encircle them without any proper plan at this juncture to move in and rescue these children, and they decide to, commit what you may call harakiri in this very instance, where they execute all the people there and then give up themselves for execution as well? What happens? When we are told that special forces have been drafted in to see to the eventual, release of these children, we were expecting, knowing how well and how highly tactical exposed our special forces are, that by now these children should be home after being rehabilitated, being psychologically evaluated and then reintegrated into the society. It's taking us a number of days to even say that we are hoping on and happy on the fact that the abductors are beginning to reduce their demands. It paints a sorry picture about a nation and a people who do not have, control of what happens in their nation territorially. You are talking about a kidnap situation. What happened that between this period, you must have been able to map out the whole area, even through area surveillance, using drones, and then the grand might of our military forces condone the place, mount some, fighter jets up, scare these daredevil insurgents with total emasculation. You will see them caving. And a number of times telling you the fact that what we may not be able to celebrate this seemingly good news is that a number of times, like I did point out, what we are fed with is half-truths, half-information. We've seen scenarios where the bandits came out to deny some of the things we were fed as their demand, making further demands. But be that as it may, it continues to point to where we are as a people. When was the last time you would see any advancing nation? And when I talk about advancing nation, I talk about nations in the category of Nigeria not having a proper mapped out security, policy and ideology. One that would necessitate that the nation is well protected, and what you do when there are security challenges. Do we really believe in the ability of our government to bring these children home. While we harp on faith and hope that for their safe return, the point remains that we will continue to push the government towards sitting down and having a conversation on the pathway to bringing an end these monstrous insecurity challenges in Nigeria. We are in a situation where the government seems not to have a handle, where at the federal level we are prosecuting terrorists, we are prosecuting their enablers, logistics officers, whereas in a part of the nation, over 700 are being reintegrated into the society on the guise of repentant terrorists. Men who have killed, tested blood, waged war against this nation, maimed, kidnapped, taking ransom, and now we are reintegrating them into the society. Is that the way to solve the challenge that faces us? Or is it this cattle approach that we have towards security that has enabled insecurity to continue to fester in our environment? Recently, there were security alerts for the southern part of Nigeria to be on high alert that these insurgents are beginning to move from their northern stronghold towards the south because the military seems to begin to overwhelm them, sort of. Yet, what is a national approach? When can we convene security conference where the Nigerian people who are bearing the brunt of insecurity in Nigeria will sit down and then proffer solution to this issue? And when we talk about emasculating the insurgents that have held these children in captivity, how prepared are we to ensure that it never happened again? These are the points. Is it until we begin to lose them to hunger? Because when you talk about, you see, we're being fed half information. How are you necessitating in that negotiation that these children are properly, fed? How are you negotiating that you are able to send medication to them? These are things we will do when negotiation is ongoing. At this point in time, is government telling us that there is goodwill and that this negotiation is ongoing and continuing? And what is the welfare? If we are so certain about that, having condoned exit routes, and they are whittling down their demands, that means there is communication. And if there is communication, can someone tell us the health situation of these children? Are they being fed at all? Or what condition are they being kept? Are they still being beaten? These are the conditions. Are they still left under the rain and the sun? Even at the end of the day, we're able to emasculate the surroundings, the Oyo Park, and then this insurgents gives up. At what state or condition are these children going to be brought back to their families? The psychological trauma that they must have undergone for over a month now. So, for me, while many Nigerians may be excited and see this as a good news, there's nothing to celebrate yet because it's not yet Uhuru. There are a whole lot of issues to interrogate when it comes to our security situation. And there are those questions we will continue to ask, irrespective of whose us is God. Because when it comes to security, all of us are outrightly involved. When are the drones that we are promised based on the negotiation, the alliance that we've built with Turkey? I remember quite well from Mr. President and the presidency that we've entered into certain alliance with Turkey, where they will not only, give us drone technologies, they will transfer similar knowledge on how to manage and then make these drones. What is happening to this moment? And other engagements. Why is it taking time to produce the needed results? While we're talking about this, there are news featuring in about how these insurgents are regrouping in certain areas and all that. When Oyo is secure today, will Ekiti be safe tomorrow? How about Kaduna and all that? So it doesn't cut into the chase that we are not proactive. We are still reactive and waiting by the grace of God, either through starvation or by what other means, that these children, these kidnappers, these terrorists surrenders. Why can't we, and I still insist on it, why is the same method, non-kinetic method, that produced result in Kebbi, not producing result in Oyo State. These are the issues.
Truly, these are the issues. As much as we commend the efforts of the security agencies for at least, they come out to tell us that they're doing something. But then again, we've gone past the minimums they're giving us. By now, we should have gotten more detailing, more infrastructure setup, more architecture setup, one that is formidable and one that is, recognizable. When we talk about it, we can, attest to a certain degree of effort that is being, added when it comes to security and security infrastructure. But that's that on that. Moving on to our next paper from the Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. This is regarding the by-elections conducted across the Enugu North Senatorial District. Governor Mbah reacts to Asogwa's Enugu North Senatorial by-election victory. Governor petermbah of Enugu State has congratulated the winner and candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, in the Saturday by-election for Enugu North Senatorial District, Chief Ikeje Asogwa, describing the landslide victory as an affirmation of APC's overwhelming acceptance and dominance in the state's politics. The returning officer, Professor Christian Ezibe, announced the results in the early hours of Sunday at the INEC office in the local government and said Asogwa pulled a total of 162,360 votes to defeat his closest rival, Nesto Ezeme, of the People's Democratic Party, who garnered 9,299 votes. This election was conducted across 6 local government areas of Enugu State: Nsukka, Igweze North, Igweze South, Ozowani, Igwetiti, and Udeni local government areas. And for the governor to have commended, that means it's the governor, of course, this is APC, and so he's congratulating and hoping that the tenure of this chairman or this senator brings hope, brings fruitfulness and progress to the east, to the northeast, the Enugu North. That's right, Enugu North Senatorial District in Enugu State. And so he has congratulated him and said it's also a vote of confidence of this certain Senator Chief Ikeje, who has distinguished himself in the service of his people and the state.
All right. Congratulations to the APC for emerging victorious in the Enugu North by-election that was conducted, and to the candidate himself, Chief Israel Ikeje Asogwa, in this very by-election. It goes to strengthen what many analysts over time seem to say, that his candidacy, would sustain the gentleman agreement between people in that federal constituency, where over time they've continued to rotate the positions amongst the constituencies. We've seen groups from other parts of the Nsukka area, Nsukka Igweze, Nsukka and Udenu and other places, take part to produce candidate after candidate. And given the demise of the last senator, there, in this by-election, they went ahead to respect that agreement by letting Ikeje emerge from that very zone to complete that very tenure. Having said that, this by-election in Enugu North, according to many, is a litmus test for the popularity not of the candidate of the APC, but of the political clout of the governor himself, who, after the turmoil of his own election, was able to move away from the party upon which he was elected into office, moving from the PDP into APC, and then over time trying to consolidate. So many assume that this will be a proper period through the Enugu North senatorial by-election to see if that overwhelming presence and popularity, would manifest to votes. And obviously, it has manifested to in victory for the APC in this by-election. So why many are celebrating the senator-elect, they are sending congratulatory message to the governor himself that indeed this could be a pointer to the overwhelming endorsements that has been, receiving across the various zones in Enugu North and parts of Enugu State in this very instance. That is not just endorsements on the surface, but these endorsements have cut deep into the grassroots, giving the overwhelming votes the victory that this by-election ensured. So in all, it will go further to enable and embolden the APC family, across, not just within Enugu State, but even at the federal level, that they have capacity. The APC is a machinery that has been built on consolidating its hold, what it talks about having structures. And these structures are being tested through these by-elections that are being conducted. And APC has been coming victorious in most of these contests. So it tells you about a party that is well prepared going into the 2027 election. And the Enugu State, in this instance, has assured the larger APC family that they are prepared to take the bull by the horn, that when the time comes, that the structures that they've set in place will be able to deliver, across the various divides in this very instance. However, we may not totally, call it based on the by-election in Enugu North, because a whole lot of factors may trump up, a matter of time and days, because in politics, they say a day is such a long time in politics that dynamics could change. So we never can tell, what may come up to change these very dynamics. The APC will continue to work hard, and then the whole election, even the governor himself, who will be standing an election in 2027, would be tested strongly. However, on the other divide, many people say no, that there are no challengers, which is why I'm happy that even PDP unexpectedly, made a showing. They weren't the party I was thinking that could come through to this close, to APC, but they did have some showings telling you that the PDP may not, at the end of the day, be wished away in Enugu State over the years through 1999 until in 2024, 2025, where the incumbent governor decamped to the APC. PDP has been a very strong political party in Enugu State, winning majorly every elections in Enugu State, controlling every political structure in Enugu State. So many were thinking that with the moving to the APC, that the PDP structure, would be derailed and wouldn't be able to mount any sort of challenges. Why people are happy on other political parties like the NDC that just, due to the Obi effect, to be able to mount some challenges in this by-election and other election that may happen. But the ADC too, while we are looking at them, ADC too seems to be much more in distress, sort of. Sorry to anybody that may feel offended. But going forward, we'll see how these opposition parties may be able to regroup and re-energize themselves to challenge the APC. But the fact remains that going by the structures on ground, it becomes even increasingly difficult to see how these opposition political parties will be able to challenge the APC, because obviously what's on ground is that there may not be the strength in opposition political parties as far as the Enugu State is concerned to really challenge the APC as of today. But like I did submit, we will continue to wait. A lot of dynamics, a lot of factors may play in to see that things change, and then not negating where the power lies, which is in the people. The people of Enugu State may overnight, choose to abandon the ruling political party in Enugu State and towards any other direction. These are things that could happen. So in all, we congratulate the APC family in Enugu State, the governor and the senator-elect for this very victory. Yeah. However, in every election is not over until the litigations are over. Yes. Being in a situation where the courts over time have determined the outcome of election. Election in Nigeria these days are no longer just being determined from the ballot and the INEC announcements. You see it stretched over time. It happened in 2023. the presidential election and across, even senatorial and other elections, they were challenged, seeing the judiciary making the call in most of our election. And I may posit that it may be unforeseen if any of the contenders in this very election would want to stretch further by going to the court to appeal the outcome.
I think Labour Party had a complaint. Labour Party, SDP had a complaint about not uploading their party agents onto the portal, and some have accused or alleged vote buying irregularities. So they are still, like you said, they are still going to be. It's not enough that he has been declared winner. The litigations have to, come in. We have to see people go to court. But I must commend the Rivers State elections that was held yesterday. PDP, the candidate of PDP still retained his seat in this district where the election was conducted. But across all other states where these by-elections were conducted, we saw APC winning. And then again, like Mr. Uche rightly said, the other parties would have to find something to make accusations over, and the litigations will come up, and hopefully before the end of the year these litigations will have been sorted out and the rightful winners installed in office.
Yes, there's no election anywhere that doesn't have its challenges. I tell you, every election comes with its own challenges, and over time these crises, these challenges are part of the process. More often, you would see in Nigeria where people are not magnanimous in victory and are bitter when they lose. You understand? However, we'll continue to interrogate the process. What matters is that if we are able to get a clean process, it will determine that you have a clean outcome. But when a process, has issues, then there will be a whole lot of issues, that will arise, that will question the outcome itself. It's not oblivious. We're not oblivious of the fact that these political parties, the opposition, are speaking to a very congent issue about non-uploading of their party agents in that itself. It could be a challenge in itself, but it still remains to be seen if there's enough ground upon which an election of this magnitude could be overturned. And then, like I did tell you, most of our elections end up in courts, and over time, it's been the courts that determine the outcome of our elections over time. So, be that as it may, you've seen that most elections in Nigeria would encounter one or two issues. But for me, there are whole other issues I would want to interrogate in this by-elections that we are conducted, because this may be a pointer towards, the next general election in Nigeria. But given that till this moment we've not heard about killings and so I would go ahead to, say kudos to the Commissioner of Police of Enugu State, who rightly, assured the citizens of Enugu State that the election is going to be hitch-free security-wise. I listened to the police PRO speaking on this very issue, that they've deployed massive number of policemen, but that notwithstanding, that there were still pockets of violence here and there, but it was not such to forestall the outcome of the election. Yes, the case where these opposition political parties are complaining, there will be other issues, many of them. But what matters is that, yes, we're not saying that their complaints should be negated, but they still stand a time to go maybe further to the cause to challenge the process and the outcome. But what we are saying is that INEC, we expect, should learn, from the challenges that he has encountered, throughout these by-elections, and then use it to strengthen itself and get better going into the general elections. Yes.
Okay. We'll have more updates on the papers this morning to analyze and discuss on, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. you kidnap ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now moving on to the Daily Sun. The headlines read, flood, windstorm, destroy shops, farmlands in Ebonyi communities. Flood, windstorm, destroy shops and farmlands in Ebonyi community. Floods and windstorms have caused widespread destruction of shops and farmlands in parts of Ebonyi state and destroyed property worth millions of naira. The disaster occurred following a downpour last Saturday, accompanied by a windstorm, and the communities affected were Afikpo and Apoha in Afikpo local government area of the state and Abakaliki metropolis. This said downpour, which lasted for 3 hours, triggered severe flooding that submerged farmlands along the Abakaliki-Afikpo expressway, and the accompanying windstorm blew off roofs of several shops and damaged many property. Now, the Ebonyi State Emergency Management Agency have been called on by the citizens to visit these affected communities and assess the extent of the damage. So, I mean, this community is said to have experienced recent frequent floodings and downpours in recent times, and this thing has cut across Afikpo, Amasiri, Apoha, and the metropolis in general. So they are asking that something be done because it's rainy season and we've had series of flooding issues that have come up across the southeastern states, and with all the projections that were made over time, we still experience flooding. So this is what happened on Saturday and has submerged and destroyed property worth millions of naira. And then when this, I often wonder what the remedy is when such things come up. What exactly is to be done? Because these predictions were made in the beginning of the year, and states that were considered high risk to floodings and these erosions were announced. But somehow I wouldn't know if it's the failure on the part of the government or the citizens not paying attention to these informations when they are passed. But then again, this is the recent development in Ebonyi State, and it's quite sad that people have to go through this in a time where we're battling hunger, battling insecurity. And they said that these victims have lamented that the flood destroyed crops, including yam, cassava, maize, rice, melon, and other produce. And these are things that serve as staple foods. The things that is not something that you have to, spend so much money in buying. They grow these things on their farmland. It is easily processed. You can easily get them and eat. But then they have to battle with the flood and the water and submerged large portions of the farmlands.
Yeah, over time, we'll continue to hold government accountable for a number of reasons. You see, flooding in Nigeria has become a recurring decimal every season in Nigeria, especially when you get into the wet season, where the riverbank starts to overflow, given the increased terrestrial rainfalls and all that. But, the question remains at the end of the day, what do we learn from previous experiences? We cry about it, begin to raise awareness when this happens every season. But afterwards, what do we do? Yes, you rightly pointed out to the number of issues that would, necessitate flooding in states. And part of those issues some of them are human-made issues that people and government can handle. When we look at this issue over time, we are told that people build on waterways. People farm along these water routes and other things. Now, what do you do after each flooding season, rainy season, when the flooding has sacked many villages, wreaked havoc? Now we're talking about farmlands in Ebonyi State, and perhaps with the windstorms, many houses, may be equally affected negatively. Now, the question is, would the NEMA, which always, is the first point of call, raising awareness on these issues and then helping to navigate these affected areas whenever it occurs, one would expect that at this point in time that the government may be able to have a clear roadmap and engage, especially communities that are prone to this flooding, in order to create better waterways, demolish houses and relocate people who have built around and along these waterways, relocate them, then demolish these buildings that would, make it difficult for the flow of the water, in this very regard. And beyond that, what are we doing in terms of being informed about climatic change that may begin to, ensure that this issue of flooding, continue to be on a higher increase over time? One will recall what happened in Niger State during the last year's rainy season. Beyond Niger State, go to Jigawa State. You see Hadija in Jigawa State. You see what flooding is causing in that area. And even some parts of Anambra State and Kogi State are not exempt. Now we are talking about Ebonyi State. And after we've mitigated this very challenge, what are we going to do to see that it doesn't happen again? And if it does happen, that it will be of minimal effect. What are we doing to, navigate this very challenge and take advantage of it? This is where the question lies. Yes, we may be sympathetic and we must be sympathetic to those in the affected communities and areas. But beyond that, we will get out of the rainy season. The riverbanks will dry up. The rivers would, the tides would come down. Then in that period, what are you doing? How are you engaging people? What sort of orientation? Yes, people will say that they will be losing their ancestral farmland, but you'd rather lose ancestral farmland than losing people. You can relocate people from the waterways, from the areas where people have gone to build, and then, around the sewages and the gutter that will let the water flow. And then beyond that, what sort of waste management do you have in the area? You may say that these are in the hinterland where you may not need proper waste management, but what happens in cities around will have a way of impacting these very waterways and this community. So in this regard, we will call on government, beyond the issue of having a conversation, raising sympathies and awareness, that something meaningful should be done in this regard. Yes, I hear people argue that how would government be able to navigate this very challenge where it occurs at several states? But there should be a collaboration even with the subnational government, have a proper engagement to see that it doesn't happen again. Not when we talk about flooding, you now see leaders, politicians going to make donations, people who want to show sympathy, but who can handle this very issue? Yes, there are instances, and our cases are not worse off, like in climes where they have hurricanes and other issues. And you will see that even before the hurricanes happen, before they come around, there will be an announcement for people to vacate this area. These are the things that we can do. We know through NIMET, we know what the weather projection is. We know if there will be high tides and all that. So we could evacuate people and inform people even before the farming season, before they go to farm in those areas where they may have borrowed money, for fertilizers and crops, and hoping to make profit from it, repay their loans. And then when flooding happens, they lose all that. You can sensitize them on time that there may be chances of flooding in this area come next wet season. Therefore, it won't be advantageous for you to farm in these very places. Because, we are in a climate where things are so difficult, people cannot insure their farms. People are still grappling on how to feed. Not talk about insuring farmlands where most of them are at subsistence level. So beyond that, the buck at the end of the day, stops on the desk of these leaders, both at the federal and at the subnational level. And if we do not engage this flooding, climatic change, frontally, it may continue to wreak more havoc. We know the lives that we are lost in Niger State. We saw the approach of government. Those approaches may not produce lasting effect. What will produce lasting effect is educating the people, engaging the people, get information across beforehand, so that people would move away from these very places.
I just hope that these issues are addressed. One of the conversations I've had on the show is with a guest who I asked a question. So if these projections are made and then you don't do anything about it, and is it that you forget that come the next season, that the chances of these incidents reoccurring are forgotten? Because that's one thing. If, let's say that something is that this is addressed, relief is being brought to these people, because I don't think there is a permanent solution to flooding as it is currently in Nigeria. Now, you make these projections, you make these plans, you bring this assistance, put them in IDP camps, renovate their homes or something. What happens for the next season? How do you prepare? It's not about finding a quick fix for the current situation. What are the projections that are made for the next season, so that these persons, just like Mr. Uche have said, in sensitizing them, they know well enough not to farm in these areas. They know well enough where to position their homes, which also brings us back to the conversation of people that build houses and erect structures. How are these places mapped out? What are the restrictions given to land allocation? Or this is where it could be prone to flooding and erosion. This is how you ought to build. This is what you need to elevate. What are the education giving for the future? Not just for how to, rectify the issues ongoing now. Yes, it is good to want to have a solution for the current situation, but what are you doing for the next year? What are you doing for the years to come? Because the persons that are in power now may not be in power the next time, and it will be another government should come and help us. There should be something that is solid and concrete that should be put on ground to ensure that we're not we're not a water surrounded east or a surrounded district like the west, or say you're living in Lagos where you're surrounded with water, or you're living in Kogi, or you're living in Niger, or you're living in these areas where water is you're all surrounded by water. Yes, we are in the southeast and we are not really a water district. So there should be some sort of definite measure somehow. It could be a structure, it could be a wall rate, it could be something. And for these communities, it's one thing to erect structures in the metropolis, in the urban areas. What about the rural areas? What happens to them? Teach them not to set up bands in places that that water could, come and clear their things. Teach them how to erect structures, create solid foundations that can stand the test of time. These are things, it's not just about the government or the emergency agency. It's about all the sectors, the health sectors, teaching them what the first aid is, how to move things, the safety measures to take before the season, the structures to set up before the rain comes, so that we have limited casualties and limited things that will be destroyed when these things happen.
Yes, these are the issues. Yes, you pointed out the fact that we have successive governments, but it tells you that there is no clear roadmap. That's why over time I talk about policies. When you have strong institutions, you have policies, not where you have strong individuals, strong leaders. It weakens the very institutions that should formulate these policies and for these leaders to follow. If you have a policy in place, each successive government will toe the same line. And in this instance, beyond even keeping people in IDP camp, the point remains the willingness, of the government to do the needful. When you do over time, you see that because of the shortness of our electoral season, the government shy away from, doing the hard things so that the people will not be angry with them and they are able to return to power. But if government is willing to take hard choices, face hard issues, and then spend the needed resources, you will see that these issues may be navigated. It will not be reoccurring over time. And when it's an emergency and it happens in that way, then it's quite understandable. But we are talking about where yearly we are facing similar challenges. You move people into IDP camp, people lose lives and property and a lot of things. So in this regard, there is need, and therefore we call on the government to please have a policy direction as regards flooding in Nigeria, so that we won't be, getting into emergency situation. We can relocate people away from these high flooding prone areas. Beyond that, the onus lies on government to equally sensitize the people. There has to be proper and consistent sensitization of the people on issues around flooding, especially on states, areas, communities that are so prone to high flooding. Therefore, we urge the government to please come to the assistance of those who've been exposed by the flooding in Ebonyi State.
Okay. Moving over to the Daily Trust, the headline reads, Tuji's new appearance sparks concern. Tuji's new appearance sparks concern. The emergence of a new image or public appearance by the notorious bandit leader, Bello Tuji, has triggered fresh concerns among security observers and the public. The development has raised questions about his continued activities, operational strength, and the effectiveness of ongoing efforts to curb banditry and restore security in Nigeria. Communities in the eastern part of Sokoto have raised fresh security concerns following the report that notorious bandits leader Bello Tuji and his loyalists are conducting weapon training and tactical drills in parts of Isa, local government area of Sokoto State. Security sources said these alleged training activities are taking place in communities such as Binga, Bale, Basa, Bafarawa, Baragaja, and Gebe, all located within the Eastern Senatorial District. And this is Tuji, someone that has been, someone that is known, is the most notorious bandit and terrorist leader operating in northwestern Nigeria, particularly in Zamfara, Sokoto, and parts of Niger. And the fact that this has made it to the news headlines this morning is quite, for me, is quite troubling. How are we talking about this in the manner that we are discussing it? How is he? I mean, this is someone that we know has been on the run. Someone that we know has been trying to, we've been trying to capture. And now we are learning that he's setting up camps and having weapon training and tactical drills. These are things that are seen only among the military. These are things that are seen only among government agencies. And now a notorious bandit leader, one that has terrorized and is still terrorizing citizens across the northeastern part of Nigeria, is seen to be conducting weaponry training and tactical drilling to recruit more people. This is quite disturbing. So we are having a whole weapon training and tactical drilling somewhere in part of Nigeria, and we're publishing it. What is the government doing? How are they, planning to tackle this? Mr. Uche.
Anyway, if you're asking the question how government is planning to tackle this, you know what the answer is, except you want to raise questions that government cannot answer. Because when you talk about Bello Tuji has been operating around these areas for quite some time. He's not a newcomer to this area, and the security forces and the Nigerian government are so much aware of him. Over time we were told that they've decimated his camp and all that, and then here he reemerges, and whenever he reemerges, he makes a showing of it. He's one, terrorist kingpin that doesn't hide his identity, that doesn't hide. In fact, he celebrates it wherever he is. And over time, we've seen moments where he has led his group into negotiation, even with government people in this very instance. So Bello Tuji is not a new name when it comes to insurgency and kidnapping, bandits, terrorism, in Nigeria. I think he's one highly placed kingpin in this area, this regard. The question for me is, why have the Nigerian state allowed him free hand to operate till this time? Why has it been so difficult for them to decimate him, send him to heaven in this very instance? Why have he been allowed to operate till this moment? These are the questions that one may be, prone to ask. And whoever has followed, his trajectory and his boldness over time may not be surprised that he's conducting tactical weapon training in Nigeria, a non-military, establishment, a ragtag establishment. And, there are several risks, which is why when we raise our voice on security and security challenges in Nigeria, is as if it's personal. But it should be personal for every Nigerian, because the primary responsibility of government is to protect life and property of citizens. And when government fails in this very duty, then you may be heading to a situation or a banana republic where people will be left with no choice but to defend themselves. And in these regards, you are creating a breeding ground for chaos. Now, an insurgent is organizing tactical weapon and training and is being reported. We should hide our face in shame. It doesn't happen any other place in the world. Even in Somalia, that is high heaven for terrorism and terrorism trainings and tactical awareness, they do not operate with such bravery and such bravery, And in our case, we've allowed Bello Turji become a phenomenon, such that there are people who celebrate his appearance on social media, that he can appear, seem to do whatever he wants, and then disappears and reappear again. And then some information officer or director somewhere will tell us about how they've led an onslaught against his establishment and decimated them without the capacity to, re-emerge. Here he has re-emerged. And beyond, do you know the sort of weapon training that he's organizing? Meaning that he still has access to recruitment of more people, then access to more equipment. Perhaps he has taken delivery of new equipment that his men need to master how to use it. And if care is not taken, and they've brandished it over time, they may begin to acquire ground-to-air missile. And when you begin, because now they mine, yes, part of the security challenges that hinder military operations across some of the domains where they are is that they mine these places. Then when they have the capacity to mine these places and have mine-prone vehicles to navigate the area, they are able to lay their hands on anti-aircraft missiles. Then what will happen? They will begin to declare a republic of their own, meaning that the Nigerian state, who has lost the ability to rightfully police that territory. Because with the ground-to-air missile, you cannot even scramble fighter jets anyhow without the fear of being gunned down. So these people are becoming more emboldened by the day, such that I will continue to insist and advise the federal government of Nigeria that it's high time we call a security conference until we begin to develop and devise Nigerian solution to handling and tackling insurgency in Nigeria. Then you may be heading for the abyss in this nation, and I'm sorry about it, because obviously with what is staring us in the face and beyond the Turin cheese from the government quarters, we do not have a handle on the security situation in Nigeria. And it begins to baffle me how we are talking about 2027 election. Everybody is getting, on a campaign footing. People are wearing their campaign shoes already. The fanfare everywhere is that of campaign season. When we do not even know if we will have we will be able to, organize this election across the 707 local governments in this nation. When we will see their territories to bandits, where they are collecting, royalties from some of the indigenes and, levying and collecting taxes as well. The issue is that is the Nigerian state, shrinking its space and willingly letting the insurgents control some part of it? These are the questions every C should be asking, which is why I wonder the sort of advice they are giving from the office, the Ministry of Defense and the ONSA. Why is these people becoming more emboldened? Why are they, showing this in our faces? A military insurgent, a terrorist is organizing tactical weapons and training within your territory, and we are still talking about it. I do not know any developed nation that will allow such to happen. Tomorrow, what if they're able to go into alliance with an enemy state? What happens? These are the issues that should be interrogated. And over time, because Mr. President did identify this very issue himself that part of the security challenges that we are facing as a people is as a result of the fallout from the Sahel. And I ask, what have we done to engage the Sahel governments? Are we still on the toga that we cannot speak and allow the countries where there are military dictators in place? In against diplomacy, in against the very essence of securing this nation. I am expecting that at this instant, with our position in our position in Africa, that we should be able to, in this very regard, engage all the West African states, the sub-Saharan states, engage them in a security conference, devise a holistic approach to ending insecurity in Nigeria. If you do not have peace in some of these places, it may be difficult to have peace in Nigeria. And over time, they've spoken to the, movement of arms from the crisis in Libya into our region. And if this is the case, why is this so difficult for us to engage these governments across board, devise a means to policing the Saharan and see that people don't have, absolute and movement and when they want it? What are we doing with the governments of Niger, Chad, as well? This Cameroon, what are we doing with them to see that our territory is well secure? And in this instance, why is it so difficult for us to unleash the Nigerian military might on Bello Toji?
Mine is, the person that announced this was the Sokoto State Coordinator of the Movement for Social Justice and Good Governance, Bashiru Issa. He posted it on Facebook on Saturday. And then my question is, if we have so much intelligence to learn about these things, he has told us that military style training is ongoing, weapons handling exercises using newly acquired arms. You're telling us, that they acquired a night vision device. You're telling us they've acquired more weapons. They are brandishing their weapons for people to see. How is it that the intelligence that gets the information about the whereabouts of these insurgents cannot trail them, cannot locate? I'm sure these things works with GPS, works with map location. How is it? Same question I asked last 2 weeks ago when we learned about the death of Governor Rabe, when they brought back his body. The people that went to collect this body, the people that trail this intelligence, the people that gather this information, why is it that the only things that we learn about are the intelligence reports? At what point will this intelligence, I'm not trying to teach anybody their work, I'm not trying to undermine anybody's efforts, but then again, we should have gotten to the point where, this is what our intelligence findings are, and this is what our intelligence process is, or our intelligence strategy is to getting these people. This is the far we've come. Not coming to tell us, the security agencies is up to par, or that the insurgents will be clamped down shortly. What are the intelligence outfits doing? How is it that the only place where we see your prowess is when it comes to gathering information? Like I said, I'm not undermining the efforts of the intelligence outfits, but then again, you acquire this intelligence and you come to tell us because, these are the things we ought to know, and we don't see what you do behind the closed doors. But then again, we need something to hold on to. It is not enough. Like I mentioned in the beginning, this is quite disheartening to see a newspaper outline the operations of a known terrorist of the country, someone who was terrorized and is still terrorizing regions in a country as big as Africa and as big as Nigeria. And the intelligence outfits are telling us these informations, bringing this information to our notice. But we want to see efforts. Mr. Uche, we've said it countless times. We want to see efforts. We want to see results. We want to see where you're telling us, this is what they are bringing up, but these are the counter efforts we're making to clamp down on the operation, not just coming out to tell us that 2G has set up camps. And it's been 2 days now. What are the efforts that you've made? What are the progresses that have been made? That's the question That's the question and the conversation I would like to have when it comes to this particular subject.
Yes, we urge the government of Nigeria to increase action and their onslaught against insurgents. In fact, it's time for them to wear that political will to decisively deal with the insecurity in Nigeria. At the end of the day, like we always say, the buck stops on their table, and we will continue to question their handling of security issues in Nigeria. The children from Oyo State are still in captivity. Bello Toji is setting camps and training more men on weapon handlings. Is unfortunate, and the buck stops on your table. What will this have on your government? What sort of report? What sort of dent? Time is now for us to tackle the security situation.
Okay, that's the moment we're taking this morning on the Sunrise Show. Thank you so much for sitting with us. Okay, all right. We'll get more topics and conversation this morning, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Many thanks for staying with us up to this moment. Now moving into the Nation newspaper. On the headline, it reads, Ekiti poll, how Oyebanji won. Ekiti State Governor Biodun Abayomi Oyebanji won over 80% of the total votes cast in Saturday's election. The governor won in all 16 local government areas and in 175 out of 177 wards, which made him the first governor to win back-to-back. Oyebanji polled 319,222 votes to 40,543 votes won by People's Democratic Party candidate Wole Oluyede. And you had other candidates coming up behind him. The president has severed the joy of victory and has urged the governor to be magnanimous in triumph and carry stakeholders along in charting the course of progress across Ekiti State.
All right. Congratulations to the APC one more time. Many analysts projected a victory for the APC in Oyo State and also in Ekiti State, sorry. And it was a keenly contested election in this very regard, despite many challenges that, heralded the exercise itself. But while we send our congratulations, I would rather like to look into the election, the conduct itself. And one thing that continued to ike me in this very, by-elections and off-cycle election is that it's as if voter turnout continue to shrink over time. And this could be a pointer to, voter citizens' disenchantment with the happenings around our elections. In a state where you had over 1 million registered voters, who had 1,059,360 registered voters, and then 1,028,929 came out to collect their PVC. Then What happens to the turnout to that election? What are the number of persons that came out to vote in that election? The people that came out for the election were not up to 1 million in this very instance. In fact, when you look at the numbers, you will see that when we take away the number of voters that were, rejected or refused for one reason or another, that was less than 7,000. And then the emergence of the governor, in this very instance, again, is not up to even above 500,000 in this regard. In fact, when you aggregate the total number of votes cast, it's not up to 400,000 votes in all. I think the total number of votes cast in Ekiti State is around 380-something thousand votes. And then the governor, speaking to valid votes, around 375,000 votes or thereabouts. Then, taking away the rejected votes, what are the numbers with which the governor was re-elected in this, though better than 2023, but the numbers in this time around is equally less than 500,000 as well. So these are issues that one must, keenly interrogate. And in the case of Ekiti State, if, for example, when you check the statistics and the numbers compared to 2023, where you had 987,647 registered voters, and where 958,052 persons turned up to, collect their PVC, you see that despite this huge registration and collection of PVC, turnout on election day still remain abysmal. So why are we not interrogating this very issue to find out why at the end of the day people are not coming out to participate, not just to collect the PVCs as ID card, but using them to determine and engage the process? These are a whole lot of issues, and it could be a pointer to a pattern that may lead to the 2027 election, where voter apathy may equally be a thing, going forward. So these are the issues for me, for us to interrogate. And then there are still emerging allegations against the ruling APC and INEC in this very regard. So the things that we've learned in this election, INEC should take them, go back to the drawing table, look at this issue, see how to make proper arrangements, equip itself to organize better and proper, free, fair, credible election in 2027. We should take every anomalies, every shortcomings, every loopholes from the by-elections, from the off-cycle elections, and fortify ourselves. And remember that the process needs to be credible. If we don't have a credible process, the outcome will be questioned. The outcome cannot be said to be free, fair, and credible. These are the things that matter. Because I've watched clips coming out from Ekiti State where somebody was boldly, to accuse INEC of other hands. And this person is not even a participant in the election, so to say. He's not of any known political party and should be said to be somehow allied, with the ruling party, coming out publicly to make that allegation with substantial evidence of people of INEC being involved in redistribution of PVCs on election day for people to cast their vote. But against all that, the turnout is still low. The number of persons that voted in Ekiti election still way beyond what should be expected, where over 1 million people had access to the PVC, less than 1 million turning out to vote in election, is worrisome. And a similar case in other off-cycle election that has been conducted. So INEC needs to sit back, especially the research department of INEC should find out what are the factors that is limiting the people from coming to participate in the election after having registered, collected their PVC. And again, you see the number of people that are accredited to vote in an election. At the end of the day, when you see the votes cast, it's not be up to the number of the accredited person, meaning that some people, after getting accredited, will leave the venue, go back home, sit home, and then do not participate in this election. Yes, we may argue that there may be good things, from the off-cycle election. Yes, we've seen the good things from our elections, but we marry them together, forge ahead. And then that leads us to issue of vote buying again. What are we doing, especially for INEC, to see that vote buying does not become an issue, going forward in other elections, especially as we journey along to 2027 election, less than 8 months away. We need to deal with these things. Then, speaking to security issues in our election, yes, I've received results from both the palatable and the non-palatable. But we still believe that the standard that was set in Anambra obstacle election should be the way to go, where the security agencies knew their job. They stayed away from the polling unit while providing security, non-interfering in the process. This should be the way to go and should be encouraged. And we are hoping that this pattern should be replicated. The chairman of INEC, Amupitan, should know that there's a lot at stake, especially when across political lines, parties, his credibility is in question. He needs to sit up and see that he lives up to expectation, beyond expectation in this very regards. However, we'll continue to congratulate the winner of this election, but like I always submit, our elections are not over until the courts make their inputs. We'll keep watching and see if the parties that have been involved, who are raising a lot of accusation in this very process, would stomach it and keep quiet or go to the courts to challenge the victory of the APC in Ekiti State. And until then, it is the courts that usually have the final say on our election.
And also to add to issue of voter apathy, citizens should understand that away from blaming or apportioning blames to the Electoral Commission, or to say, like we often say here in the studio, it is your responsibility. Until we get to that point where we understand that it is us against us. It is not the party against party. It is not person against place. It's not us against INEC. It is still us that if you don't come out to vote, if you don't understand that the power you have to change the trajectory of things in your state, in your community, and the country at large lies on you, you know, a 100%, or maybe not a 100%, to a very large extent, the power to change the trajectory of things lie on you. So when you don't come out to vote, and like which I have said, when you decide to get your PVC just so it can become another national identification card for you, you are not hurting the next person. Rather, you are hurting yourself. You're stealing from yourself, and you're making yourself vulnerable to things that when decisions are made, it affects you. So put yourself, come out to vote. We've seen things happen in Ekiti and the by-elections. Come out to vote when it gets to the 2027 general elections. That's all we're taking this morning. That's all the time we have this morning on the morning show. Thank you for sitting with us. Till we come your way again tomorrow, I leave you with this quote that we read earlier. Nigeria's future will not be decided by those who complain the loudest, but by those who show up and vote. Register, participate, and make your voice count. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good day.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us on Sunrise and Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
If you live in the city of Enugu, you've either seen the CNG buses, the shuttle buses, both yellow and white, and the keke napep tricycles, and you choose which to convey with. Now, in the time of innovation and evaluation, what do we say about the situation of transportation in Enugu State? Is it viable? Is the solution of transport and traffic solved? Or do we still have a long way to go in transportation sector in Enugu State? On today's edition of Quest in the Streets, we're looking at how people have valued transportation, how people view the mode of transportation, and what best are their modes of transportation in Enugu.
The transportation in Enugu is fair, but it's not all that fair. Things is still high price because of the report we used to have is because of the petrol, the hike up of the petrol. But I may tell you people, in Enugu here, it's better than other states. But in Nigeria today, Nigeria is no longer Nigeria.
The basic thing we should have, we are not getting it. So the CNG buses, I'm not fancying anything in that for the moment. Because there is a stage we should get before we start enjoying some certain things. There are certain things that should be put into place. There are certain things that should be put into place. So I can't have vehicle to move and you force me to go and start queuing in for CNG or what you call it, buses. Things should be made available. Let the right thing be done. Let us have our fuel which we own in this country and be able to fuel our vehicles and move the way we want.
Good work is going on currently because last plan of what we are having in Enugu was not like this before. As you can see, the road everywhere is moving. People are crossing. Traffic, not much traffic. Like those days in New Haven Extension, you see more of traffic. But right now, you can't see all those things now. Agri-Bank, ESBS, all those areas, there's no traffic. And I am saying they should keep doing the right thing.
I would say the CNG buses have assisted to alleviate some certain, there are some places in which some of these public buses, they might not take you down the route, but the CNG buses will take you to the bus stop, park there for you to come down. Then another thing I found out is that their prices are cheaper.
This our governor buses is helping a lot, because even at night when there is no vehicle to convey you to your destination, that bus is there just for you to get your ticket and you enter. You've already boarded it. It will convey you to your destinations. So I think it's very, very helpful to us, the citizens of Enugu.
We are witnessing the presence of CNG buses, you understand, which the governor introduced. But introducing CNG buses is not enough. Let him look at the area. Let him look at the area of high taxation. The system of taxation is very hard on the people of Enugu State. I would rather advise state government to get more buses, number one, and to list the route in which every community, let them just get the list of the different communities. Are you getting what I'm saying? And have like 33 buses stationed for that particular community in order to help ameliorate that high cost of transportation.
This transport has brought a very big relief to students, to civil servants, to businessmen and women in this Enugu State. And it's very affordable. Even rich men leave their cars because of the cost of fuel and all of that. So they do enter this bus because it's very comfortable, very affordable and very safe. So that is I really thank the governor of this state, Petermbah, who has brought this smart bus for us. And the challenges we do have here is, because of the safe, the convenience, and the affordability of this bus. So we do have crowd. So many people would like to enter, you know, understand? So many people would like to, you know, want to enter the bus, you understand? So, but if the bus is not, maybe if they don't have enough buses to carry the passengers, so that is when they will be, you know, that is the reason why they need more buses. But I thank God at least these buses, because in this place, if any bus leaves, they will provide another one immediately, no delay.
One other determining factor in a society or in the ecosystem, aside food, shelter, and clothing, is transportation. It is one thing to have where to go to. It's another major thing to have a means of transportation. Now, in Enugu, whether the CNG buses, be it the shuttle buses, or the kekenapep, or private vehicles, the most important thing that citizens enjoy is having to get to their destinations and in time. So we employ the government. We've heard the streets speak, and we're employing the government to make, however it is, make means of transportation easy and affordable, as this enhances living, as this alleviates pain in little ways that we can afford. In Enugu, I am Princess Ken Ochoma, reporting for Aneke TV News.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we'll bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And now we'll look at Bola Tinubu's 3 years, testing Nigeria's democratic journey. 3 years ago, Bola Tinubu walked into Aso Rock to take over the mantle of leadership of Nigeria. Today, we mark the critical benchmark. One question demands to be asked, not by politicians, not by stakeholders, but by the ordinary Nigerians who has watched from the sidelines. Has Nigeria's democratic rule truly advanced under Tinubu, or has it stalled? This is not a conversation about partisan interest. It is about the democratic journey itself, about whether the institutions that hold our democracy together are stronger or weaker today than they were 3 years ago. About whether the people's trust in elections, in governance, and in the rule of law has grown or eroded. About whether the promise of change have translated into reality for the millions who voted Tinubu into office. In these 3 years, Nigerians have faced economic hardship, rising insecurity, contentious electoral reforms, and a deepening crisis of confidence in public institutions. The 2023 elections brought Tinubu to power, but did they also strengthen the democratic foundation he now stands on? Or have they exposed cracks that threaten the entire structure? On today's Insight, we confront the realities. What has Tinubu's 3 years record done to Nigeria's democratic institutions? How have elections, governance, and the rule of law fared under his administration? And most critically, where does Nigeria's democratic journey stand today? And what must change to keep it on course? And joining us with deeper insight is a veteran and the publisher of the Voice paper here in the studio, Dr. Don Eze. Don, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Doc, you know, it's been a long time we spoke, and the last time I checked, maybe you were out of the country or something when I was trying to reach you. So it's such a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Welcome.
Yeah, Doc, you know, you've been around, you've seen it all, you've reported it, you've written about it, and good for us, you're now speaking about it. But the question is, how would you describe Nigeria's democracy, you know, as at today?
The Nigerian democracy today is not anything to write home about, because everything has gone haywire. Nothing is working in the country. Look at insecurity. In any case, the voluntary administration has helped us to make sure that we get more loan. We have
More
gotten
loan?
loans. We have gotten a lot of loans. And what do we do with those loans is accumulating? Nothing on the ground to say about it. We have made sure that there's a lot of insecurity. What Tinubu has also done is to make sure that he captured the country, make sure that all the democratic elements in the country is destroyed. Look at, we now have about 30 states of the country being held by Tinubu, because he was using money to buy all those governors around. But
that's allegedly. We don't have facts. We don't have any facts to that.
We have more than 30 states.
Yes,
under
his control, but we don't have a fact that he bought them with money.
Whether he bought it with money, I don't know. But what happens is that we have 31 states under Tinubu's administration. What have those states done for us? He captured. What have they done for us? Nothing to show about it. We have gotten more loans than probably we about 30 years ago by Tinubu administration. What can we say that has done with those loans he got? Nothing to show about it. The country is under the security is in increase. Every day we hear about capturing, abductions, killing of people, everywhere. Those places safe in this country under the Tinubu administration. I don't know how do we really rate him. Is it up to 10%? I don't think it will. If we check what he has done, it's not up to 10 to 20%.
We can't give him 10 to 20%?
At all. Where do you rate him? On what premise do you rate him? Nowhere. Is it in economy? Is it in security? Is it in, I mean, every other, there's nowhere to rest him.
All right, Doc, in fairness to the president, we were told, first of all, you talked about loans. You know, it's argued that there's nothing wrong with taking loans in this instance. And it's said that the economy is consolidating.
How? I will have a lot of economy is it decrease? Are we on the low side? If we say there's nothing about loan, what does he do with those loans is accumulating for our children, grandchildren? What has he done? Look at our roads. Is it fair to go to pass about? Look at our food security. Where do we rate him? Where do even economic itself is very low down. Where do we rate him?
You know, but Doc, in fairness to him, we were told that the foreign reserve has increased. We have over 50 billion US dollars in our reserve, and the economy, yes, like we said, is consolidating. And he said to have removed, and we can attest to it, that he has removed arbitrage in foreign exchange, where we have different, auctions for different people. Now we have a unified forest, auction in this instance.
Oh, these are grammar. When Tinubu came to power, how much do we buy a liter of fuel? When Tinubu came to power, how much do we pay for transportation? When Tinubu came to power, how much do we buy food? A lot of things can be multiplied. You ask of insecurity, which is foremost. Security of life and property is very, very, very important. But you cannot secure the country. What do you read about foreign reserve? What are you doing with foreign reserve? When people are dying, what do we do about foreign reserve when we have no food to eat? A lot of questions could be asked.
All right. You know, Doc, while you were talking, you mentioned insecurity. And I mean to ask, why has insecurity persisted under this administration?
Ask Tinubu. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. If you cannot secure the country, you are not doing anything. Tinubu should tell us what is he doing with insecurity. Every day, abduction, kidnapping everywhere. Because a lot of people in the country are dying. As they said, an idle mind is devil's workshop. When there's no food to eat, when there's no employment, when there's nothing to do, people go with what they have. Insecurity could be tied to the poverty in the land. A lot of people are dying, and they have no job. They have no food to eat. They have no transport is very on the high side. There's no other way to can fight this insecurity because of these things.
All right, Doc, you know, listening to you speak, one would very sure, you know, speak to the fact that you're not happy with the situation on ground. And where do we lay the blame? Is it on the elite politicians or on our weak institutions?
Well, there's no way I can lay this. First of all, like we said before, the country is going down. You cannot blame the elite. The elite are there, but everything is resolved around the president, who is the commander-in-chief. So the elite, there's no governance in that. What we are doing in the country is politics. No governance. No governance. So how do we capture power? How do we capture power? How do we get governor to support them? That's what we're having. But no, there's no governance in the country.
Right. Doc, let me just backtrack a bit. You know, you were talking to a captured state because the ruling party controls about 31 states, you know, and in this instance, one would rightly argue in favor of Mr. President. A number of them, they speak to the work he does, that he has made more funds available for the subnationals, you know, for them to work with. And in this instance, should we blame the president, or do we lay the blame at the doorsteps of the governors at the subnational? And we did hear Mr. President when he did say that the governors should make the ground, you know, should wet the ground more.
Are they doing that? Are they wetting the ground? Where do those money they say is coming in the country? Where does the money go to? Same round of people, governors, local government chairman. That's where it ends. It doesn't come to the people. Who are the main?
So, Doc, you agree with me in this instance that we shouldn't blame Mr. President. Rather, we should put the blame at the where it belongs.
Who do you blame? He gave
more money has been made available.
From one hand, he claims to have given money to the governor. On the other hand, he takes that money from the governors. And that money, he says, doesn't reach to the people. Do you blame the people who do not see that money? But money, they claim, goes to the governors. Where do we blame? Where is the governor doing? What is the governor doing? Is he blaming the governor or is he blaming us? He should take responsibility for all those things that are happening in the country.
So, in your view, Doc, the buck stops at the table of Mr. President?
Yes. He is the commander-in-chief.
But Doc, in fairness and in speaking to democracy, you know, we know that it's government by accredited representation. And in this instance, Mr. President cannot govern alone. There's no way he's going to do it with people. And that's why when he removed subsidy, you remember subsidy is gone. And he said he has made more money available for the subnationals. And they've attested to the fact that, yes, Mr. President is making the money available.
Where is the money? Where is that money? If he makes money available to the governors, where is the money going to? Is it at the president's table or at the governor's table? Where is the money?
So maybe we'll blame the citizens who are not asking questions.
Well, asking the question through you. Ask the president and the governors, where is the money? How much has he made available? The talk of they're going to give money to individuals. Where is the money? We keep on asking, where is the money? Why is this security increasing in the country? Is it not because of poverty? People, and they said, an idle mind is devil's workshop. When there's money, when there's no money, when there's no work, when there's nothing to do, people work, try to help themselves in any way they can. Not for any other reason.
So, if I'm to understand correctly, what you're saying is that the people are not feeling or seeing the dividends of democracy.
They're not. They're not. He removes fuel subsidy. Where is the money? There's no transportation. Everything is go to the farm. Insecurity. You cannot send your people to the farm because of insecurity, and nobody is securing it. Every day we say they generate a lot of money for insecurity, for security. But where is why is security increasing in the country?
Doc, now you've spoken about insecurity, but let's look at education in this instance. How do you rate this administration?
It's disastrous.
Disastrous?
Nothing is working. Education. Look at go to the universities. A lot of things can happen. Nothing is working there. They are also have been on strike. They are planning to go on strike again because of not meeting with the promises of the people, of the governor, of the president. Nothing is working.
Nothing is working in this.
Nothing is working.
But one may argue that this is an administration, the first of its kind, that made fund available for students to access through NEL fund. It has never happened in this nation before.
And how much it was given to the students? How much was being given to the students? That you talk ephemeral, it doesn't have, it's not working in real size. They claim that a lot of money has been made available to students, but where is the money? Students are dying, crying.
Students are crying.
Seriously. Go to institutions, ask them, how are they offending?
So, in fairness to the administration, in which area do you rate this administration so high? What one thing would you say they've done perfectly well?
In politics.
In politics?
Politics, they have done very, very in politics. By capturing all the states. By always giving us a lot of business information that is not working.
When you say politics, how do we begin to rate them politically? Because you talk, when you say politics, you talk about captured states. Mm-hmm. But in this instance, we saw the governors, the campaign. Everyone wants to belong to his party.
Mm-hmm. I think, whose instance?
They were not coerced.
They're not coerced. They are on their own. You could say that. Why are everybody joined APC?
They say because the president is working.
Because he's doing very well.
Yes.
That's why people are joining.
That's what they said.
That's not the people. They join APC.
For example, let's come down to Enugu State. The governor of Enugu State, when he came, he said he wanted to align the states with the center. That he doesn't want the state to be in opposition any longer.
How far has it worked? How far has it worked that it aligns with the center? How much has the state gotten from the president that he has joined him? Anybody can claim anything. The bottom line is somebody is there coercing people to join them, to join him.
Okay. But Doc, holistically, when we look at things, one would agree, away from when this administration came into being, that we've seen an economy that is consolidating better than where they met it in 2023.
That's what tinubu, Buhari has told you. Buhari claimed that he has done very well when he was there in 2023. It's worse than what even Tinubu and Buhari together. The economy is worse than what where we were.
All right, let's move away to that. We were handling voter registration exercise, and the parties are almost done with primaries and gearing towards election. Let me get your view on the electoral process in view with our fledgling democracy and this administration.
The INEC came out with electoral law. That's the electoral law, they brought it. They passed it less than 24 hours after Buhari, Tinubu signed it. They just, nobody scrutinized what they did. Immediately, they passed, because he felt it was going to favor him. That's why they passed the electoral law. Less than 24 hours after he signed it. Is it how to democracy? Did they allow people to look at what they signed, what they wrote? I mean, many people knew about what they wrote. They're just telling us it's going this way, it's going that way. So I don't think the electoral process was very, very fair to us.
You don't think it was very fair?
I don't think. But how can they pass an electoral law less than 24 hours after I signed it?
All right. But Doc, let me ask a little bit away from the Electoral Act, because it's already law and it's already working. We've seen the primaries organized. Let me get your perception on our election from where you sit and your experience. Would you agree that the elections reflect the will of the people?
Is it the one elections that come in front or come?
The ones we've had in these 3 years.
We've had
off-cycle election in Anambra.
Off-cycle in Anambra State. The Anambra people could say it is okay for them. But there's still hand of whistle and voice of Jacob is there. Even in Anambra, even this one that's coming on June 20th. Nobody is sure of what's going to happen. Somebody is there, piloting everything that's going on their way.
You know, well, this is one area I felt that you and I would agree on, in the sense that this administration has been so far reputed to have been organizing a seamless election. INEC in these elections has been credited to be up and doing, you know, different from what we had in 2023.
Among people had not conducted any elections since he came. It was the other man that conducted the election. Until he conducts this 20th June off-cycle election, we know whether he's performing well or not.
Until he conducts an off-cycle election?
Yes.
So we can begin to assess him at this instance.
From where do you assess him? I'm not doing anything.
All right. But Doc, you know, we are talking about Tinubu's administration in the past 3 years. And when I interact with a lot of persons, especially from this part of the country, you know, we complain about things that are not working. And one thing we agree on, that the only way to effect change will be through our ballots. And in this instance, there's this political apathy, mostly in Southeast. Can you speak to that issue?
It's because of lack of trust. They say you vote, your vote will not count. You're not sure of that's why people are not very, very interested. A lot of people are not voted. And also they're not prepared to go vote, because when you vote, your vote will not count. A lot of malpractice will come in. That's why there's an electoral apathy. Before, in 2023, there was a lot of high hope that votes are going to count. But after the first election, they said there's a, what do you call it? They call IREV does not work. That's why people lost interest in the system. Why are you going to vote? Why are you going to suffer yourself and stay under the sun or under the room? They say you're going to vote. Because there's no assurance that your vote will count.
There's no assurance that vote will count. So in this instance, the people from this part of the world has given up?
They have given up. They have given up. Even this the capital, this person, why are you suffering yourself? So you are voting. Finally, they know the direction, the direction the government is going.
So in this instance, how do we link this to lack of trust? Is it a lack of trust in the administration or a lack of trust in the system?
Both. Because two of them are going to the person who is controlling the system is the person piloting the system. So that's why there's lack of trust. If the person is different and is showing direction and claim that things are working very well, then people will be free to go and vote. But after voting, you will get nothing. Why are you suffering? Look at our local government elections. Local government election. The ruling power in the state will be declared winner. Whether you anything, no even councillor will come in. It must be the ruling party in the state. So it's going up the same way. That's why people are not interested again.
All right, Doc, we're not talking about trust in governance. And obviously, it seems to be low. What do we do?
The problem starts from the top. From the top. If the person at the top is honest and gives direction to the people, people will be prepared to vote. But when you are not sure, when you are the indices on the ground shows this is where the person is going, people do not trust the system.
So, but if we do not engage the system, you will agree with me that we can't effect change.
How do you engage the system? When the person is controlling everything, how do you engage? Do you use...
By participation.
Participate. Also people participate. But they don't see, they have seen the direction the person is going.
So in this instance, we'll just give up and leave it like that?
Unto God, only God in heaven that will change what we are seeing in the country today. It's only God in heaven, not these people who are there.
But Doc, you and I know that God is not coming anytime soon
to
Nigeria.
He can come anytime, anyhow. Nobody knew that Abacha was going to die when he came, when he died. Nothing is impossible before God.
All right, now that you're mentioning Abacha, would you say that the nation is now better than when Abacha was there?
Everything is bad. Everything was bad. When Abacha was there. Abacha had 5 electors at one hand. He controlled all the parties that was there. So what is the difference between Abacha and the man who is there now?
The Abacha's 5 leprous hands cannot be seen anywhere here now.
It's here there now.
We have opposition politics.
Also, when they organize all the opposition parties, you come in, they kill the Labour Party, they kill the PDP, they kill all these things. It's the same leprous hands.
All right. Doc, on that note, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to probe this issue. Stay with us, please.
Thank you.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment. We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Thanks for staying with us, and we've been speaking with Dr. Don Eze, who is helping us unravel the 3 years administration of the Bola Tinubu and then our democracy, the journey so far. Doc, it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
All right. As we round off this session, let me ask, if you were advising Mr. President, what will you be telling him?
Let him listen to the people,
Let him listen to the
to
people.
the cries of the people. The people are suffering. Those who are claim to be ruling are not happy. Things are very, 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 very bad, going from bad to worse. Let him listen to the cries of the people.
All right. And if I may ask, moving forward, in 1 year, what would you like changed in the country to move the country in the right direction?
When Tinubu came, he promised that he's going to do a reform of the electoral system. What has he done anything? Nothing is all this electoral reform, he has not done anything. If there's an actual electoral reform, and there's a very country, Nigeria is standing on where people will be happy, and this is what he's doing. But he has not done anything. So let him change. Let him change.
Let him change.
Yes.
And finally, Doc, before I let you go, what will you be telling Nigerians as we celebrate
So be patient.
Democracy Day?
So be patient, be calm, loyal to the country.
Loyal to the country.
Yes.
And loyal to the president.
Contrary. I didn't say the president. And the contrary, the way we do these things, we think the president is everything. The country is very paramount. It's not the president. The president is just a representative of the country.
All right. And thank you very much, Dr. Don Eze, who is a veteran journalist and the publisher of The People's Voice, helping us to unravel the 3 years in office of President Bola Tinubu. It's a pleasure speaking with you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
God bless you.
All right. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, the program continues. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment. We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching The Insight. And joining us this time around is Achumie Chuka, Res, HOD Voter Education, INEC, Enugu State. Dr. Achumie, a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
All right. Speaking with the INEC HOD Voter Education, Enugu State, we confront a question that will define Nigeria's democratic future for 4 years, for years to come. Are we truly ready to vote? The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has launched what it calls the final phase of the continuous voter registration exercise, a make or break chapter in Nigeria's long and often troubled democratic journey. But as the clock ticks towards the 2027 election, a troubling reality is unfolding. In some states, especially in the southeast, turnout has been described as abysmally low, while citizens across the country report portal glitches, missing records, and overcrowded centers and long draining queues. This is not just about numbers on register. This is about trust. Trust that when a citizen queues under the sun, their data will be captured correctly. Trust that when they search for their name online, it will be there. Trust that their vote will count and that the system will not betray them before they even reach the polling unit. This engagement is part of Aneke TV's civic contribution to creating awareness. It is a deliberate, authoritative stance by a media house that understands its responsibility to demand clarity from institutions, to inform the public, and to turn civic duty into civic power. Aneke TV does not merely broadcast news. It drives accountability and mobilizes Nigerians to take ownership of their democratic future. On today's Insight, we ask, is voter registration in Nigeria serving as a genuine bridge to democracy, or has it become a bureaucratic hurdle that deepens public cynicism? What is really happening on the ground in Enugu State and beyond, where low turnout threatens to undermine this critical exercise? And most importantly, how can voter education transform apathy into action and suspicion into confidence? We are here with the head of Department, Voter Education, INEC, Enugu State, to confront these questions directly, not with slogans, but with facts, responsibilities, and clear answers to the people who are expected to show up, but who are increasingly asking, why should we? The voter registration the voter registration race is on, but the real test is not how many names are captured. It is how many Nigerians truly believe that their votes will matter. Sir, thank you for obliging us. So, first of all, as we get into the conversation, let me ask, what's happening in Enugu in terms of voter registration?
Just like every other state, the registration is ongoing, although with a larger turnout of crowd this time around compared with the first and second phase. And we're handling them.
You're handling them?
Yes, we cannot say that the crowd is overwhelming us. They are not actually, because we have enough machine.
They are not really overwhelming you?
I don't think so. They are not.
Okay.
We have enough machine and manpower.
Glad to hear that you have enough machine and manpower. And it will be said that your effort is yielding results. Because I understand correctly, the first phase, the second phase, you were up and about, educating, trying to mobilize the people to take action, and it seems they really heard you.
It's paying off.
It's paying off.
Yes, it's paying.
All right. So, in this instance, what you're telling us is that we are no longer dealing with low turnout in this instance.
Well, from what I've seen here in our state headquarters, I cannot really say of, our offices in the local government, but here, in the state headquarters, the turnout is amazing. But people are responding positively.
All right.
Yeah, I feel they're understanding the importance of them to obtain their PVC and exercise their civic rights. So the turnout is tremendous, actually.
Encouraging as well.
Very, very encouraging.
All right, let me ask, having been that we went through the first phase, the second phase, and this final phase, let me say, do you have a target? And are you close to realizing that target? Being the head of voter education, I know you were, the last time I spoke with you, you were disturbed about these issues, about people, taking advantage, and you spoke quite passionately and eloquently about it. So, should we say, are you realizing the target with this very last phase?
Yes. Although the target, and I say, is seeing that every eligible Nigerian registered and obtained his voter's card. So if we look at it from that aspect, I will say yes, we are realizing the target we have.
All right.
We are realizing the target.
All right. Let me come directly to your department. And this is where I want you to speak, because I interact with a lot of persons, and most people don't seem to understand the difference between the online registration and updates with what is going on. So how can you clear us on that?
Actually, both the online and in-person registration is the same procedure, but with different ending. Now, it's the same way you enter into the INEC portal. That's the cvr.inecnigeria.org. It's the same app you use to enter the online registration and in-person registration. The difference between maybe transfer, update, lost or damage is that in that one you can do it at the comfort of your house or wherever you are. If you understand the procedure, you don't really need to visit any INEC office to do that. You can do it on your own once you understand that procedure. But pre-online registration, because your biometric fingerprint is not in our database, you must have to visit INEC office for you to be captured. That is where you now have to see the operators of the machine to capture your fingerprints. In fact, that is the major difference between two of them.
Okay. All right. I think that's clear enough. When you don't have the person's, the person must come to the office
because of his
capturing
biometric fingerprints. You will do the rest of other process up to capturing your own picture and registering it. Just like in transfer, it's the same procedure. Just like I said, the only difference is that in pre-registration, your finger thumbprint is not in our database. So you must come to do that, which your Android cannot do on your own.
All right. When we started this conversation, you said you are not overwhelmed. But there are a lot of persons who are complaining about the wait time. In fact, I'm not saying you're not efficient, but this period, people complain about time. Time is everything, and you agree with me that Enugu State being a smart state now, we talk about smart school, smart state, everything is now smart. People hardly want to do everything in a smart way, where they get to register and then move on with other things. So a lot of time people complain about long wait time, and sometimes that there are downtime as well. Is there anything that you're doing in this regard so that much persons can take advantage?
Yeah, the commission actually realizes that time waste in doing registration, which is not, I believe, not as a result of, the shortcomings on part of our, the officers that does the registration. Because we are coming towards the tail end of this registration, there is this peak rush, which we are common with, especially in the southeast. Once you say this thing is ending, this or the other day, you see people rushing to come and register. So in most cases, because it is not just what is done only in Enugu State, it is done throughout the the federation. So this machine, during the early hours of the morning hour, it will be hanging a little bit. But towards the tail end of afternoon, towards the the afternoon period, the registration time will reduce because the machine functionality will now increase. And again, what causes the delay in most cases at times? To find out that most of these people that are doing transfers, updates, correction and all that, for you to do this, don't just go to the machine and bring out the information about them. There are certain basic information they had to relate to the person who is operating this machine. Just like you ask the person the date of your birth. He said, I can't remember. Which local government or state that issued that card? I can't remember. Now, for you to now get this information and make sure that this person didn't go back again for a second registration, you must have to trace back to that word using the name and the facial outlook to now trace it from that state, the word, and then the unit before you now can now be able to get the information to do the necessary corrections. All right? Now, but if somebody that has all this information, it will just be easy for you. Once you slot in the state name, the local government name, the surname, and his first name correctly, and then the year of birth, the information will come up. You do your changes in less than 5 minutes, it's just gone.
All right.
So that's the issue.
All right. I'm meant to understand that this exercise is going on all the local governments in the Enugu state as well.
Yeah.
Okay. But for one time, there are many things we would want to cover, but I want to ask specifically for the disabled in this very instance. Is there any mechanism that you've put in place to accommodate, this class of citizens?
Yes, I wouldn't say let's not just say about disabled. The elderly, pregnant, women, nursing mothers, we have provisions for them.
Yes, provision for them.
Yes,
it was a challenge previously in previous registrations.
We have provision. And this time around, they can equally write INEC. Instead of asking, especially the disabled people, coming to our registration point, we move to them.
You move to them?
Yes, we do.
This is quite important.
We move machine to them, do the registration from there, and then come back. And during this registration, we give, the right of first charge to pregnant women, nursing mothers, and elderly.
Are people taking advantage of this? Are they aware
Yes,
that they
are
can
aware.
write? And they are taking advantage?
Every morning, once I come to the office, the first thing I do is to go to the registration centers area and look around and find out if there are this kind of people present there. I will instruct that they will attend to them first so that they will leave.
All right. That's quite interesting. Now, I want to harp on trust. And why I'm raising this issue, not specifically, I'm not accusing you or Enugu, in this instance, but INEC is INEC, and we have to raise these issues. And a lot of people complain sometimes about their particulars missing, in your portal. In this very instance, there has been complaint. Some are worried about data protection in this very instance. So can you reassure us?
There is no way somebody's data will be missing in our database. Like I said earlier, a data can be missing, say for instance now. I did this registration maybe in 2003. There are cases where you see where these politicians go to schools, especially primary schools, and compel these underage people, force them, induce them to do this, this registration. At this level, they don't know their left and right, and their right. And they might be asked to put a particular year of birth. When they do this now they are grown up to that 18 years. Most of them will now come back for us to change the date of birth and now get their actual date of birth registered in the portal. Ask them, what date of birth did you use then? I don't know. Which state that gave you the card? I don't know. In fact, I was very small when I did that registration. Now you find out it becomes difficult to get this information from the data. It will now entail the officer, down the machine to start going through all the registration within state by state. And he won't have such time because there are many people keying on the line there waiting to be registered or, handled in one way or the other. So if you ask the person to go and exercise patient, maybe we, give attention to him or her, it will just go. And now start carrying the rumor that his name wasn't seen in the database. That is not true.
Okay. All right. A number of times we'll probe these issues, we'll ask a lot of questions from
it's
people's
necessary
perspective.
so that we can explain.
But we don't get to ask you the challenges you're facing, especially given this last phase.
The challenges you are facing, just like every other human being will say, is just the volume of crowd that is coming up now.
The crowd.
That's the crowd. But we are, managing it.
You're managing it, and
Yes,
supposedly we'll get every of them registered before the deadline.
There is nobody that enters INEC office, especially the state office, that goes without his problem being solved.
That's encouraging. There's nobody that walks into your office without his problem being solved.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me move to a different phase in this conversation. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Democracy Day. And INEC, you understand, is a very important structure, or in that tripod, so that sustains democracy. And why I'm asking this issue is that I've heard from a lot of persons who would say, even if I register now, the election will still, be stolen. So why bother? How do you speak to such individuals to believe that they just need to get involved and that at the end of the day, it will not be stolen, that it will count?
I will answer that question by throwing a question to the general public, especially people from the southeastern states. If your vote doesn't count, as we always claimed, why should a politician go about sharing rice, buying, PVCs, or inducing the voters to vote for him if the vote doesn't count? And because it does count, that's why they do that. I think this answers their question. They should have that absolute trust in INEC.
They should have that absolute trust in INEC, or they trust on Enugu INEC.
Generally, they should have that absolute trust in INEC as a body.
Okay.
But at the same time, I encourage the voters, guard your vote. Don't just cast your vote and go. Protect it. It's very important.
Okay. Now, as we celebrate democracy, but looking ahead to 2027, what concrete things would you, like to see in Enugu voter registration culture, especially as we get closer to the next election cycle? And what role, is INEC going to play to ensure that that culture is sustained?
Well, I would like the voter registration figure in Enugu State to increase. Not just about increasing the figure on paper, but people coming back again to collecting their PVC and make judicious use of it. On the part of our own office, like we always assured, election will be free, fair, credible, and transparent.
Election will be free, fair, credible, and transparent. Nigerians will want to hear that and be assured always that election will be free, fair, credible, and transparent. Okay, that's wonderful. Then, while you just spoke, you raised another very, very pertinent issue that is beyond registration. Another thing is collecting the PVC.
Yes.
And I know it's been a big challenge over the years. People don't turn up to collect. And I'm asking, beyond the awareness and advocacy, is there any new development to make sure that this gets to the people, like mailing them to people?
INEC doesn't end up with just registering people. These things are done in stages. We have a stage of registration which we are now into, after which we now go to the second stage, which is now claims and objection. During this time of this registration, there are bound to be mistakes. And there are a possibility that somebody who lives in Abakpa at the time of registration may, for one reason or the other, relocate to one. So this is a period he can now come back and say, please, I'm no longer staying in this place. I'm now staying in the other place. I want this my car to be relocated to your new place. After that stage again, we now go to what we call display of these cars again. After display, we go for the printing. And remember, at every stage we entered, publicity follows to create awareness that we are doing this, just like we are doing the registration now.
All right. Before I really let you go, we really like to know, what is youth's participation or involvement in this registration like? Is the number encouraging on the high side? Just walk us through.
Quite encouraging.
Quite encouraging.
Yes.
As compared to the last registration?
To compare with the previous.
Okay.
We only praying and pleading with them that it's not just about rushing to register, like I said. They must equally make sure that they collect their cards and use it for the purpose.
All right. Mr. Aneke, Rex, in this instance, you're my namesake. Let me just give you a minute to speak to Nigerians, who you work for, who you are speaking to, take advantage of this opportunity to get registered and participate.
Well, I'm talking to my fellow citizens of Enugu State. This belief or thought that election has been rigged or result has been written should be something of the past. And that is why on election day you find out that the northern region will be getting a higher turnout in an election, while in our own side, being the eastern, we'll be getting a lower turnout. Simple belief that the election has been rigged. Like I said, if it has been rigged actually, will the politician be running after us to pay us to come and do it?
All right. Mr. Achimechus Rex, thank you very much for everything you do for the painstaking voter education and awareness you engage in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm always available whenever invited.
Yes. You've listened and you've heard the INEC HOD voter education here in Enugu. We encourage everyone to take advantage of this opportunity. Go register, and then after registration, make sure that when the time comes, you go to pick up these PVCs. Thank you for staying with us until we come your way, same time tomorrow. I still remain Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Akwa Ibom integrates 2,200 youth leaders into community security network. Lagos Task Force seizes nearly 300 motorcycles in highway enforcement operation. Governor Sanwo-Olu secures European Investment Bank support for Omie transport project. Details of the news. Akwa Ibom State Governor Umoeno has integrated more than 2,200 village youth presidents into the state security architecture to strengthen grassroots intelligence gathering and community policing efforts. Speaking at the strategic town hall meeting in Uyo, the governor said the initiative would help bridge the gap between security agencies and local communities by leveraging the knowledge and presence of youth leaders within their respective villages. The security arrangement will operate under the Ibom Community Watch structure with selected youth leaders undergoing profiling and training. Governor Eno also directed local government chairmen to appoint security supervisors to coordinate activities at the grassroots level. To support the initiative, the governor donated 10 Hilux patrol vehicles to the Akwa Ibom State Police Command. Commissioner of Police Baba Azare commended the move, describing community participation and intelligence sharing as critical tools in tackling crime and insecurity. Troops of the Operation Fansan Yama have rescued 3 kidnapped victims, including a 1-year-old child, during coordinated operations against bandit and terrorist groups in Kaduna and Zamfara states. Military sources said the rescue followed an operation in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State, where troops intercepted armed criminals attempting to move hostages to a forest hideout. The suspect reportedly abandoned the captives and fled under military pressure. In Zamfara State, troops forward planned attacks on communities through intelligence-led ambushes. Security operatives also arrested 4 suspected informants, recovered weapons, and seized 8 motorcycles believed to be used for criminal activities. The Nigerian Army said troops remain committed to sustaining ongoing offensives across the northwest. It, however, confirmed that 3 soldiers paid the supreme price during a gun battle with fleeing bandits in Maru local government area of Zamfara State. The Plateau State Police Command has arrested 25 suspects and recovered large quantities of cannabis and other controlled substances during raids on identified drug distribution centers in Jos. The operation targeted criminal hotspots around Old Airport Junction and Fuavwe Junction, where security operatives moved in to disrupt the sale and distribution of illicit drugs. The exercise involved personnel from the Violence Crime Response Unit, Anti-Cybercrime and Narcotics Unit, alongside officers from various police divisions within the state. Commissioner of Police Basi Ewa praised the officers for their professionalism and teamwork. He confirmed that the suspects and exhibits remain in police custody as investigations continue. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has arrested 2 elderly men aged 84 and 75 over alleged drug trafficking activities involving secondary school students in Umahia, Abia State. NDLEA operatives arrested 75-year-old Godwin Obiora at his patent medicine store after recovering more than 4 kilograms of opioids, including tramadol and diazepam. Investigators alleged that the drugs were being supplied to students. In a separate operation, 84-year-old Godfrey Oji was apprehended near St. Silas Secondary School while allegedly supplying drugs to 2 teenage students who resold them to fellow students. NDLEA Chairman Buba Marwa said the arrest formed part of wider anti-narcotics operations across the country. He disclosed that major drug seizures were also recorded in Lagos, Oyo, Edo states, while awareness campaigns targeting young people continue nationwide. Public affairs commentator Boniface Anyebonam has called for greater appreciation and emotional support for fathers, saying many endure enormous pressures while providing for their families. In a statement titled, "The Burden of Being a Responsible Father," Anyebonam said fathers often face challenges and sacrifices that remain unseen by their spouses and children. He noted that many men endure workplace pressures, financial struggles, and personal disappointment while striving to meet family responsibilities, often without adequate recognition. Aneke urged families and society to acknowledge the contributions of fathers and provide the support needed to promote their well-being. He also extended Father's Day greetings to fathers in Nigeria and across the world. Governor Petermbah has congratulated Chief Ikeje Asogwa of the All Progressives Congress on his victory in Enugu North Senatorial District by-election. The Independent National Electoral Commission declared Asogwa winner of the election conducted to fill the vacancy created by the death of former Senator Okezea. The district comprises Sunskwa, Igbeze North, Igbeze South, Uzowani, Igbo-Etiti, and Udenu local government areas. Returning officer Christian Ezeibe announced that Asogwa polled 162,360 votes to defeat the People's Democratic Party candidate Nestor Ezeme, who secured 9,299 votes. Governor Mbah described the outcome as a significant mandate for the electorate and expressed confidence that Asogwa would provide effective representation. He added that the senator-elect's presence in the National Assembly would help strengthen collaboration between the state and the federal government. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Governor Umoeno strengthens community security with integration of 2,200 youth leaders. Coming up shortly, Lagos intensifies crackdown on highway violations, impounds nearly 300 motorcycles. Sanwo-Olu secures European Investment Bank support for Omieko Water Transport Initiative. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Lagos State Task Force has impounded 278 commercial motorcycles during a week-long enforcement operation against riders violating the state's highway restriction order. The exercise covered major routes and transport corridors across Ikorodu, Festac, Egbeda, Beja, bus stop, and other parts of the state. Officials said the operation targeted commercial motorcyclists operating on prohibited areas. The task force also uncovered several safety violations during the exercise. Some riders were found transporting cooking gas cylinders and petroleum products, while others were carrying young children on busy highways, contrary to safety regulations. Chairman of the Lagos State Task Force, Chief Superintendent Adetayo Akerele, said the enforcement would continue until full compliance is achieved. He added that the impounded motorcycles are undergoing legal processes for forfeiture in accordance with state laws. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, says Lassa fever has claimed 214 lives across the country since the beginning of 2026. According to the agency's Week 23 situation report, the disease has spread to 23 states and 109 local government areas, with the case fatality rate rising to 25%, compared to 18.9% recorded during the period in 2025. The NCDC said Ondo, Bauchi, Taraba, Edo, and Benue states account for 84% of confirmed cases reported so far this year. New infections were recorded in Edo, Ondo, Bauchi, and Ebonyi states during the reporting week. The agency noted that adults between the ages of 21 and 30 remain the most affected group. He added that surveillance, treatment, and response activities are continuing through the National Lassa Fever Incident Management System. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has secured support from the European Investment Bank for the implementation of the Omi-Eko water transportation project. The governor announced the development during a meeting with a delegation from the European Investment Bank at Lagos House Marina. He said the project is designed to improve mobility and reduce time travel across the state's waterways. Under the initiative, modern ferry terminals will be constructed and environmentally friendly electric ferries deployed to connect communities and ease pressure on road transport infrastructures. Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Ambrose Fayole, said Nigeria remains the institution's largest area of investment in Africa, with commitments exceeding 450 million euros across various sectors, including transportation and business development. British Prime Minister and Labour Party leader Keir Starmer has announced his resignation after acknowledging that his party no longer believes he is best placed to lead it into the next general election. In a statement outside 10 Downing Street, Starmer said he accepted the decision with what he described as good grace and would step down as leader of the Labour Party. The Prime Minister became emotional during the address as he thanked his wife, Victoria, for her support and expressed his desire to spend more time with his family and children. Starmer said he would remain Prime Minister until the Labour Party elects new leader. Among those being mentioned as potential successors is Andy Bonham, who recently won a parliamentary by-election in Macclesfield. The first round of negotiations between the United States and Iran aimed at ending regional hostilities has concluded with what mediators describe as encouraging progress. In a joint statement, the governments of Qatar and Pakistan said both sides agreed on a roadmap intended to produce a final agreement within 60 days. Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi said significant progress has been made towards reducing tensions, including efforts to address the conflict in Lebanon and improve maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz. The mediators said the communication mechanism and de-confliction framework has been established to prevent misunderstanding and support future negotiations. Technical discussions are expected to continue in the coming weeks. Now in sports, Kanis Abua and Peterobi have emerged champions of the 47th Central Bank of Nigeria Senior Tennis Championship held at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja. Abua secured the men's singles title after defeating defending champion Michael Akpan Emmanuel in straight sets. The victory marks his first national singles crown and strengthens his preparations for upcoming Davis Cup competitions. In women's category, 18-year-old Peterobi staged an impressive comeback to defeat Success Ogunjobi and claim her maiden championship title. In the wheelchair event, reigning champions Alex Adewale and Andra Uso successfully defended their titles. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Yemi Caruso, commended the athletes and reaffirmed the bank's commitment to sports development. Now in entertainment, family members, friends, and colleagues have continued to pay tribute to late Nollywood actor Alex Ekubo during funeral activities held in his honor. His widow, Angole Amakom, delivered an emotional tribute in the funeral program, describing the late actor as a loving husband, dependable companion, and a source of strength throughout their marriage. The ceremony also featured prayers and traditional rites at the palace of the Eze of Arochukwu, where the monarch offered blessings for the family and future generations. Ekubo died last month at the age of 40 following a battle with kidney-related illness. Religious leaders, including Itwa Yodalo, urged the family to remain strong as the entertainment industry continues to mourn the actor's passing. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umo Eno, said has strengthened grassroots security by integrating more than 2,200 village youth presidents into the state's community security architecture. The initiative, which we operate under the Ibom Community Watch program, is aimed at improving intelligence gathering and enhancing collaboration between local communities and security agencies across the state. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Task Force had intensified enforcement of the state's traffic and transportation regulations, impounding nearly 300 commercial motorcycles operating on restricted routes. Chairman of the task force, Chief Superintendent Adetayo Akerele, says the exercise will remain and continue as authorities move to improve public safety and ensure compliance with the state's highway ban on commercial motorcycle operations. And Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has secured the support of the European Investment Bank for the implementation of the Omi-Eko water transportation project. The initiative, backed by international development partners, is expected to expand ferry services, improve connectivity across Lagos waterways, and ease pressure on the state's road transport network. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidimasa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youths, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. But at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing, you understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included. My goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youths, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has any the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukwujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting in as if it's our culture. So it's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. From my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ. My salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is at a high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. But now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Enugu. Good afternoon, Nigeria. You know what it is? It is Money Making Monday. And I call my Money Making Monday Music Monday, where we give you the latest hit in town. When I list my top 10 in the music industry, I go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called social lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. And today I will not leave any table unturned in the music industry, where we have it dope hit by hit. Every industry has its own entertainment, and our show on the best entertainment show in the industry, or live on Aneke TV, where we give you the best and best of the gist and groove, all about the celebrity and the award and everything about them. And you know, I have my own mini big celebrity here live, and that you guys should be anticipating him. And who is this guy we're talking about? And his name is Emmanuel Olebube, popularly called Smart B. Smart B in the building. Now, guy, what's up? What's popping? Yeah.
Nigerian, so pioneer. Well, it's your boy Smart B on the space.
I'm gonna give you that space, you know. Yeah, we're gonna give you that space because you deserve the space. Exactly. A big rapper, hip hop artist, a content creator. The guy just pack and well for the industry. Like, he's ready to smash people's head today. And before we move over to, you know, asking him and knowing about him, I'm going to tell you guys my top 10 for today and on the Apple Music Store today. And it's number 1 on my hit download is Forgiveness by Asake. And Asake is giving it back to back. Asake has my number 2, and it's Gratitude by Asake. And number 3, Asake is giving us back to back. And we have Why Love by Asake. Why Love, Smart B, Why Love?
You know I don't like love.
Okay, let's change the beat. It's not Back Outside by Buju and Saz. You know, we had to change our number 4 to, you know, being from Asake, because Asake, imagine Asake having it 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th one, Buju had to take the space. You know, yes, no. That's what you're gonna do.
Asake is the top first, if I have to say.
I think you're Asake person, because exactly. you look like Asake. Sorry, our Igbo Asake. Sorry. Pardon me, but he looks definitely like our Igbo Asake. And then Asake is having our number 5. And also he's having our number 6 with DJ Snake.
Asake all the way.
Asake is having our number 7. Wow. Hey. Oh my God. And but someone else took number 8 spot, and it's Big Bom Bom by Mavio and Kid Gada. And then Asake is having number 9, Rora by Asake. And then Bono Boy is having Them Day by number 10. You know, hitting you up or straight. Asake has, you know, 6 or 7 music on the top 10 chart in the industry. And you know what it is? It's hitting it back to back. So before I, you know, talk about my reviews, how last week went, how many times it has appeared each day on the top chart. But first, let's go over to you, Smart B, because the people of Enugu has to know who Smart B is. So Smart B, tell us about yourself and your music journey. How has it been for you in the industry?
Okay, like she said, my name is Emmanuel Olebube. I'm from Enugu State, 042.
042, my G.
Well, I've been in the industry for years, But thank God I keep on pushing, and I will never give up.
Don't give up.
At all.
Don't give up.
Giving up is an illegal now. Better you keep on doing it consistently.
Has the journey been smooth for you?
Very, very, let me say hard. It's not that smooth because I still have more people to meet up with.
Like who?
Evado, Jerick, all these top artists now that we have in Enugu. Yeah, I really need to meet them. Then our king, Fino.
And to have a collab with them.
Exactly, that's it.
But what do you think might be a hindrance to meeting all these popular?
Well, I think it's money. Yes, it's money because money is everything now in music industry. Your co-artist cannot give you a verse without you paying him.
Like, I'm always inquisitive to know that is it the fact that there is not a platform where upcoming artists can actually have one-on-one, you know, see like the known artists seeing the upcoming and trying to collab without money, or just referral? There have to be something like a sort of referral.
I think they have something like that, but I'm not aware if they have it. But I think they may have it. But I'm not aware because I'm not there. If not, I could have been saying something like this for us to link up
and made up.
Yeah.
Or straight up.
Exactly.
So what actually inspired your music?
Well,
you look like a money man. So
exactly. You already know.
Oh my God! See, people should make me your pastor. Like, you see, I'm seeing the vision. Guy, you look like a money man. So what's up?
Well, what inspired me in music is money. The money that.
Let go. The bag.
Exactly. The bag. Exactly. The bag is there. Because if not the money, I don't think.
So, what if at some point the money is not forthcoming? Do you think you can actually give up?
No. Like I said, giving up is an illegal. I can't. I'll keep on pushing. Even if there is no money on it, at least the fame alone.
It gives you
joy.
Joy.
Yeah.
So, aside the money, there is joy in whatever you're doing.
I'm doing it for the money and also for fun.
So, at what point did you discover that you had talent for music?
Well, I think that was my primary 6.
They were calling you a musician, or
that time I used to use our decks to do beats. Like I would be knocking it and be doing freestyle rap for my fellow colleagues. So, but I keep on pushing since then till now. Although I tried to stop at, let me say, 2020, I focus on 3,000. You know, to know if I can make money from there
and sponsor your
exactly my career and sponsor my music whole career. That's it. But still yet, you never can. But I'll never give up.
They have tinubu in that area. Exactly. I did not call name.
Are you talking?
I did not call name. Actually, I actually deny you because, you know. Okay. I always ask if you are given one opportunity to link up with one of the biggest stars in the industry, who would it be and why?
Okay. I say let me go by.
Forget about. I mean, in the industry, yes. Both in Enugu, Fino.
Yes.
Fino.
Yes. Fino. But if you say I should choose a second choice, I go by Mr. Flavor Boy in the Night. Yeah, the Jello of Africa. Exactly.
So, but Fino is your first choice.
Yes.
Why Fino?
Because I think that anybody that do a collaboration with him or even snap a picture with him, your name have gone viral.
Oh, Ijele can also do the same.
That's why I choose him as second. Yes. Fino, if you do music with Fino, just know that you have go worldwide.
So what is that connection you feel you have with Fino that you made him your first choice?
Actually, I love the way he rap, all his music and all that. It gives me joy.
So I know you have latest singles in town.
Yes.
Well, tell us about your latest singles.
Okay, my first single is Money in the Bank.
Give us. Nyayegu. You actually need to give us the music. I think I'll be your instrumentalist.
No. You cannot hit the beat. But
Don't
just
underestimate
do it
me.
as a freestyle.
Freestyle for us.
The chorus go like this: money in the bank, money in the bank, money in the bank, into my account, into my account, into my account. Driving billion van. Okay, the rap is Isim Gariki, Baye Yankee, Jeff Magayana, Bo Alhaji Saliki, money in the making, getting on the decking, signing on the taking, my cat never be taken, do you never taking, Munachua sign go, undertaking hair, undertaking Ebum 10 billion, T in a bank, for the Kunalana take after from bank, Ego Meluata Bulo Colombia. Colombia. It's menuga bulo moyo bia. Nako from what to Colombia. Colombia. Upon the jig or dangote, that jigote, and the gelote, equasi boutique, Kidika dangote, Kidika dangote, go again, money in the bank, money in the bank,
money
in the bank, yeah.
money. See, I'm gonna be your vexer. I'm already dancing, and you guys see, I've seen my career. As a musician, I am. The vaccine, the dancer, shaking my body. So
that's my first single.
Do you have another one to give us? I want to dance. I want to dance for you. I want to dance for you. So give us the ginger.
You know, I do trap. That's why all of my music is all about trap. But I don't think you can dance it.
Just try me. Just try me this time around.
Money, yo. Ego. Ego,
oh.
Money, yo.
Aye.
Ego, Obno money, don't call me. Don't tell me. Poverty me, I think I call pants, yet I can't find peace. Ego, dino, I want it. Money too long, I plus it. The download I call magic.
Yes.
Money to dank a bandit. I what I'm passing through. My mental health go fucked up. I didn't so lucky Nanto and you may who don't 18 way PK blog. Come the twos. I can now working our life is good. I fuck. Sorry.
It's well, but see, you guys, I hope you guys liked the fact that I was dancing for you. Like the dances. But anyway,
it's not easy.
It's not easy because me, I'm shaking my body. You don't understand. I'm carrying myself. Like today, I discovered I had a talent that I can actually shake it. I'm a dancer. All of them are entertainment. You guys should just be applauding for me because all of them is right here entertainment. So, what is one thing your fans don't know about you? Just one thing. What was that thing that you feel like people don't really know about you? People that love you.
I think they don't know I'm a great person in the industry. Although they don't know, but I know. Do you understand what I mean? Yes.
Is there anything in the music industry you wish would, change so that it will favor you?
There's culture in industry before. Drill, all these drill parts took it away. But I think we have to
revive the culture.
Yes, even if it's in a drill pattern, but it will be a cultural beat or something.
Do you have any music, giving us the cultural vibe? Just give it us.
No. Uno yeah no go yeah. Say money be shoku. Money be shoku. My brother, my sister kwezoku.
Zoku.
Money be shoku.
Money yo.
My brother, my sister kwezoku.
Yes sir. Money be shoku. Hey.
One day yem spin chikata nke chula ganani. Na to the back to back of look why buy igala pombada chuba malo makawa. Kila pu wana chuba malo. Na to the back to back of look. Hey, that's it. Oh my God.
So let me tell you something. One thing about it is that I think
if there is beat, I think you enjoy the song more.
Yeah, but anyway, beat or without beat, I enjoyed myself, and I'm trying to imagine you going into that cultural flow with Fino.
That's why
it's gonna be massive. You understand? It's gonna be a massive thing.
Fino and flavor.
Grating one.
Yes.
So, Fido, Flavor, whatever you are, my guy, Smart B, is calling.
I beg.
Pick up the call. We don't have money, but we have something to offer.
Exactly.
Because we can actually grow ourselves. One thing I always say in the industry is that one thing is everybody try to help each other. It doesn't matter who started first. It's a journey. Everybody have to, head there, move there and get there.
Exactly.
That's the pace which everybody is supposed to look up. Because one thing I notice in the industry is that hardly will you see the same upcoming trying to, collab with them. They're always looking for
let me say
the top.
Yeah, exactly.
So why is it that is like why is it hard for the upcoming to feature their fellow upcomings? They feel like, nah, you're gonna dull my shine.
Exactly. Like,
you're gonna dull my shine.
Someone have already told me that. I was like, why must you say it in public? Even if you want to say it, you can tell me private. At least I can enjoy it.
And you can chest it.
Well, he said it in public. My fellow upcoming artist.
I just imagine how you would at that point.
Normally, I don't get angry when people think I will. No.
So you are very mischievous.
Exactly.
So you
smile and cover everything up.
So when will you hit it to the person back?
Let me not say it now.
Oh, please.
Already saved
Do you think talent is enough for you to succeed in this industry, or do you think there is an escape plan?
I think talent is enough for me.
Don't you think there is always a shortcut to this movement?
Well,
have you ever considered the shortcut?
If I see the shortcut and the shortcut will take me there.
What if the shortcut makes you do things that things very bad things, you have to sacrifice.
Yes.
So you don't mind doing the bad things to get there.
That's why we are here. But the only thing I cannot do is you already know.
Don't call. No. Don't even say it. Don't say it. Because I know one thing that you should,
Exactly.
So what do you think about music industry with special concentration on the Southeast? Do you think the Southeast is yet to evolve, or they have evolved?
I think
the Southeast.
They have evolved, but still yet involved. The reason is because they need to know our Southeast
musicians.
Maybe like somewhere like US, UK, all these foreign countries, But I don't think we have something like that now.
Do you think that the music industry has taught you a lot of lessons? What lessons especially have the music industry taught you?
It has taught me many lessons.
Like what and what?
Like
never give up,
yes.
or keep hitting the beat.
Yes, because there's a time you might sing.
Finish
your song like this, suffer. You know it. You save money to go for a studio section, then pay for a studio section, record everything, master and everything. Your fellow friends, like your friends will be like,
Aye.
like to pay you.
It's okay. It's good. So, what platform are you pushing this? Have you sent it to any streaming platform?
Yes.
Which of the platform?
I distributed it in I think all social platform, but Spotify take my songs down. I don't know why, but I keep on asking to know why they take my song down. But my song is in other platforms.
Audiomack?
Yes, it's in Audiomack, it's in Apple Music, but it's only Spotify that take all my songs down.
Okay. Yep. So most of your songs, most of your album, just type Smart B?
Yes, you see it. I have EP. I have like single track. Yes. Smart B, just Smart B. So
because I need to go there and download and listen. So you out there, go and download Smart B wherever you are, and just keep jamming. Let's tell Spotify they made a mistake of taking your songs down.
They made a very big mistake.
Somebody like on the news today, Thames is being seen meeting Barack Obama and the family. You know, a few years ago, Thames was doing indoor decoration, and one day she told her colleagues that she will quit and focus on her music. Many of them told her that she will try, but guess what? Thames is a multi-time Grammy Award-winning artist. She recently performed for the former U.S. President Barack Obama. Do you even know what it means for them to congratulate Thames? Has it been this story? Has it been a motivation to you that you know nothing good comes easy, but you keep when you have focus, keep pushing. Yes. Like keep pushing because
that's why I can never give up.
Please don't give up. If Thames could not give up, I don't know.
So where am I going to give up?
Yeah, because whenever I listen to her story, I just know that it's something like there's always a humble beginning. Yes. You keep pushing, even if people did not see the good in you. Exactly. Someday, sometime,
maybe one day,
sometime, those people will look out and be like, who is Smart B?
Exactly.
So Smart B, just tell the people of Enugu one thing. Just tell them your mind. Just tell them anything. We're here.
Who for to Akwainia?
Live direct.
Well, please,
please
keep streaming on my song.
Yeah.
Let me know if I will,
reach there one day.
One day, just one day.
Bikono. So one thing I have to tell the people of Enugu. Bikono, like rightly said by Smart B, yes. we can lift each other by, starting small. You can always stream, sending, you understand. Appreciate everybody's little effort because you don't know one day you'll be begging, can you please connect me to Smart B? Please, can you connect me? And I was saying, no, where were you? When we was, just be part of this growth. Just always be part of the growth and everything there is doing. Just the movement is just for the Southeast, for the people of Igbo. Give a shout out. Ndidigbo Kweno. Yeah. Praise your honor. Clark it. And I remember your best of best entertainer, your host, I give by the name Gift Obodo, probably called Shushulo, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. Everything pepper spicy, I am giving it to you. Thank you for being with us on our Music Monday, where we give you the best gist of gist. And thank you, Smart B, for tuning in whenever we call you. You always appear for us, active. And that is what we have for you.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective. That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Viewer, you're welcome to another edition of our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are going to discuss on a topic, abandoning governance for politics by Nigerian leaders. It's an issue that is making rounds in the polity, and we have picked that topic for discourse, and we have an erudite scholar, a popular face on our program Arena, who is going to lend voice to this topic today. I am talking about no other person than Barrister Gabe, a former Abo, social crusader and public affairs commentator. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Our topic, abandoning governance for policies by Nigerian leaders. You find out that most of the time when people are elected into offices after a general election or, off-season elections, the problem becomes about court settling the outcome of that election. And then the settling of that election might be in the court for a period of about 1 year or 1 year plus. And within that period, those people are yet to grapple with the actual nitty-gritty of leadership. And as such, most often do not actually perform because they are still hanging on a balance, not knowing whether they are going to truly occupy that position or not, whether the court is going to pronounce them worthy and elected, or the courts are going to actually send them away for either a by-election or possibly give the verdict to another contestant. So it actually takes about 1 year, and that 1 year becomes a 1 year of almost non-performance, because you find out that they are not concentrated in doing the actual business of governance within the UN. But when it is done and they are pronounced elected finally by the courts, after the process from tribunal to the appeal court, and of course, if it's a case that has to do with presidential election, it has to go to the Supreme Court. So within a period of 2 years, they must have settled to begin to do the governance. Yes, within that period, you will see projects, you will see capital projects, you will see stability in governance and achievements. But after the 2 years, which will make it a total of 3 years, their interest shifts to re-election. So after the period of re-election, the projects that had earlier started, most of which may have been uncompleted, will be stalled because their interest now is about re-election coming back for another term. And one begins to ask whether it is good enough that elections or the elections of leaders should be a 6 year single tenure, where one comes into office and think about focus on the project from the first day and finish and go away, which means there will be no distractions whatsoever. So these are some of the things that we have seen happening in the Nigerian political system or political setup or governance setup. So, Barrister Ofomabo, I ask, in the face of insecurity, economic hardship, and instability in Nigeria, leaders seem to have actually, left governing for politics. What is the harm that this portends to the country?
Thank you very much. It seems to me that you're coming with multiple barrel questions on a topic of the issue of governance vis-a-vis politics. For me, the way I look at the issue, before getting into the question of insecurity and all of that, is that for somebody to volunteer or to present himself or herself in politics, it means you are ready. You know what you are aspiring to do for a people, you are essentially asking people, please permit me to serve you. Okay, so, and that's the reason why it's often said that the power belongs to the people. So we're talking about governance and or politics. Yes, politics comes first, whereby you make promises. But whereby eventually it is settled that you are the one who is said to have won, whether in court or wherever that your election is being challenged, the primary thing is that it is said that you have won that election. And indeed, if you are prepared, even before going in to run for that election, it means you kick the ball, you start rolling immediately, whether there's court processes or not. So the challenge we have in our own polity today is that most people who say they want to serve are not even prepared in the first instance. And the reason why once said to be elected, you see, and some people are challenging the election in court one way or the other, they are busy grappling with defending themselves in court or whatever. And at the end of the day, they lose the grip of governance. So, and which is a problem in this country. So my take on that is that nobody, including those who are said to be going to represent us is in the houses of assemblies or House of Rep or National Assembly or whatever, we must make these positions, these opportunities, not to be as juicy as it were. And that is the reason why we're having the problems we're having, or we will continue to have that problem until we make sure that whoever is presenting himself or herself in politics to say that I am ready to do this, I am ready to serve the people in one position or the other. Monetary gain shouldn't be the primary consideration. So that whether or not the person's election is challenged, lose or win, you kick the ball rolling soon after that you are declared winner. Okay? So that is my take on that. So governance, to a large extent, is different from politics. And when we talk about politics, it's the period people are presenting their manifestos, selling themselves across to say, oh, these are the things that I am capable of delivering. And if eventually it is said that you are the one that have been chosen, then you move straight to governance. You shouldn't tell the people, you have no good reason, no person who is said to have been elected and sworn in should give you a reason that it's because he's in court or that because his election, one way or the other, is being challenged and that is the reason why he could not perform. That is totally unacceptable, you know, and that's why I look at it. For somebody to have won and they say, compare what I will do after 100 days in office. These are campaign promises. You must live to your campaign promises.
Yes, sir, you must.
And that is the reason why insecurity and all manner of things are taking place in this country.
Okay.
Inability to keep promises.
Good. That is exactly, we are going to actually dissect that aspect as you have gone in, because it has, it is barreled. It's multiply barreled.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, saying is one thing, doing is another. Many times, politicians come up with the idea, manifesto, they sell out, they say they can do this, they can even bring heaven on earth. We have had people with this idea that, of course, what should have happened tomorrow is already happening, and so on and so forth. These are some of the promises that are made by people who want to get leadership. But like I said, it's not easy doing the same thing that has been said, because some people make promises. It's not what people promise on their way going, that sometimes they promise or they do on their way coming back. That is a very popular Igbo adage. So, many politicians in our system have promised so many things. At the end of the day, some of these things are not done. And sometimes people say it is because of time, that the time has not permitted them to do. But we had people like M.I. Obara in the old Eastern region. Within the space of 4 years, he did not even complete the 4 years. And then the Eastern Nigerian economy was the fastest growing in West Africa. We had people like Jigobudo of the old Anambra State, and within the space of 4 years, because he lost the election through some means which are still questionable till today, he still was able to do wonderfully well within the period of 4 years. Yet, this time, people say that they have not performed because of time. And this time that I had earlier explained during my preamble, that in the case of defending mandate in court, and of course, the remaining 1 year after 2 years, after defending the mandate, the remaining 1 year is for politicking, where projects are now abandoned. So, is it, what's actually the problem? Because the instances of people who have performed within the period, and these days, most persons do not. Most persons and the Home of Affairs and Safety, especially the executives, do not. Even the members of the legislature, they end up not even supporting laws or even sponsoring any motion or law, any bill in their various houses, Senate, lower house, and the houses of assemblies in the Nigerian political system.
Well, I thank you again. I am a bit different from your proposition. You see, it's not a matter of time. Somebody who is not qualified is not qualified. Give him 6 years, give him 10 years. He will still divert money, people's money, commonwealth, and will not perform. You talked about M.I. Obara. M.I. Obara did so marvelously well, to uplift the economy of the Eastern region. This so much, such that within a short time, there was so much of bumper harvest. He developed estates, real estate in Enugu, tourism industries, hotel presidential in Enugu, hotel presidential in Ada, hotel presidential in Port Harcourt. And these hotels had stood the test of time till date. You're going so far. Well, you mentioned Jigobudo, yes, of the then Anambra State. He did so well, I will say so, within this space of 4 years, And how about today's politicians and great leaders like the governor of Abia State, Oti? Within 4 years, he's not asking for more years. People are asking him, if you demand 3 tenures, we will give you 3 tenures. Because he seems to be a performing governor.
If it were possible.
If it were to be possible. Because I used to know Abia State. In the course of passing or crossing through Abia to Port Harcourt, you hardly will not smell too badly as you are passing Abia. But today is no longer like that. Because of debris, because of dirtiness, because of bad road, because of all manner of things. But I was in Abia a few weeks back. Abia is so excellent. And from Abia, I went to Umuahia. Umuahia is wonderful. Within 3 years, he was able to host the National Conference of Labour Party successfully in Umuahia. I mean, so why would people be talking about 6 years? Talk about 7 years. Somebody who is not ready to perform. Somebody who is corrupt. He will not perform. I'll give you one instance. Nigerian Bar Association runs their training every 2 years. And you see them doing very well. Making sure they deliver within 2 years. Nobody's asking for second training. So it is not a matter of the number of years you occupy in serving people. It's a matter of creativity. Your readiness to serve. Your readiness to work. Once anybody is not ready to work, you will not perform. The unfortunate thing we have in our today's political climate is that most people who are volunteering to serve as politicians are puppets. people who are being sponsored by the so-called godfathers. They are not coming on their own. And once they assemble or ascend to the office, they begin to pay attention to their paymasters, to their so-called godfathers. And that's our challenge. But where once you know exactly what you want, and people have given you their vote, you are responsible to the people, not to your godfather or whoever. And that's one of our greatest problems and challenges that is resulting to unnecessary insecurity. You know, in Aba or in Abia State today, they may not need as much security as it were because people are happy with the government. People are happy with the governance. So that is it. So there won't be any room for unnecessary politicking. Okay? I was discussing with somebody somewhere, you know, and we were talking about it. This country called Nigeria is one country that you want to put burglary all over your one-room apartment where nothing is there. Supposing there's an outbreak of fire, how do you run away? How do you escape? You go to the market, you buy a refrigerator, you put water and mineral inside your refrigerator, you lock it up. You in this country, you see that kind of a thing. Those people who produces this kind of stuff, electronics, they do not think about key lock. It's only when it is meant for the Nigerian market, you talk about coming in to steal your thing. Even within the household where you live with your own people, you're talking about locking out things. I mean, it's because of the way the situation is run, the unnecessary politics of our time, politics of corruption that is being imbued into our system, into our marrow. And when it gets to the bone marrow, it becomes difficult to cure. That's our greatest challenge. That's why we're having all that amount of insecurity. All right, if somebody, rule me, govern over me, but present the democracy dividends before the table. As long as you continue to do well, I will continue to support you. But the problem is the seat. Politicking with even my meal ticket is a problem in this country, in some of the states. Look at the recent, where you have the deregistration of a political party, where the man moves from one political party to another political party, AD, and he was doing well. People are ready to follow him. Wherever he goes, they are ready to follow him. It's because he was governing well. He's not talking about more time. It's people that is asking him, come back, continue. That is what it ought to be under a normal situation.
So, in essence, you are saying it is as a result of abnormal situation in Nigeria that results in those things that happen with politicians giving excuses about bad governance. Because when there's bad governance, there are excuses to lean on, upon which they defend themselves. Because we do know that a certain person said when he was campaigning that he'll give Nigeria electricity. And if he doesn't, that if he comes back, nobody should vote for him. And today, I don't know, from your perspective, have we gotten electricity in Nigeria?
Thank you again. Once more, it's a thing that each and every one of us will always feel and have a feel of it. We do not have steady power supply as we ought to have, as was promised. That is obvious. But again, I will also go back to use the Abia State example, where a private person has undertaken to partner with Abia State in terms of giving power. Abia State runs 24-hour power today, as against some other states, parts of the states. In my own state, in Enugu here, I saw myself paying so much for electricity without enjoying it. Between October 3rd last year and May ending this year, I paid a whopping sum of about 610,000 naira in electricity without having an industry. Just my home, just my residence, no industry, no factory, nothing. And each time I pay this bill, rather than give me the supposed token, they give me half of what I paid. Exploitation. I've written, I've done so many things. I appeared before the Enugu's Electricity Regulatory Commission. I am not getting result. I finally decided that I will go to court. Even going to court, you have challenge. because the system, all the systems are now infested. That's the challenge. Frustrations. You go to court today, tomorrow you go to court, you may never get justice within the reasonable time you ought to get justice. And of course, as widely stated, justice delayed, justice denied.
So in effect, from your statement, are you saying that the courts of the land, that there is an erosion of confidence on the outcome of the responsibility of courts in Nigeria? Are you trying to say that the judiciary is no longer the hope, the last hope, not even just the hope, the last hope of the common man?
Yes, I may not say so exactly. It would be wrong for me to say it is not the last hope of the common man. Surely, judiciary is the last hope of common man. But the question is, talk about Nigeria. Is it truly the last hope of the common man with what will happen? Different types of judgment. Recently, most recently, we have a judgment of Court of Appeal, which is a superior court than Federal High Court, granting injunction, restraining order, not to do a thing. A Federal High Court, which is a much lower court, being aware of such order and giving another varying order of court. So what would common man think about it? Not to talk about being a lawyer. How would the common man be looking at the dispensation of justice? When justice are served differently, you are not certain. There's a book, Whatever Happened to Justice, written by Maybury, an American, that has sold for more than 10 million copies. In reality, what anybody will be asking for under such circumstances where you have various judgments of court, right, riding differently over the other, the question the common man will ask is, whatever happened to justice? What is the problem? And it's difficult to answer, except you move deep down to now ensure that the regulatory bodies, like in the case of judges, National Judicial Council, steps in immediately to investigate what exactly is this problem, what interest has the Federal High Court judge in delivering the kind of judgment he delivered when he knew that there's a subsidiary judgment and order of the Court of Appeal. So when we have such situations in the land, of course, people will be skeptical.
Yeah, it is still outside the abandonment of governance, but it has to do with the state of the nation, and the governor has to do it. So, yeah, I will still ask a further question on that. How could, I think there is a supervisory role of an appellate court on a lower court, more so when the appellate court gives an order of stay in a particular matter that's before the lower court. So how could a judge of that same lower court negate or, abuse the process by not conforming to such rules from an appellate court?
No, it's not really the way you look at it in terms of having a supervisory role, no. Or rather, you have a body that regulates the activities of the various judges. And in Nigeria, it's called NJC, National Judicial Council. So if there's a petition with regard to whatever decision any of the judges of the Superior Court of Record has come up with coming before the National Judicial Council, they will investigate such a petition and see whether it has merit, okay? Rules guide, but not that the Court of Appeal supervises Federal High Court, or that Supreme Court supervises Court of Appeal, or that Court of Appeal supervises High Court, of any state. No, the judges are on their own, but if there's any reason to believe that there's shortcoming, that a judge is a misconduct by any judge, whether of the State High Court, Federal High Court, or the Court of Appeal, or even the Supreme Court, then the person who feels injured will have a recourse to petitioning the National Judicial Council for the National Judicial Council to step in and now investigate whether or not such a person is truly, complicit with the allegation.
And
they
of
take
course,
necessary steps.
and they take measures to reprimand.
Of course, such steps have been taken in the recent past. Yes.
Okay, back to the abandonment of governance.
Yes.
You said that abandoning governance does not actually exist. It's only that people who are not competent have been given the mandate to rule. What is the problem? Why are the people without, known vision and capacity given the mandate? Is this as a result of apathy? That is, people not wanting to participate in the choosing of leadership? Or is this as a result of the fact, like you talked about, godfatherism, that pushed some people into positions? So has the abandonment, another abandonment by the people not to choose the right leadership, they giving Nigerians the wrong leadership. And those wrong leadership comes up with the wrong ideas and wrong performances. So
yes, thank you. I want you to get me very right.
Is it the problem of the people?
Yes, I didn't say that there was not an abandonment of governance. I didn't say so. Of course, in reality, you see people who are supposed to be in place of governing, not doing what they ought to do in pursuit of politics. And like I try to distinguish between politics and governance. Politics comes before governance. You play politics to present your manifesto, things you think you will do, deliver, for the good of the people. And when you eventually elected to do that, you are expected to kickstart, to get the ball rolling, rather than continuing with politics, telling us that before now you had told us that you construct a bridge. And if that bridge has to be constructed where we know that there's a river across the river. But for anybody to tell us he's constructing a bridge where no river is passing, that means there's something. You are playing politics with governance, okay? So, but the issue, and I say it and I repeat, is that most of the times in our Nigerian political terrain, people who are not supposed to be in governance are elected as a result of godfatherism. Puppets are put into power, to manage the affairs of the people. And when that happens, okay, fine. People ought to be alert to also monitor what is happening, how far their wealth, their common wealth is being managed. It's not just one way thing, because the power belongs to the people, if the people really understand the enormity of their power. But again, because of that issue of godfatherism, it's also checkmated in such a way that they trace and monitor the people who are vocal, who may want to criticize who is doing wrong thing in governance, and get the person killed off in our own Nigerian climate. So many people have lost their lives in the process of wanting to tell the truth, wanting to straighten issues, right? Where in governance, somebody is doing something wrong and you raise an eyebrow, you become a target. Okay, so most people lost their lives in this country, kidnapped or this or that, not necessarily because they are not honest or what they are saying or what they are advocating is not the right thing, but because the powers that be want to hold it on, as it were, whether you like it or not.
Okay, yes, the powers that be want to hold it on as it were, whether you like it or not, and as such, you should not make a serious demand on the system. We are going to pause for a break. After that, we shall continue, and we shall know exactly how the people jettison what they ought to do to get the best of leadership, instead of allowing godfathers to put in the puppets you talked about. Please, viewer, don't go away. As we pause for a break, we shall come back. Our guest is still here.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back to our program Arena on Aneke TV. We are still here discussing the topic abandoning governance for politics by Nigerian leaders, and which has been a problem of lack of insecurity, a problem of development, a problem that has resulted in instability, poverty, and the whole lot of them in Nigeria. And we have our guests, Barrister Gabe, or former Abo, a social crusader and political affairs commentator, still here in our studio. And he has lent voice, and he's going to lend more voice to this topic. We're actually talking about the people, because the people are supposed to elect or select their leaders. And we have had a leadership problem. That is exactly why we talk about puppets being installed by godfathers for the purpose of trying to pipe the national revenue, national income, national whatever we have. And I want to ask about the role of the masses, most of who have decided that votes do not count, and therefore abscond from participating in the leadership selection. What do you think that is the problem? Is it because they are not politically aware that jettisoning jettisoning their responsibility to a few persons is like ceding out what belongs to them to people, and conceding that whatever governance or bad governance that comes in, they have already accepted it?
Yes, thank you again. Our revered Nnamdi Azikiwe, great man and great politician of his days, once advised that it's only a fool will confront a man with a gun, right? So talk about people and their power of ensuring that there's good governance. It's really...
Especially in selection.
Yes, in selection.
Participation in the electoral process.
Yes, it is very rare, you know, for these people who are supposed to be party to selection or who governs them to come together to do so because of poverty. Poverty in terms of the fact that most of the time, how do you begin to even talk about Godfather? These are people, for one reason or one way or the other, had amassed wealth by cornering the commonwealth of the people. And having done so, they uses that wealth to ensure that whoever is coming on board to manage the commonwealth again for the people, and particularly for himself as a representative, is the person that he or she would endorse. And for that reason, people, or majority of the people who are supposed to be vocal, are silenced. Otherwise, if you speak much more than you ought to speak, they will come after you because they have all it tells.
Okay, but I'm talking in terms of elections.
In terms of elections, the same thing. In terms of election, whether or not you want to believe it,
why is it that people don't come out to vote for the credible leadership they need?
Again, to vote for the people, the credible, they may come out to vote. They have tried it in the past. I am one person who has tried it in the past by participating fully in voting. But at the end of the day, you are sure that the person you have voted perhaps would have won the election, but somehow, one way or the other, it was rigged. So how would anybody be encouraged to come back again to vote? When for some reasons, you are assured by your own computation that that person you voted for ought to have won the election. But because there was some rigging, a situation, for example, where in a total number of vote cast is about 50, and in that 50, you are beginning to have like 150, when the total number of vote cast is 50. 150 is 100 on top of 50.
Overvoting.
Overvoting. And this overvoting is not checkmated. And sometimes this overvoting comes as a result of perhaps the preferred candidate of the Godfather. One is added behind his vote. Maybe he had gotten 10 out of the 50 number of votes, right? And then in that 10 adds up 0, making it 100. Whereas the other person is now having 40. You are now having 140. That is overvoting. That is corruption. That is influential. Because of that influence and the fact that you know that it was a fraud, electoral fraud, you may not be encouraged to vote next time again because the vote does not really count.
Okay, because the vote doesn't count. But there are ways that such excesses can be checked. Such excesses can be checked through the provisions of the electoral law and, of course, approaching a court or tribunal for interpretation of the position of the law. Because actually, there is what we call accreditation before vote. And if the number of persons accredited and there's an overvoting, it becomes obvious that something has gone wrong. What could be the position of the courts? How do they decide such matter? Why do we have strong men in Nigeria instead of strong institutions? Because that could be exactly why. Maybe the strong men are having their way through, which portends or which points at the fact that in some aspects of our lives in Nigeria, there is a erosion of rule of law.
Yes, you make a very good observation. And that is also why the judiciary is also not really in a position to help or assist. Because before you get to the judiciary, before you go to court, you have to come with facts. You have to come with your evidence. But before this evidence could be gathered, that or substantial evidence would have been destroyed. How could it be destroyed by those same strong men, in quotes, as used? When election is being conducted and touts, hoodlums, are dispersed to go and disrupt the election and carry the ballot box or carry the papers, you have destroyed the essential evidence with which to go to court. So that's a challenge. Another challenge is when you think about going to court, the delays in getting to justice is another problem, okay? And when you also consider the fact of the process of gathering your evidence that had already been destroyed at the primary level of getting those evidence, okay, then you become frustrated. You begin to look for another way to manufacture evidence. And that is exactly what happens in our polity here, okay? So with all of those disappointments, people tend to be disappointed that rather than go to waste their time talking about vote, they rather abscond from voting.
In Edmund Burke, the great philosopher, he says, the only way evil will subsist or continue to subsist in a society is for us honest men to stay aloof. Yeah. And if we the Nigerian people will continue to keep mute in the face of tyranny and oppression, like was said in Ole Soyinka's The Man Dies, a hymn that keeps silent in the face of tyranny. Of course, it means evil will continue to subsist in Nigeria, and the electoral fraud will continue to subsist. And it means we are leaving everything to fate, because Nigerians no longer have anything to make demand on for a better Nigeria. So where do we go from here?
Yeah, thank you again. You see, over time, over years, we have seen that because this, we call them the strong men, who have refused to ensure that strong institutions are built, because they are profiting from the fact of ensuring that we do not have strong institutions. Nigerian Labour Congress is one such strong institution we ought to support, we ought to build. Civil service generally is one institution we ought to build.
The Bar Association.
Okay, the Bar Association is another one.
The NUJ.
The NUJ, various bodies, you know, recognized bodies. But then you discover that over time, each time that these institutions are about to raise their head, you know, to really agitate for the appropriate thing to be done in the polity, they are frustrated. Is either their leader is hoodwinked or hijacked or kidnapped. And you discover that over time, we have good example in Nigeria today. Oshomole, who is a member of the National Assembly, and who later became a governor, was one man that was so vocal in terms of ensuring that we have egalitarian society and that a strong institution is built around the Nigerian Labour Congress. But over time, the Labour was not getting his heads above water, even when they formed their own political party and all of that. Things were not working out fine. And he found himself the opportunity of becoming the governor of Edo State. So he crossed over from to the bourgeoisies. Okay, and he didn't remember that there were years when he was among the proletarians. Okay, so you can see the problem. So, and today, even in the Senate, he's still finding his voice to be seriously to be heard. Not long ago, he was seen challenging or having conflict with the Senate president and all of that. So that can tell you, the corruption in the political society had been there for over years.
Corruption has been the problem over the years and has contributed immensely in making Nigeria the way it is. This is the much we can take from the program. I wish we had more time. Our guest has something to really offer on this topic. But be with us next time, because we might call up such a topic and then you enjoy it more than you have. Thank you for being there for us, and thank you
for having me,
Barrister Foreman, for being on this program.
Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you for having me.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade, to the sprawling banditry networks across the Northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance access, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Pleasure to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is the program that follows up on the lifestyle and activities of the young people, making sure that at all times, virtues prevail against vices. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our X, our Instagram, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. And today our focus is on the alcoholic intake. Yes, intake of alcohol. And permit me to introduce to you another set of wonderful individuals I have on the studio today. And as a matter of fact, they are young people. You will see them. By my left, I have a civil engineer who is Samuel Uchendu. Sam, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
And by my right, I have the CEO of Mikorazon Links Enterprises, Chike Philip Osigwe. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Sam, do you take alcohol?
Very little.
Very little?
Quite little.
Okay, but you take at all?
Yes, you know, I'm raised...
And you like it?
I won't say I like it or I don't like it. I was raised in a family where I was not taking alcohol. But when I grew up, I decided to taste alcohol. And I realized that it's not evil after all, but the intake of alcohol should be moderated. That's
okay. Okay.
Shouldn't be in excess.
Okay, that means you take, but not in excess.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know when you have taken in excess, because some people would have to take 1 carton before they start counting excesses. Yes. And some will take 2 bottles before they start counting excesses. But that is, by the way, we'll come back to that. Chika, what about you? Do you take alcohol?
Okay, I don't.
Like you, at some point in your life, you stopped or you never did?
Actually, just like what he said, I grew up in a family where we don't do alcohol. Not that I didn't see people taking alcohol. I had a father that did, but I didn't. And I grew up to a particular extent and I found out that there's no gain in it. So,
like, absolutely?
Absolutely. I've not practiced taking alcohol for any
But Sam says he takes but moderately. And he likes taking it, according to him. Yeah. So, Sam, our viewer may like to have a taste of what the advantages of taking alcohol, though moderately, look like.
Yeah, a lot of advantages. A lot. You know, before we go deeper, let me just give a little advantage. You know, you may be depressed. And each time I give this instance, people tend to oppose it. But in the long run, they agree with me. You may be depressed. And at the moment, you may need to lighten up your spirit. And you may not want to do it through religion. You may just want to get better and at least have some sleep. And the only thing that can help you at that moment will be alcohol. I've experienced it. And you will be able to sleep and wake up. It's true that a lot of people will tell you that when you wake up, the problem is still waiting for you. But at least you've slept and gotten better.
Okay. If not for another thing, you slept.
You slept and you had a good sleep. And waking up to remember the problem, your body system may have repaired 1 or 2 things than when you don't sleep at all.
Are you saying you wouldn't have been able to sleep if you didn't take alcohol?
Maybe. There are situations you find yourself, like people who do menial jobs. When they come back from work, they experience high level of restiveness because of the nature of the job they do. There are particular brands of alcohol that when you take, your system will actually accept it and you'll be relaxed. Your nerves will relax and you'll be able to have quite long sleep. And when you wake up, you on your own know that you are refreshed and you go back to work. So when there is no alcohol, how do you solve that problem? Will you go and pray?
Okay, some brands of alcohol. I wouldn't want you to mention any. Yes, but then are there other advantages apart from?
Medically, I'm not a doctor, but I know I read some books, just that I can't memorize those terms. Medically, alcohol helps a lot in our system. In fact, as a matter of fact, if there's no alcohol in your system, you are dead. You will just die. It's true that the food you eat contains alcohol. I don't know if you understand, but just like you can have shortage of sugar in your body, and it becomes a problem, even when the food you eat contains sugar. At the same time, there are foods that you eat that you need alcohol, and you have a shortage of it. I hope we know that alcohol helps the memory too. Yes.
Help in building or in disintegrating the memory?
Well, I don't have the right terms to use. The truth is that when there is no alcohol in your brain, you will find it difficult to grasp things. You know sugar, fermented sugar, that's alcohol. And when it enters your brain, you begin to understand things faster.
Okay. That's a wonderful perspective. Yes. Then Chike, let me come to you, because you don't take alcohol at all. And all of these, according to Sam, are, as a matter of fact, the advantages. Yes, I am thinking that having heard him, when you go back today, you have a test, maybe starting with one bottle, and see if
it is actually true.
Yes, so that is that. So what's your perspective?
Okay, it's quite funny that it's going to look like a debate, but then I do not agree with those things entirely. The reason is because I know the medical background of it. Now, something like you trying to ease off when you are depressed and you want to go to alcohol, that already on its own is a defect, because you are already being addicted to alcohol. Now, if you want to define alcohol by World Health Organization's standard, alcohol causes a dependence control behavior. So it makes you want to go back and go back and go back. That is why you may start off taking a bottle. And dopamine, I always talk about dopamine. Dopamine is something that is well connected to alcohol. Dopamine is this hormone in our body that brings about enjoyment, pleasure. The moment you take a bottle, it strikes a chord, enjoyment. So that dopamine makes you to want to take more. That is why...
I hope you're not saying that enjoyment is bad.
No.
Okay.
Where I'm going to is this. If you start off taking a glass of alcohol, in 2 years' time, a glass of alcohol, and 2 years is even far, in 2 weeks' time, a glass of alcohol will not be enough to give you pleasure anymore. You will switch to a bottle. And from a bottle, you will switch to 2. And that's why I love the question you asked, that how will you know when you are taking excess? Because you will never know. Because it takes more and more every day for you to get enjoyment. Now, if you want to snap out of depression, there are things that we call leisure time things. There are things we call hobby. There are things that when you set your mind on them, that are not even things you consume, and you get better. Then if you have to take alcohol to sleep, it's already a sleep disorder. We have various types of sleep disorder. And alcohol, from research, even impedes sleep. It makes people to sleep in fragments. In fact, it even causes insomnia, which is the absence of sleep entirely. So I wouldn't be able to agree with the fact that these things are benefits.
Okay, I have a question for you, or it's a follow-up question anyway. Do you believe that lower intake of alcohol reduces heart disease by 20 to 40%?
Yes. I'm not saying this yes as this is true, because those things they are termed, how will I put it now, they are termed some likely benefits. If you have checked World Health Organization, because World Health Organization have done an overview of alcohol, if you check it out, you will see it. And these things are likely benefits, what people call benefits, but in the real sense, they are not. It's just like when you take, there is a drug that is called, maybe, let's say, this drug that men take to enhance sexual performance. That drug does something else in the body. But the side effect is what helps to delay ejaculation. So now, if you are taking alcohol that you want it to treat your heart disease, the alcohol is doing something else. It might only be a little fragment of it. And then what it does is to maybe give you a little bit relief, a light relief. But then in everything, you check the pros and the cons. What are the consequences of what it's doing? If it's doing 80% damage and 10% good, are you saying that thing is good for you? So we won't tell me that that's it.
Okay, Sam, let me come back to you. You have heard all Philip said about the intake of alcohol. To him, it is bad to take at all. That is his perspective.
I don't agree with him because he just mentioned dopamine. Am I correct? You know, the release of that hormone is very healthy. And most time, people who don't release that hormone because of their lifestyle die young. They get frustrated in life. So releasing of that hormone is very necessary. I know a lot of organizations that people come together once in a while, take alcohol, eat, enjoy. Over time, they live long life. I don't want to mention the name of a particular organization. I have reason for that. But people realize that they live long. They live long because they enjoy. They release hormones. So when you talk about enjoyment, my brother, enjoyment is very necessary in our lives.
Yes, of course.
If alcohol is not good, God wouldn't have even created trees that will give us those alcohol.
Okay,
That's
okay. Okay, that's your position anyway.
The reason why people started condemning alcohol is when you take it in excess. Religion is particular about alcohol. Some religions don't want people to be taking alcohol because when people take it in excess, they abuse it. Abuse. And that is what we are fighting against. And even eating too much food is equally abused. A lot of things are abused. So you won't say just because people abuse something and it's no longer healthy, it's not good for us. I don't know if you get it.
But I want to...
abuse of food is equally not healthy.
Okay, but I want to bring something to your notice. That's a research that says that intake of alcohol can cause liver disease.
Yes, and a lot of things causes liver disease. It's only alcohol. So why shouldn't us kick against all those things that cause liver disease? A lot of food causes liver disease. In fact, eating is, you're running a lot of risk by eating. Even the water you drink, you are running risk because you don't know where the water is coming from. So there is risk everywhere. But what we are talking about is, how does it benefit us? How do we live our life? So we should just live our life every time we are worried about what we will suffer. What I am preaching is moderation. As a matter of fact, moderation is very important.
Okay.
Just like when you mentioned alcohol helping in heart. Yes, it does. There are pros and cons, as you rightly mentioned.
Okay, thank you so much. Philip, there's another research findings that says that it is good if you're a man, you take 2 bottles of alcohol in a day, and if you're a woman, you take 1. And then the alcohol itself, that it reduces cholesterol and blood clotting.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you in total doubt of this?
Okay, yes. I've read a book in one of my researches about alcohol reducing HDL cholesterol. HDL is one of the bad cholesterols. That claim was not proven by actual science. And then they still wrote in that same research that modern researches disproved it. That means alcohol has actually no connection to cholesterol. Now, what alcohol does in most times is euphoria, just like he mentioned. You take it, you feel high, you feel that my problems are over, my worries are over. And let's also establish the fact that it is not thinking that causes cholesterol or blood pressure or many of these sicknesses. It is not thinking. It's actually some things that we don't take in moderation. And I love what he said, that dopamine is very important. Actually, it's dopamine that causes movement and every other thing. What we are talking about now is over-secretion. And mind you, I said, you won't be able to tell what is excess intake. World Health Organization just gave us 2 bottles per day for men, 1 bottle per day for women, just to keep people in check. But now, you find only a little fraction of human beings that can maybe go to an event and there is drink everywhere and it's free of charge, and you find a man that takes alcohol, take only 2 and say, no, I don't want again. Or you find a woman that takes alcohol to say, take only 1 and say, I don't want again. It's very hard and very scarce. In fact, it's more like the greatest temptation, because this is your body yearning for more. This is the drink, bubbling. You are sharing it everywhere. You are hearing the scent. You are perceiving the odor, you will most likely want to take. And just like the question you asked, alcohol intake is the greatest cause of cirrhosis, liver cirrhosis. That's the particular disease that alcohol causes in the liver. And funny enough, research says that even the slightest intake, you stand a risk of it.
Slightest intake?
Because some people take alcohol till they are 70 and no issue. There are still some people that take 1 bottle per month, just per month, and in about age 40, age 30, they're already developing the disease. So you wouldn't know which class you fall into.
What of the one in the rice you eat? The alcohol in the gari as well.
Now, they are not the same thing. What is in the gari is sugar.
Okay.
What is in alcohol is fermented sugar over beverages. So it is chemically produced, like you ferment sugar over grains, something like barley, wheat, corn, or you ferment it over some other alcohol. That's where you have wine, liquor, other ones. So those things are chemically produced, not the natural one we eat.
But in that case now, all this burger we eat, food that we eat, which I imagine you equally eat all such foods, they're equally dangerous, but we still eat them.
Yes, of course. There are foods that are dangerous.
And we still eat them.
There are foods that what we are saying is, which one
remember,
is more
remember, Sam, remember that it is boldly written in the packet of cigarettes that tobacco smokers are liable to die young. Still, people go smoke, even enlightened people. So that is that. But I want to ask you this question. Do you actually know also that from a research that says that alcohol intake causes high blood pressure, causes stroke, and even cancer?
I want to make this statement clear. There are people who don't take alcohol who suffer all these things. And there are people who take alcohol who eventually don't suffer any of these things. I mean heavy alcohol consumers that consumes alcohol in large quantity and they don't suffer any of
What is your stance?
No, what I'm saying is that
nothing causes anything.
No, those things, no. What I'm saying is that a time comes in the life of anybody when you choose things over things. I don't know if you understand. See, happiness is very important, and there are people that derive their happiness only by drinking. And when you cut it off, they die. So at the end of the day, they die. And you thinking that you are trying to help them, you still make them die. There was a story of a man who is an alcoholic. So his children grew up and wanted to stop him from alcoholism. They did everything to stop him. They have to restrict him from having access to his money, restrict people from buying alcohol for him. He fell sick, very sick. After like 6 months, he felt very sick. They started carrying him around. So one doctor, after looking at his case, laughed and brought water and added alcohol and gave him to go and drink. He went home and drank it and started getting better. The doctor now called the children and said, "You can't stop this man from alcohol. He's already part of his system." What you do? Okay. And if you stop it, he will die. And if he continues to drink so much, he will still die. Allow this man. I'm not saying that people should continue alcoholism. I'm preaching moderation. But I'm trying to tell you that there are essential things in life that you can't remove. It's just like religion. You see people condemn religion. Tell you that religion is the opium of the people. Religion has confused people. It has done more harm. The truth is that if you remove religion from our society, some of us will die. Because the hope that religion gives us keeps us going. I don't know if you understand. So there are people that the only joy they have in life is alcoholism. When they are working in their workplace, they are just working with all their heart. And remembering that by 5 p.m. now, he's seated somewhere and taking his bottle. And you not tell the man, stop taking the bottle. His BP may even rise. That's the same thing you are trying to prevent, maybe not occur. So moderation is good. And when people are used to it, don't just talk them out of it. Help them to moderate it. That's where I stand. I can't say eliminate it. You can't.
Okay, thank you so much.
Just like telling people to eliminate beverages. Do you know how beverages help us to survive?
Okay, let me come back to you, Philip. My reference point is the findings from a research that was carried. Okay, and that research from the findings says that alcohol intake that it reduces inflammation and improves bone density. Are you aware of this?
Reducing inflammation and improves bone density. Okay. What I would say is, for me, and from what I know, it's false. Because I know that research is coming from the fact that we will be told that something like vitamin D is added to alcohol, because it's actually vitamin D that reduces inflammation and increases bone density. But then those things are just written on the pack. We know that alcohol is barley or wheat and fermented sugar. They may or may not actually add those things. And even if they add it, it will not be in the quantity that the body needs to do those things. So if it's there, it means probably I may need to consume about 12 bottles of a particular brand of alcohol to get about 1,000 milligrams of vitamin D that will actually help to dense bone of about how many meters. So you can imagine how many you would take for you to achieve that thing. And by the time you are taking that quantity to achieve it, you are damaging something else.
I like how you analyze it. I like how you analyze it. Okay. Having proven that for us, that is your perspective anyway. Yes. But I may need you to carry out the same research I carried. Okay. You understand? Okay. Now, having said that, do you also believe that alcohol intake reduces the risk of type 2 diabetes?
Reduces the risk of type 2 diabetes?
Yes.
I don't see the correlation. Because, okay, now, that part is another place we need to talk about. A lot of people have this notion that an alcoholic taker is safer than somebody that takes Coke and Fanta and Sprite. They may be right in that sense, because somebody that takes Coke and Sprite and Fanta is direct sugar. That's the one that enters the bloodstream and increases the sugar intake. But then they have this belief that alcohol, when you take it, it goes straight down, you urinate, and it goes. That's what they believe. Meanwhile, you are giving the liver and the kidney much work at that point. That's why after taking alcohol, you see the person going to ease himself, to urinate, all those things, and they claim it is going out immediately. You are embodying, you are giving burden to the liver and the kidney. So there is no connection between alcohol and sugar reduction. There is none. It's just that they believe they take it in, it goes out, it doesn't store in the body. So therefore, you are better than the person that takes in sugar without urinating. But it doesn't have any connection. They still suffer. In fact, when people are suffering diabetes, the doctor prescribes reduce alcohol. In fact, stop taking alcohol. So if alcohol actually reduces diabetes, that means when you get to the hospital, they won't tell you because your sugar is high, stop taking alcohol. They will even tell you take it more so that the sugar will go. And I've never seen a hospital where someone goes and they prescribe, say, be taking so alcohol. No.
Okay, thank you so much. Sam, I've not told you if I like alcohol or I don't like, but you like it moderately. That is good.
Yes.
But have you discovered in any way that alcohol intake weakens immune system and then causes heart problem?
I'll just be very straightforward. I'm not interested in what science is talking about these things, because this science most times are contradictory. They tell you this one today, they tell you the other one tomorrow. I'm interested in how you feel after you take this thing. As a matter of fact, we have our own sensor that tells us there are times you take alcohol, you feel just better. You feel just good. You just know that one or two problems you have has been cured.
At that moment.
At that moment. You just feel it. Like there was a day I took Origin, 2 bottles. After taking it, I just felt better in my system. Everything just felt better. My stomach was giving me pro, it was bloating. After that, I just felt better at that moment. And I knew that this thing has contributed to my well-being. For another 4 days, I didn't take any alcohol. I don't know if you understand. So I don't attach too much value to this. You know, remember, science told us before that beans is pure protein. More than they told us is now carbohydrate and very, very little protein. Can't I believe? So I'm not so keen about those science, just like what he's saying. He keeps telling you that this one said this, but the modern science say that is not true. So which one is true?
Because science evolves.
Okay, Philip, let's take it from this other dimension. When alcohol lowers the risk of dementia disease, and then it contains vitamin B3, B6, magnesium, and folate that is similar to red wine.
Fine. I think I've mentioned this point even before you asked me. They brand those things, and you know, if you want to sell your products, you have to try to attach benefits to it. Now, somebody is looking for folate. What happened to the lettuce in the market and all those food that you will eat and gain them? For example, when the chips are down, that somebody is in the hospital and is having nervous breakdown, and the person needs vitamin B6, trust me, nobody will buy a bottle of alcohol and say there is vitamin B6 inside. They will look for lettuce and biscuit bone and all those things that actually have the vitamins and take. Because those things are just branded so that it will be alluring. You want to take the bottle of alcohol. So those things are not really connected. And so just like what my colleague was saying, that more like he doesn't believe in this science thing, and some people that don't take alcohol actually suffer.
Not that I don't believe. I don't entirely.
No, the part I'm going to is like the fact that some people that don't take alcohol still suffer these things. The thing is, it's just like when they say stop burning bushes, because bushes you have the risk of burning everywhere down.
Exactly.
So maybe you now say because someone close to me burns bushes and nothing happens, so let's continue burning bushes. You forget that you are adding to the problem. Let's say you have the normal lifespan of maybe living to 75 on your own. Taking on a wrong practice in life can reduce that 75 to about 65. And you see that somehow, I don't know, I don't want to bring in religion, but it's possible that probably when some of us get to heaven, God can tell you, Oga, it is you that killed yourself because of wrong practices. So we need to look into those things.
I keep promoting moderation, because when you say wrong practices, just like you said, we don't want to bring in religion. Religion is a vital point. It's a vital thing in this society. You are aware there are people who goes to pray and they do fasting, they die. Sure. Even in the right practice.
Sure.
They have made wrong out of it.
Sure.
There are people who starve themselves from alcohol so much that they equally have problem. You see, when we go to drink and we sit in a table and drink, a lot of issues comes up. There is this happiness that the environment that circulates in the environment that is very healthy. Just like you mentioned dopamine, you release it that period, and you are happy. Everybody is shouting.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Are you aware? Are you aware that
if somebody goes to fast and eventually dies, he's going straight to heaven?
That is what you say. I don't know.
Okay, but are you aware? Are you aware that China lives very long? In fact, they are one of the people that have the longest lifespan.
Yes.
And they don't do it by alcohol.
But there are other European countries that live longer than alcoholic.
It's by yoga. I'm giving you, they do yoga, they are normal dance.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. It is fun. It is fun because Uncle Sam, you are of the opinion that you take alcohol, but don't take it in excess.
Yes.
And then Philip, your own perspective is that alcohol is absolutely bad and nobody should take it. That is why it is fun. We want to observe just a short break. After the break, you explain to us, if you have known from the research findings also, that alcohol worsens depression and anxiety. Thank you so much. Our viewer want to observe just a short break. After the break, we'll continue. Please don't go away.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much. Back from the short break, we are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Thank you so much. Our topic for today is the alcohol intake. And good enough, I've had wonderful gentlemen here who are coming from the opposite directions. This is Samuel Uchendo, who is a civil engineer. He says alcohol is good, but when taking it, make sure you take it moderately. And then I have Philip Osigwe, who says, yes, alcohol, it is not good. Don't take alcohol at all times. Yes. So before I went on the short break, I was about asking you a question. If you are aware that when you take alcohol, it worsens it gives rise to anxiety, worsens depression, and even sleep disturbances. Are you aware of this? Still, you take alcohol?
These are statements that are made that today they say is true, tomorrow they say is not true. So I don't give in to those things. Because I know that as we are seated now, we sit very long. It creates problem for us too. But we have to sit. You know, when people go to school, they stay in classroom for a very long time. It's very dangerous to your health. You go to church and some churches sit you down for 3 hours, which is worse than a pack of cigarettes. But you still sit down there and learn whatever you say you want to learn. And you move on with life. You see, life is like that. So, but there are benefits that people derive from alcohol that should be the reason why they should moderately take it. It brings communal life. It brings people together. It circulates happiness amongst men. It makes men live in peace and harmony. These are the benefits. And those benefits cannot be removed just because somebody says one thing that he says today, tomorrow he says another one. But I still maintain that it should be taken moderately.
That's what I understand. It's like nothing can make you make a shift from that your position.
No, you have to take alcohol.
That you have to take alcohol.
Especially when it is done in a communal way.
And Philip, I think you have maybe you have seen reasons to maybe start taking alcohol, but then taking it moderately. I'm not convinced from everything he said, because he's not ready to take or to get convinced by your own position.
He needs to give me more reasons. If I'm to be convinced at all, I should get
more concrete reasons.
Do you see the way you are behaving? You are very focused and very mean and very stiff because you don't take alcohol.
No. You can't.
It may not be so. Okay. Let me ask him a question. Let me ask you a question, Sam.
Yes.
Sam, let me ask you this question. Why do you think alcohol is not recommended for people under 18 years? Why do you think so?
There's nothing wrong with making sure that people are of age before they start taking alcohol. I mean, it's correct. Because alcohol itself...
Why do you think the same people didn't say that people must be of age before taking water?
Let's compare this taking alcohol with sexual life. Sex is not evil. But in all religious organizations, they recommend it when you are married. I don't know if you understand. Those things are sensitive issues that are very vital in our lives. And we make sure we control our children not to take it until they are grown-ups. What of making money? There are families that tell you that, look, my child, concentrate in your education. When you are so age, you cannot think of making money. Why? Does it mean that making money is evil? So it's likewise in alcohol. We want you to get to that age that you now have mental capacity to control your appetite so that you know when to stop. Just like when you say that, what is the moderation of alcohol? There are people who moderate alcohol. Like I moderate my intake of alcohol. And I have a lot of friends who moderate theirs. So if you're not able to moderate your own, it's your problem. Just like people cannot moderate their sleep. People cannot moderate their hour of play. People cannot moderate their engagement in religion too. People cannot moderate their life in equally acquiring knowledge because everything requires moderation. So just because you can't moderate it doesn't make it error. It's your problem. You should tackle it. You should work on yourself. There are wives who don't moderate their relationship with their God and they allow it to interfere with their family. There are men who don't moderate their relationship with work or even their God. It interferes with their family too. So when people lack moderation, it's not a reason to condemn something.
But let me come back to you, Philip. Why do you think adults continue to take alcohol, even when they know or they have heard one way or the other that intake of alcohol may not be good according to you?
Okay, yes. There are two things I would say about that. One, alcohol gives you a return habit. Like when I was defining alcohol, I said it has this ability to give you you become addicted to it, whether you like it or not. You return, you want to return. So I've seen people that will say, I want to stop taking alcohol. And you find out that maybe after a month or two, they want to go back and have a taste. And some people, when they have a taste, they will be like, let me just continue this thing. That's the first one. Second one is group, the circle you find yourself, the people you mingle with, the environment, the friends, the association. As long as you have people that always want to go and take it, it's hard for you to leave it. So that's why so many persons go, because all of us are going. It's just like now, I'll give you a clear example. When I go out with some of my friends and they'll be like, hey, you take alcohol, this, I'll say, give me water, give me this fruit juice, give me this. And most people yield to that pressure of taking alcohol because they say, yeah, you're not a man, no, you are a lady, you are this, you are that. And they say, okay, because of that, let me start taking. It's more like sticking to your own guns. And now, maybe let me just dive a little into the question that was thrown before. Why do we say 18 years and above before drinking? It's because alcohol has a way of affecting brain development. That is why below 18, it is generally accepted that this brain is not fully developed. And once you mingle alcohol with brain development, and then something goes wrong. That is the cases of people that they say this man was in the hospital and the only thing they could use to revive him was alcohol, because this man probably started taking it even before this recommended age of 18. So those things it's just the way it is. So it's not even something we should be diving into before that age, because, okay, now, just like this drinking, there are 7 stages to being drunk. 7. When you start taking alcohol, the little you take, that one is called subclinical intoxication or sobriety. You are still your full self. Nothing happened. But from that, it goes to excitement. Okay, the second stage is euphoria. The third stage is excitement. From there, you just be happy. Everything will be going on. Your system is okay. Even if something is wrong, you forget it at that moment.
So it's a painkiller.
So by stage 5 is the one we call stupor. By that time, you are now hearing voices. You are now saying things. If you have a secret with your wife, you say it. If you see the goat eye to look like a bed. Stage 7 is called coma. So you see that alcohol can still bring somebody to coma, and is recorded coma and death. So somebody takes alcohol and suddenly is feeling like, let me just die. Even if you see something that can kill him, you walk into it. So where is the benefit?
Sam, from the narratives this guy has given, don't you think a lot of people may have been sent to early graves because of intake of alcohol?
No doubt. I don't doubt it, because I don't advocate for too much intake of alcohol. Get my stand. Moderation. Because as I said earlier, everything in life can make you go to early grave.
But I understand something from what he said.
Yes.
If I understood him accurately, he is saying that there's nothing like moderation. That when you take, you have the urge to come back, and it keeps increasing, maybe from 1 bottle to 2 to 3.
It is applicable to everything in life, that there are people who can moderate whatever they are doing. It's applicable. Even musicians who likes music so much, even boils down to sacred music, become so engrossed in it that they can give their life. I don't know if you understand me. So you shouldn't limit such thing to just alcoholism. It's in every walk of life. We have stories of mystics, powerful men of God who prayed and prayed and prayed and died. So why are we not talking about it?
Are you able to control your own alcohol intake?
I've told you I control mine.
Have you seen people who are not able to control?
I have, just as I've seen in all walks of life, people who are not able to control themselves. Try to get my kind of person. I'm very objective.
Philip, you can see Samuel is so strong in defending the fact that you should place control over intake of alcohol. Don't you think he's right?
Okay, fine. I love the control, but let me still repeat that point. The fact that you start, okay, for some people, how they control is that when I'm drinking, and if I'm suddenly seeing this bag like it's now 2, I'll now know it's okay. Abi, I don't need to take another one. Now, maybe at the first instance, it is 2 bottles you took, and you start seeing this bag as somehow, and you now stop. Time will come when you have taken 7 bottles, 8 bottles, and it will be at the 12th bottle that bag will start doing like that. Now say, okay, let me stop. By tomorrow, it can be 18 bottles.
Before you continue, I want to tell you a story.
Okay.
There was a medical doctor that died on his way to present his thesis. Let me use that language. I don't know the particular language he used. He was supposed to enter flight. So just to enter flight, he collapsed. They rushed him to the hospital. They discovered that blood has entered somewhere in the head.
Yes.
And they attributed it to too much stress. He overread. Okay. Now, as a child, because we now started hearing stories how he developed. As a child, he's always reading. And according to the parents, he reads that even when you ask him to go and sleep, he refuses to do So he has overstretched
stress hormones. That's
yes,
cortisol hormones.
and he's enjoying it, and he was applauded for that. But it brought his death. What am I trying to say? There are people who can't control, who don't know the limits. It's not alcohol thing. Such people who can have their limits in reading, in prayer, all those things that you call virtue. I'm coming. All those things that you call virtue. Such people can control themselves in doing it. Yes. When they drink alcohol, they still can't control themselves. It's their problem.
Yes.
It's not the problem of the product.
No, see where I'm going to. See where I'm going to. In as much as everything in life is bad.
When you overdo
everything, so long as you do it more. But then the thing now is that we are checking which one has.
You mean if you pray more is bad? If you drink water more, is it bad?
Things like prayer doesn't have excess.
What of water?
It has excess.
What of water?
Water does not have excess.
You said everything.
No.
It was hasty generalization.
No, water has excess.
No. Water is.
You're a medical line. You can't say that water don't have excess.
The only time that water can be too much is if you are not eating anything at all.
No, there are researchers that even say that too much water is bad.
Okay, fine. I'm coming now.
You can Google it now.
Let's finish this particular.
As long as it becomes.
Let's finish this particular. What I'm saying now is, okay, in as much as you said, too much of everything is bad. Now I'm now telling you that maybe you taking 2 bottles today, and probably by next week it has to be 3 bottles for you to get to that point where you are saying it is excess. Minding you that every additional bottle is adding additional stress to the kidney and the liver.
Just like adding extra spoon of food when you are eating. It's adding additional stress to the liver.
But now,
kidney too.
it is food. Food has, let's say, 80% positivity to your body. Alcohol, every additional bottle is giving 80% disadvantage to the body.
From which
so
you
check,
your own point of view.
You check which one has. I don't know whether you're getting what I'm saying.
But let me ask you a question.
There are food that are more detrimental than even alcohol.
And you should avoid.
But you know what I'm saying?
I know.
There are food that are more detrimental to alcohol.
Which you should avoid.
And some of those foods, science may not have discovered so much about them. And they may even be encouraging us to eat them now. Tomorrow they will wake up and tell us, hey, we don't know that this food is bad. This is the same science that you are proving now that is condemning alcohol. Tomorrow can tell us that, hey, alcohol
this one has been discovered over the years.
There is no over the years.
Okay, Philip, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Now that you don't take alcohol, what do you take?
As maybe to get happy or
what makes you happy?
Like I gave an example of China. Yoga makes them happy.
Then what do you take? What is your brand of anything drinks?
As of now, maybe let me divert the topic a little bit. Anybody that is taking, I shouldn't be saying this on telly, but anybody that is taking anything that is not water in Nigeria now, you are risking too much.
Even the water.
This guy is going extra mile.
Or even the water in Nigeria is not safe.
No, the reason why I say it is that
you are going extra mile.
Why I'm saying it is these alcoholic drinks now, a great number of them in the market are even the fake ones.
You are right.
So now imagine when alcohol is harmful,
and you now
then the fake one alcohol, you now check what it can do. And mind you, kidney failure, liver disease are on the increase far much more than we've ever experienced. And what is causing it?
Because of fake alcohol.
Fake things, fake beverages, So you are even setting yourself in the front line of risk.
But don't be offended though. There is a way the human hormone works. There are the children we are giving birth to today. There are children who started eating certain food that their hormone has grown to accept those things.
Yes.
That if a foreigner comes now and take the same food, they just die in a shorter time. I hope you know.
Yes.
Yes. Because I remember a story that somebody died in a main market on Onitsha. The guy drinks bottled water. So one day he came to the market, there was no bottled water. He now say, the people now say, you are a foolish man, drink pure water here. He now say, he doesn't. They say, drink this water, it's not water. He drank it and died.
He must have had this.
Okay, I want to ask you this question. Now that I understand you don't take anything other than water.
Yes.
That is cool.
No, I take fruit juices. I take natural drinks.
Fruit juice, is
it
which ones are natural drinks?
Like I take pineapple juice. There's a place I buy it even in the market.
Produced by who?
Naturally. Before us, it's a pineapple grinded. We bring out the juice, we take it. I have a juice extractor in my house.
Okay.
I buy fruits, buy apple. In fact, I buy watermelon, grind all of them.
Okay, okay, that is your brand. That is your brand.
Very much.
I understand that is your brand.
Are you aware that some of those fruits now, they use chemical to fertilize them?
I said I do it myself.
Okay, you do them yourself.
I buy the fruits.
But I can imagine the stress you go through just to eat.
No matter stress, he's processing his brand since he doesn't take beer.
I love that.
No problem. But let me ask you this: you don't take beer, you don't take alcohol, and you have your brand.
Yes.
Now, some other people take alcohol, like Sam. He takes but moderately.
Yes.
But he takes means he's taking alcohol.
Yes.
Now, the people that take alcohol, even you that said moderately, if they find themselves in an event where there is excess alcohol, assorted, what do you expect them to do?
I've said this thing before, even in this talk.
Even you, what do you expect them to do? To stay there and take moderately?
Well, we are human beings of free will. Those who want to take in excess, they are on their own. They are on their own. It's their own risk. But me, no matter the number of alcohol I see, I will just take that number I want to take and walk away. The important thing in alcohol is not even to get drunk. It is that conviviality, that joy that circulates when we are drinking. Not necessarily the alcohol itself. That joy, that joy we get there when men gather like this sort of fighting, we are laughing. It's all quarreling.
You can see Sam continues emphasizing this joy.
That is the joy I'm talking about.
This joy.
The thing is,
I'm not necessarily interested in.
I get what he's saying about the joy, but now.
But do you believe that joy comes?
Using that event, the joy comes because
it comes, right? Very good. And in a situation where everybody resorts to taking the brand you take or this juice, do you think that joy will still be there?
See where I'm going to in that joy. For example, I have a friend. When we were in school, he was equally as brilliant as I was in the class, but he cannot stand to teach the class. And every time I can just be entering the class, they will be like, Philip, come and teach. I'll say, okay, so topic, let's do this one. And one day he told me, guy, how are you able to just stand and teach? That me, before I teach, I'll have to go and drink and come. You understand? Now, I told him, you are actually driving to a wrong path. I've seen drivers that say before they move, they have to go and drink. I've been in a park. They loaded us. We are about to go. Driver say he must take 1 bottle of beer before he moves. That's the way his eye will be sharp and bright. And then if God needed those things, he would have created it that a bottle will be maybe by this side of our body, so that every time you will drink before you have ability to do anything. So those things shows that you are being dependent.
Liken it to food.
You are dependent
I think you are saying.
Yes, sir, you are being dependent on those things.
Yes.
Just like our fathers in the olden times. Some of them, before they will go to hunt or catch firewood or bring palm wine, they have to take snuff. It's dependence. We were created with our brain to function straight up without anything. So if you want to find joy, there are many things you can find joy in.
Can I say something?
Want to find happiness, you can find
something. We are created to depend on something, actually. If you really understand it, your statement is very correct. People grow to depend on alcohol, a bottle or two, before they can function well. Just like me, before coming here this morning, I took out time to pray. And it is what I depend on to do. Arab man prays another kind of prayer where he breaks cola. He depends on it.
Are you saying you're not taking alcohol today?
I'm not an alcoholic. I can stay 1 month without alcohol, 2 months, 1 year, sir.
Okay. Is that the moderate you're talking about?
I'm trying to tell you something about alcohol. I don't condemn alcohol.
You didn't.
Yes,
of course.
but I believe alcohol should be moderated. And the joy in alcohol is not just drinking. It is the union it brings, the unity it brings, circulates, the joy that it circulates when we gather.
What do you think should be done? What do you think should be done to get this alcohol intake moderated the way you want
it? To sensitize people. You see, this idea of telling people don't drink is a sin. Makes them to even go into drinking. When people like me talk to people who are alcoholic, they begin to mellow down. First of all, they know that I accept what they are doing. I can now tell them moderate it. And I know many people have converted into moderating alcohol.
Tell us what should be done. Tell us what should be done to get alcohol moderated. Because you agreed with me that since all of the things you mentioned are resulting in, as a result of intake of alcohol, excessive of it, that a lot of people must have been sent to their early grave. You agreed with me?
Yes, I agree.
Very good. What should be done? What should be done?
To sensitize people. Since like what he's saying, a lot of things he said they are valid. People should know about it. But that doesn't mean you say alcohol should not be taken at all. People should know that some of the bottles they are drinking are not the original content. And by taking it too much, you're killing yourself. I think we can even find the original drinks. That's where we even get more benefits. But this time around, but
I want you to talk about it. You know why? I want you to talk. What should be done to be able to get the original content and not adulterated?
The problem is our government, though. When likes of Dora was alive, Nigeria fought some of these fake things, and things got better. But the institutions we have now that are meant to fight those things are taking bribe. The law enforcement are not strong enough to combat these things. That is the problem. And it's as if our top politicians are more occupied in winning the election than making the country better.
It's okay. Thank you so much. Chike, would you rather advise the government to scrape everything alcohol from the society?
Okay, that's a far cry. If to say it should be scrapped by the government, that would be in government. I think that's either autocracy or so, because you are going against
people's rights.
Yes, but then the truth of the matter is that if a lot of persons stop alcohol intake, it will go out of market, it will go out of face. The producers will reduce it. In fact, a lot of them will pack.
Then briefly make your parting words. Make your parting words to the alcohol intakers.
To the alcohol intakers, I will only say you are somehow enslaving yourself to something.
Okay.
Because, like I just talked about dependence, you now depend on this thing to function. Meanwhile, you were created with a brain and a nervous system that can function on its own.
Okay, no problem. I want you to also give a shout out to the moderate
I just want to say
intakers.
something. Dependent. We all depend on something.
Sam, shout out to the moderate takers of alcohol.
They should keep taking it moderately. That's all. They should never take it in excess, because taking it in excess is very harmful.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam Uchendo.
Thank you.
Civil engineer, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip Osigwe, the CEO, Mikorazone Links Enterprises. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, our viewer. It has been a nice time we stayed with you. Debating, because I call it debate, because they are in two opposite directions, yes. But we were able to arrive at something. Thank you so much. We're going to see again. My name remains Chukwemeka Obase. Thank you so much.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
The Nigerian electorate remains heavily youth-driven, with demographic projections consistently showing that more than 60% of the country's estimated population of over 200 million people are under the age of 35, placing young people at the center of democratic participation and political outcomes.
According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC's official breakdown of the 2023 general elections voter register, out of 93.4 million registered voters nationwide, youths aged 18 to 34 accounted for about 37 million voters, representing approximately 39.6% of the entire electorate. This confirms that young Nigerians remain the single largest demographic bloc in electoral politics. As Nigeria moves toward the 2027 general elections, INEC's ongoing continuous voter registration exercise indicates a gradual expansion of the voter register, with fresh registrations and PVC updates expected to significantly reshape the electorate. Electoral officials have repeatedly stated that the final voter register for 2027 will reflect updated youth participation, particularly first-time voters, reaching voting age since 2023. Despite these numerical strengths, electoral participation in Nigeria continues to show a persistent gap between registration and actual voter turnout. In several election cycles since 1999, turnout has remained below 50%, raising concerns about political apathy, distrust in the electoral process, and systemic barriers to participation. Democratic expectations place clear responsibilities on young citizens. These include active participation in voter registration, collection of permanent voters' cards, participation in peaceful voting, rejection of electoral violence, and engagement in issue-based political debates, rather than identity-driven or money-influenced politics. Since the introduction of the Not Too Young to Run Act in 2018, legal barriers to youth candidacy have been reduced, allowing Nigerians as young as 25 to contest for legislative offices and 35 years for executive positions. However, political analysts argue that internal party structures still remain largely controlled by older political actors, limiting meaningful youth inclusion in decision-making and candidacy selection. On the ground, youth political engagement remains mixed. Digital platforms such as X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok have become powerful tools for political mobilization, awareness campaigns, and election monitoring. However, this online engagement often does not translate into equivalent physical turnout at polling units. During the 2023 elections, youth-led movements significantly influenced public discourse and voter education. Yet, reports from election observers highlighted challenges, including vote buying, logistical delays, pockets of electoral violence, and low turnout among the first-time voters in several states. Many young Nigerians continue to express frustration over unemployment, inflation, insecurity, and a perception that political leadership remains disconnected from their daily realities.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyinyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. Here are the headlines. Jungle justice in Kaduna leaves one dead as mob storms police station in Maraban, Jos. Protest rock Ibadan as families demand rescue of kidnapped school children after 38 days in captivity. Kwara government raises alarm as 724 illegal drug outlets are shut down across the state. Now the news in details. Fresh protests have continued in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, over the abduction of school pupils and teachers in Owerri local government area. The victims were kidnapped on May 15th and have remained in captivity for 38 days. Civil society groups, teachers and families marched through major roads, calling on both the Oyo State government and federal authorities to intensify rescue efforts. The demonstrators said the delay has worsened public fear and frustration. The protest followed the killing of one of the abducted teachers while in captivity, a development that has heightened tensions in affected communities around the Old Oyo National Park. Governor Seyi Makinde has said security agencies are working with joint tactical teams to track the kidnappers, and residents are demanding permanent security presence in schools. A violent case of jungle justice has been reported in Maraban, Jos, Kaduna State, where a female suspect accused of child theft was killed by a mob. The incident occurred after she was taken into police custody for her safety. According to police authorities, a crowd stormed the station, overpowered officers, and forcibly removed the suspect before setting her ablaze. Officials said there was no evidence linking her to kidnapping. Kaduna State Police Command spokesperson Mr. Mansir Hassan described the act as criminal and a serious attack on the rule of law. He warned against mob justice. Police Commissioner Rabiu Mohammed said arrests have been made and investigations are ongoing, while urging residents to allow lawful prosecution of suspects. At least 19 people have been killed in an overnight attack on Kawel village in Mushere district of Boko's local government area, Plateau State. The assault happened around 11:40 p.m. when residents were asleep. Eyewitnesses said armed men stormed the community and opened fire indiscriminately, forcing residents to flee into nearby bushes for safety. Local youth leader Christopher Luker confirmed the death toll after receiving distress calls shortly after midnight. He said security agencies were immediately alerted. Authorities are yet to issue an official statement, while residents are calling for stronger protection following recent attacks in the area. The Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the remand of human rights activist and African Action Congress presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore at Kuje Correctional Center. He will remain in custody until June 24, 2026. The case stems from cybercrime charges filed by the Department of State Services, accusing Sowore of cyber stalking and defamation against President Bola Tinubu over a social media post. Court records show a series of legal disputes, including bail revocation and allegations of trial delay. Sowore has pleaded not guilty to the charges. Justice Mohammed Umar ordered his remand following his absence in court, while proceedings are expected to continue in the coming days. The federal government has opposed bail for an alleged oil bunkering suspect, Ugochukwu Lucky Ibekwe, also known as Chief Onwa, standing trial at the Federal High Court in Abuja. He is facing 8 counts, including economic sabotage, illegal refining, and environmental destruction allegedly linked to oil spills that caused over 500 deaths in Abia State. His lawyer argued that the defendant requires urgent medical attention due to a kidney transplant condition and should be granted bail. However, the prosecution, led by the Director of Public Prosecution, Rotimi Oyedepo, rejected the application, citing the severity of the charges and risk to witnesses. The court fixed July 1st for ruling. The Archbishop of African Church, Most Reverend Peter Ogumuyiwa, has warned that parental neglect is fueling rising drug abuse and social vices among young people in Nigeria. He spoke ahead of the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse, saying many parents are no longer actively involved in guiding their children. The cleric said this lack of supervision exposes youths to peer pressure, crime and harmful online influences. He called for stronger family discipline and moral upbringing. He also urged religious bodies and government agencies to intensify counseling and support programs for youths struggling with addiction. Katsina State Governor Diko Umar Rada has expanded the state's authority employment policy to include graduates with first-class degrees from any Nigerian university. He announced the initiative at the Katsina Students' Week held at Bayero University, Kano, saying it is aimed at strengthening the state civil service with top academic talent. Governor Rada said the policy will improve efficiency and position Katsina as a leading administrative hub within 15 years. He also highlighted achievements in education, including teacher recruitment, scholarship payments, and efforts to reduce the number of out-of-school children. The Ogun State government has ordered the temporary relocation of students from Our Lady of Apostles Girls Grammar School, Ijebu-Ode, following suspected toxic gas emissions. Governor Dapo Abiodun said electronic detectors confirmed high levels of methane gas affecting 3 schools in the area. He made the announcement after inspecting the schools. Officials from Environment and Health Ministries alongside federal agencies are investigating the source of the emission. Preliminary findings suggest a natural geological cause linked to underground fault lines, while authorities insist schools will remain closed until safety is confirmed. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Jungle justice crisis erupts in Maraban, Jos, Kaduna State, as mob storms police station. Protests rock Ibadan as families demand rescue of abducted school children and teachers after 38 days in captivity. Coming up shortly, Kwara State raises alarm over public health risk as 724 illegal drug outlets shut down by Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. We'll be back soon.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The federal government and the Imo State government have reached an agreement to establish a new federal medical center in Okigwe. The move follows the conversion of the former Federal Medical Center, Owerri, into a teaching hospital for the Federal University of Technology. The decision was finalized during a meeting at the government house in Owerri between Governor Hope Uzodimma and a federal delegation led by the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isaac Adekunle Salako. As part of the arrangement, Governor Uzodimma handed over the Okigwe General Hospital to serve as the temporary takeoff site for the new federal health facility. Governor Uzodimma described the deployment as a major boost to healthcare delivery, noting that it fills a gap in federal health infrastructure in Imo State, while federal authorities have also absorbed existing hospital staff into the federal system. The Kwara State government has raised concern over public safety following the closure of 724 illegal drug outlets by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. The enforcement exercise targeted unlicensed pharmaceutical operators across the state. Officials described the development as alarming, warning that many residents may have unknowingly patronized unqualified drug vendors over time, exposing themselves to serious health risk. Dr. Abdurrahim Malik, Executive Secretary of the Kwara State Hospitals Management Board, said the operators lack the training required to safely handle all dispensed medicines, leading to dangerous treatment outcomes. He ordered that the state government is strengthening pharmaceutical monitoring systems and mobilizing community health committees across 46 districts to help identify and report illegal drug activities. A leadership dispute has been reported at the Anambra State Local Government Service Commission following tensions involving former board members and the commission's secretary. According to the report, this agreement has disrupted administrative activities at the Commission's headquarters in Awka, affecting routine operations. The situation reportedly began after the dissolution of the board, with allegations that some former members continued to act in ways that challenged the authority of the current management. The development has created concern among staff over internal stability within the local government administrative structure. State authorities are expected to look into the matter as stakeholders call for swift intervention to restore order and ensure smooth governance operations. The Imo State Football Association has officially launched its 2026 State League in Owerri, with matches taking place at the Dan Ayama Stadium training pitch. The competition is designed to promote grassroots football development. The tournament teamed Rising Stars Building Champions features 17 local clubs competing across a 7-match-day schedule. Although the opening fixture between Umuakumo United and Heroes FC was postponed, other matches proceeded as planned, including Akabo United against Makan FC and Hawks FC versus Zenith Stars FC. Officials say the league will run through early July, providing a platform for young players to showcase their talent and advance into professional football. Nollywood actress Rita Dominic has shared a personal Father's Day tribute, styling her husband Fidelis Anosike in a new set of photographs posted on social media. The actress described him as a strong and inspiring partner. Dominic praised her husband for his loyalty and character, saying he remains a constant source of motivation in their marriage. The post quickly attracted public attention online. The couple married in 2022 in a widely publicized ceremony and have since maintained a high-profile but private relationship, often celebrating special moments together. And Nosike has also publicly supported the actress in the past, including gifting her during special occasions, as both continue to attract attention as one of Nigeria's celebrity couples. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. A violent case of jungle justice has been reported in a Maraban Jos area of Kaduna State, where a mob attacked a police station and killed a female suspect accused of child theft. Civil society organizations, teachers, unions, and families have staged fresh protests in Ibadan, Oyo State, demanding the immediate release of school children and teachers abducted in Owerri local government area. The victims have been in captivity for 38 days since their abduction on May 15th, an incident that has triggered widespread public concern across the state. The Kwara state government has raised serious public health concerns following the shutdown of 724 illegal pharmaceutical outlets by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria across the state. Officials say the widespread operation of unlicensed drug vendors poses a major threat to public safety, with many residents unknowingly exposed to dangerous and unregulated medications. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? what connects us all, what unseen forces shape our destiny. Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good day, viewer. Once again, you are welcome to a continuation of one of our programs on these mysteries of life. I'm your host, Professor Jude Udenta. I will be in the studio to continue with this discussion, looking at this mystery of life. You know, this mystery is a mystery that, you know, is complicating people's mind, you know, and continues to raise issues. So, it's about what we call rituals. And as one of our brothers mentioned last time, rituals come from rites. We want to continue our discussion on rituals, whether there is substance in rituals or they are just mere abracadabra. Whether there is substance in it. Of course, we have taken some level of discussion, but somehow there was need, based on you know, the responses from the public, for us to even delve more into the concept of you know, rituals, whether there is substance to it or it's mere abracadabra, or whether it's just mere symbolism. And with me in the studio to continue with this discussion, we have by my left our brother Mazi Gabriel Nemeka Anichukwu. Welcome to the program, Gabriel.
Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then by my right, we have our brother whose name is, I just know as Mahansa Ezengwako or Ezengwako. I'm trying to get used to one. Which one? Is it Ezengwako?
Ezengwako.
Ezengwako. Ezengwako.
Ngwako.
Ezengwako. Okay, because there's Ngwako, there's Ngwako, there's Ngwako. So Ezengwako. Ezengwako. Good. Ezengwako. So, yes, thank you. Let me start with you, or let me continue with you. This issue of rituals, you know, because you know, even though when we ended last time, issues came up that we need to discuss it. We need to dive into it. People are raising issues, you know, diving into this matter, and I really got, you know, into my mind. I got this issue of that. I remember that in the book of Genesis, during the covenant between God and Abraham, God told him, do this, break the animals into two parts, but the birds don't break them into two parts, and gave him the age of the animals to be involved in the battle, and so on and so on. Then, of course, by the time we got to Moses, we also saw a number of rituals, you know, up to the Passover. Then by the time we got to Joshua, we talked about the 12 stones. Of course, before, under Moses, we made the Ark of the Covenant and what the Ark would look like, and so on and so on. We can continue ad infinitum, ad nauseum, according to someone. So, rituals and rites, you know, and then if we come to our own traditional religion, we know we have a lot of rituals. So, these rituals, do you see any substance in the rituals, or is it just mere symbolism and abracadabra?
Well, for me, the end of everything is the result.
Okay.
If there are no results, there won't be the rituals.
Okay.
So over time, the people who have performed these rituals, over certain ceremonies or certain activities, or certain religious beliefs or belief systems, or whatever thing it is, must have had results which have been empirically tested over the years. If there are no results, then why are you performing the rituals?
Okay.
Why are you forcing people into a ritual if there are no results? So that's how I look at it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me come to you, my brother Emeka, or Nemeka. Now, you know, rituals. Is there anything inherently negative about rituals? Because that's part of where there's always this confusion that rituals are negative. That has to do with the evil forces and so on and so on.
There is nothing negative, inherently or innately negative about rituals. It's all about the person who is doing the rituals and the purpose, either negative purpose or positive purpose
for which he or she is doing the ritual. So inherently or innately, ritual is just neutral. Depends on how you want to use the ritual and for what you are using.
Okay.
So there are negative rituals and there are positive rituals, but it is a neutral component, a spiritual component that could be used for good or for evil.
So now, let me continue with you. How would somebody fall into the hand of an evil ritualist?
When we talk of rituals,
yes,
there are rituals in several African traditional shrines. There are rituals in Christian shrines, like Madonna Shrine. There are rituals there. When you go to Madonna Shrine, that's where you bend down, how you do your supplication, your petition before Madonna Shrine. Because shrine is not negative, but whenever you mention shrine, people attach negative sentiment to it. Shrine is where where spirits, deities congregate for those who are venerating them to solve a certain need. So
I love the way you use the word veneration.
Veneration, exactly. So now, when you go to some shrine like Madonna Shrine, nobody goes to Madonna Shrine to do evil. It's all about supplicating to the Blessed Heart of Virgin Mary to do this or do that for us as a Christian. Then when somebody goes to a shrine like Anye Emama Shrine, Anye Emego Shrine, Anye Amanji Shrine in my home, in my town, no more nothing. Because those traditional shrines function on the fulcrum of a phone logo. You cannot go there and do evil. So nobody who wants to perform an evil intention can go to Anyemegwe, Anyemama, Anyem Obunego Shrine. So likewise, the Blessed Virgin Mary Shrine. So what I'm saying is that, and when you are doing another ritual, when you meet these evil occult collegiates, those who have imported negative, high-profile evil powers, it's all rituals.
Okay.
Where you use human beings, where you take the staff of another person, somebody's destiny, you capture it through some high-profile mystic formulas. You come into a family, you cage all the stars of your brothers and cousins and the whole family, and you're using them. And you are the person who is progressing. You come into a town, you cage everybody, somehow sworn in their village that nobody can surpass them in prosperity.
Is there no way?
So there's a shrine, there's a ritual somebody can do that everybody under his village, under his family will be under him and his children. He's sealed.
No, but
it's an evil ritual.
Let's say Woko knows that. Look at what he just said. Yes. How even if it is possible, how do people escape from such ritual tendencies?
Well,
because that's what is important for the viewer here.
Okay. The first and foremost thing is that I'm going to quote your Bible.
Okay.
Is that my people perish for lack of what?
Knowledge.
People have deliberately chosen to go the path of apathy, ignorance, in the form of spiritual laziness. That is what I see. That's what I've observed. Now, such people that he has just mentioned are people who, yes, they know these laws of nature. They understand these laws. These so-called occultic people, like he said, esoteric, scholars, practitioners, whatever. They've dabbled into all sorts. They know these mystical formulas. They know how to get those formulas. They know the portals to enter and crack some codes and come back.
Exactly.
They know those things. Now, it is the man in the street who has the right to make himself go in, cattle, that will be used. For instance, if you come to Afa, chair and Afa, I see you on your boat. No boat. No fake. And no fake means that he has no protection. So he is a willing sacrifice. Mugu go. Exactly. So and the aim of the hunter is to go for the kill. That's it. So, people are just ignorant.
Exactly.
And I'm very sorry to say what I want to say, some religious belief systems are just there to keep people down, for control. Simple. What I like about ordinary, I'm not trying to promote ordinary here, but what I like about ordinary allows you to function with the spirits that work for you. You don't need to function with the spirit that works. My chi and your chi are not the same.
Exactly.
Likewise, your own chi.
My patron saint and your patron saint, they are not the same.
Exactly.
Yes.
Sorry,
my patron saint is St. Jude.
Good. My patron saint is my reincarnate spirit.
Okay, that's your own patron saint.
Yes.
Yeah, fine. So that even if you are going like that.
That's my patron saint. You understand what I'm saying?
Even if we go like that, we still have our own.
I understand. For instance, in
my own patron saint is my Chowa is Okeleki Iboke Saint Okeleki Iboke.
You understand? And there's no way what the white man has brought here to impose on us is superior to what we have.
Well, the way you're going to, no, we're talking about rituals. It makes all the sense.
Yes.
We're talking about rituals. And then we want to see all these rights, because whether it is in the traditional religion or in the Christian religion, which it depends, because if we have...
Or in the Hindu, or in the Shinto.
Whichever religion. If you go to Hindu, you go to the river.
Yeah. Sorry.
And so on and so
Prof,
on.
my pain.
So we're not going to your pain about religion. We are not seeing it as that somebody brought something here. No, nobody brought anything here.
Sorry, I'm coming, please. I just want us to get something clear.
Yes.
Somebody will go to Jerusalem and tell me, never tell me River Jordan. Then, is that one I walk in my place?
You know, you're beginning to sound like you're sounding like
I'm coming.
Like Naaman the leper.
No, hold on.
Naaman the leper was angry initially.
No.
By the time the work finished, Naaman said, "Please give me as much as I can carry."
No, hold on.
Yes.
Prof, please hold on. What I'm trying to say is that
phone, how many of them have people produced in Nigeria?
The producer of the phone is a black man, Russell.
I'm not against Russell. Where is the Russell here? Is he here in Nigeria?
No, he doesn't need to be here in Nigeria.
No,
his ancestors have been stolen as slaves. And then in the slavery, his album manifested. And that is what we're seeing.
What I'm saying is that this phone is not made in Nigeria.
It doesn't matter where it's made.
And we're using it.
It doesn't matter.
Fine.
Then the what you might call it, the lithium that they use in making the food. They brought it from here.
We are not making use of it now.
Says who?
Ignorance.
Says who?
No, you are not making use of it. The last time that Tinubu talked with the Chinese, he was in Adamawa, and he was begging the Chinese, please help employ some of our people. It was a terrible thing. I almost fainted.
That is him.
No, I'm trying to tell you, because you're talking of, we don't know what we have because of issues which we are not here, because we are discussing misuse of life. We're not discussing things that are known.
These stones, precious stones, rare earth minerals that are here.
Yes.
Our ancestors knew about these things.
What did they do with them?
Their lives were truncated.
Who truncated their lives?
The colonial masters truncated their lives.
Why did they allow
the white men?
Why did they allow themselves to be their lives to be truncated?
But hold on, though. They didn't just walk in here. It wasn't. They didn't just.
The good past.
They didn't just destroy our people like that.
The good past
there
survives.
was a resistance.
No, the good past survives. The bad past dies.
Okay.
That is life. It's a simple. You are a scientist. What do they call it? It's Darwinism. Darwin, Charles Darwinism. It's Darwinism. It's the social Darwinism. There's political Darwinism. Those, based on political ecology and whatever you want to call it. You want to call it the ecosystem, whether it's social, political, whatever ecosystem. The good past survives. We didn't make it, or our ancestors didn't make it, because they could not make it, because they were not doing well. Now it's our own turn to make it, but we are facing these rituals and rites. For us, from what we are saying, there's nothing inherently wrong about rituals. It is the purpose. Like, is it Shakespeare? Somebody said, there's no thought. He said nothing in life is inherently wrong.
Evil.
It is thinking that makes it right or evil, like you said. Nothing in life is inherently, like if you have a knife, that knife that is standing there is a tool for cutting yam, for cutting orange. And if you turn it into killing people, it's not the knife that costs it.
For even surgery, for surgery, you use knife to.
Even evil.
Yes.
Denzel is not inherently evil. Because I said that Jesus Christ is the Prince of Peace.
I don't want to go there.
But devil is the Prince of Evil. And most times you need evil and good to get an amalgam for you to survive, depending on the situation.
No, as far as I'm a Christian. Eh?
No, it's not about...
No, wait, now I'm coming. Now I'm talking about...
So I'm not a Christian.
I didn't say that. I am saying that as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing that you are going to tell me that will make me to now say that Lucifer is a positive force.
Excuse me.
Can I
let me educate. He's a prof. He's a prof. Let me give him some light.
Yes.
For instance, when you are praying for a person,
yes, yes,
you invoke Archangel Gabriel,
Michael,
Michael's war. For then, when the blessing is sent and that blessing is hijacked, you need to invoke devil, an evil spirit that works so good. Then that is Archangel Michael. If it's in Igbo, cosmological to Udo, Amadio, any other violent spirit, to go like the police, army, when you're going to in peace enforcement, when you go enforcement, it goes red. That's blood must flow. So without blood, there's no remission of sins. So when you are being snuffed of life, you don't do nothing to get somebody exterminated who wants to exterminate you. In defense, you need to involve evil. Evil is violence.
Well, you don't need to involve evil.
No.
You need to involve the good.
You are a government, yes. What we call balance of evil in international relations. Balance of devil, balance of terror. So you need to balance the evil.
That one is
between Russia, the West, and the East.
That's what it's called.
Before the Cold War.
Mutually assured destruction.
Mutually assured destruction.
That's a different issue.
Yeah, that's devil, and that is devil.
No.
When I know the evil, you respect me. I respect you. There be peace. I bring devil in you. You see devil in me, and I see devil in you. You will balance the evil. Then peace will come in.
I don't know. I don't want to go like that because I don't want the viewer to be.
No, that's the truth.
No,
that is truth.
No, I know that we have violent prayers.
Yes.
I know it is done.
And violent spirits, violent deities.
Yes, but all of them.
Even every reverend father, a charismatic reverend father or pastor or dibia has a pulpit for violence, a pulpit for blessing. Every dibia has a pulpit, an altar for blessing, an altar for violence.
Well, it depends on the point. It depends on where you're going to.
Like in Hinduism, it's called the yin yang. You know, the earth plane is yin yang, positive, negative, but opposing forces. You know, balance. It's black, white, tall, short, you know, that is just life. Okay? So, just like he said, I strongly agree that, okay, look at Nigeria for instance. There's a lot of evil in Nigeria which we know.
No, I want us to bring it to this ritual. Because at the end of the day, in 2023, Nigerians were shouting, and then somebody went and brought witches and wizards, and they were there watching.
Okay. Why didn't
why didn't they say Holy Ghost fire on these witches and wizards? And then they should have burnt all of them.
No, we're asking the question now.
Okay.
We're asking that question because I know that
and even your Catholic chant said, even you know, Christ. You know what means the devil, the angels are all singing hallelujah.
No, God is number one now.
So even,
God is God.
Even in the book of Job, I saw conspiracy in the book of Job.
There's no conspiracy. God is not
I've covered that. What he said, he summoned all his ministers, and Satan also came. Also means he's one of them.
He summoned his children.
Sons of God.
He summoned the sons of God.
Sons of God.
Call it whatever, but he said Satan also came.
No, he came because he's the son of God now.
That's what we're talking about now. Is that not what we're saying?
No, but he asked him what he's doing here.
If devil is not so evil,
why would he can't
all the Holy Ghost fire.
Has not killed the devil.
Kill devil up till now. But as he died, cast him in the Umbo, he goes to Nome. Cast him at Nome, he goes to Abogu. Cast him at Abo, he goes to Nenwe. Cast him at Abo, Nenwe, he goes to Kaduna. The cast, you can't kill the devil.
I think the point is this: a lot of people have this problem of semantics or more etymological problem. For instance, you say cast and bind. To cast is to chase away, and to bind is to tie. So who goes to untie it? That's the question. Because you cannot cast and bind something today, and in the morning, and cast and bind it in the evening.
I don't want us to go into this casting and binding. That could be for another day. Casting and binding. Yeah? Maybe you are going to bring the grandfathers or pastors to discuss casting and bind. There are a lot of people to now know what it takes to do casting and what it takes to do binding. But the one that we are talking about now is that people see rituals as bad, but we are here to tell you that it's not true.
Yes.
It's not, there's something, because when the other pastor came, he said that they do not do ritual, that they do ordinance. And I looked at I went to statistics to find out ordinance is about hierarchy. It's simple about hierarchy. Order is about order. Yes. Order. That is what is ordinance. If you want to leave it to that, you don't want to talk of it a military concept. It becomes like military equipment. Military equipment, you know. So, but we don't want to go there. So when I looked at it, I said, why are we trying to escape from what we know is there every time? Okay. When a child is born, in every community, even to give the child a name, in every community in the world, there's a ritual that follows the naming of every child. Yes. And that was why on the day of the 8th day of the birth of John the Baptist, the fireman, the original fireman, on the day of his giving of his name, what happened? They said that they brought the father the tablet, because he made science to them. He made science to them, and they brought the tablet, and he wrote his name is John, and everyone was shouting. But John the Baptist, I don't know about that one. So, having said that, just your last word to the viewer, you.
My last word to the viewer is of based on research, realities, not realities or rhetorics. There's nothing is inherently evil in ritual. Okay. It depends on the user.
On the user.
Okay. Simple.
And then yes, your last word to the viewer.
Please, it's important for someone to have knowledge. When you have knowledge, you will understand that rituals are not entirely evil or entirely good. It all depends on the person performing the rituals and the purpose for which the ritual is being built.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
For those of us who are Christians, you know, according to Father Aras, may he rest in peace, he used to tell us, protect yourself. Endeavor to protect yourself. However you have to do it, protect yourself. And with it, we continue to look up to God for better days ahead.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
And of course, spiritual. Cutting across the southeastern states, Enugu, Abia, Imo, Anambra, and of course, Ebonyi State. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochoma. Now, today we are discussing a follow-up of traditions and variations across traditions in the southeast. But before we get right into that, we'll take a look at our bulletins earlier today, and my guest is already in the studio. I would be introducing him momentarily, but we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brave. Joining me today in the studio is a journalist, OAP, and MC, Mazi Namdi Adive, aka Nado Africa. Ndeo.
Ndeo, Princess.
It's good to have you on the show once again. Okay, so before we get right into our conversation, let's just take a look at events that have come up in the news bulletin here on the station earlier today. Now, the first story, the governor of Enugu, Governor petermbah, has congratulated Chief Ikeje Asogwa of the APC on his victory in the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election. This election was conducted to replace the late Okechukwu Eza, who died last year, and he won by a landslide victory of 162,360 votes to defeat the PDP candidate Nestor Ezema, who came out with 9,299 votes. So the governor has congratulated him and, commended his efforts and, of course, the efforts of the acceptance of the PDP in Enugu State.
Yeah, the victory, that's a landslide victory to the winner. Both of them are indeed winners. As the saying goes, there is no victor, no vanquish. I think it is honorable for the PDP man to congratulate his rival.
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, on the basis of a spirit of sportsmanship. So it shows acceptance. Anyway, it shows acceptance. But to whom much is given, much is expected.
Okay.
So congratulations to the winner.
All right. Still in Enugu State, the Anglican Bishop of Enugu Diocese, the Right Reverend Samuel Ike, has called for urgent measures to tackle insecurity, economic hardship, and, infrastructure challenges facing the country. He's not the first to have spoken, but this is another clergy speaking as regards insecurity and infrastructure challenges in Enugu.
Yes, you see, you can only tell a blind man that there is no oil in the soup, but not that there is no salt in the soup. Yes, with this particular request has oftentimes been made by several persons. So a lot needs to be done to, bring about a serene environment, because nobody wants to invest in a place where there is insecurity. So, but then insecurity thrives when the local people, aid it, when they contribute to it. Because a non-local or somebody who comes from the outside cannot really come into your domain confidently.
without being aided, without being assisted. I mean, they wouldn't know the routes or the nooks and crannies of the environment. So I think the local people have, in fact, security is everybody's business.
Yes.
So all hands must be on deck if we must achieve this.
Truly, truly. Okay, moving over to, still in Enugu, operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have arrested a suspected cultist and recovered firearm and ammunition during operation at the Oji River local government area. This is a 25-year-old Chijoke Abraham. And of course, this is one of the many arrests that has been carried out by the police command of Enugu in the past couple of months, which I think has been quite commendable.
Yes, it is quite commendable. There is a win. It's a win for me, and they need to do more. More grace to their able. But then I have to call on the parents, because in Igbo language, there is a saying that the family is the first school a child passes through before going into that of the government. Parents should do their work very well. They should do their homework, because this particular hoodlum now was given birth by parents, and he's being raised, or he was raised by parents too. So I wonder the kind of work they put in there. So other parents should also take this warning. It's a stern warning. Every parent must do their work. Let a child know when he or she has, committed an offense. Punish accordingly, but then teach in love.
All right, teaching love. Okay. In Abia State, the NDLEA has arrested 2 elderly men, aged 84 and 75, over alleged drug trafficking activities involving secondary school students in the state. I mean, this is, one is named Obiora Godwin, the other is Godfrey Oji. And they've been arrested, that they've been, sending or selling drugs to young secondary school children, including tramadol, diazepam, increasing the effect of drug abuse in the society.
Those aged men, those old men, have disappointed their ancestors. They have disappointed their families. They have disappointed themselves. They have disappointed the society. You see, look at those children are supposed to be their grandchildren. What is the relationship? I wonder. You see the problem. Most of the things happening, you think they are being done by outsiders, without knowing these men are contributing to it. Last time I know of a community where they were trying to fight drug. They want to eradicate drug abuse and substance abuse. But the community leaders, some of the chiefs, some of the red cap chiefs, they protested. They say no, because they are contributing to it. So I'm ashamed of these individuals. Thank God they have been arrested. They will now dance the tune of the law.
Okay, the last story is still in Abia State. The wife of the governor, Mrs. Priscilla Oti, has called on Abia indigenes living outside the state and outside the country to contribute actively to the development and economic transformation of the state. I mean, she has commended the efforts of her husband, but she has called on citizens and Abians living in diaspora to invest in the state, share professional expertise, and participate in the democratic process to promote and improve Abia.
If you ask me, the call is worth it, because everybody is seeing the good work of the government of the day.
Yes.
Yes. So, but the government wouldn't do everything. As the saying goes, that Rome was not built on a day. The government is doing it. But then, if you talk about security, I think they are doing well. It's been long we had kidnap around our region.
Okay.
So, the Abians living in the diaspora should do well to assist the government. The government has done much. True. They should come back now and invest, because there is no place like home. There is no place like home.
All right. That's on our news bulletin segment. We'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll be getting into our conversation for the afternoon. Do stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now to the conversation of the day. Across Anambra, Imo, Abia, Enugu, and Ebonyi states, funerals are not merely ceremonies. They are cultural obligations, symbols of honor, and expressions of community identity. Traditionally, funerals served as solemn rites of passage, marking a person's transition from the world of the living to that of the ancestors. They were opportunities for communities to gather, pay their last respects, and celebrate a life well lived. However, over the years, these ceremonies have evolved significantly. Today, funeral and burial ceremonies across the Southeast vary considerably from one state and community to another. Anambra wake can be 3 days, Ikwozu. Abia can demand Ibweze for titled men. Ebonyi can focus more on Ikwampu and community feeding. Enugu may emphasize on Menani, town hall union levies. Imo is famous for big funeral burial reputation. Same Igbo, 5 different price tags for the same destination. This raises important questions. How do funeral rites differ across the 5 southeastern states in Nigeria? And what cultural values do these practices seek to preserve? At what point does cultural preservation become financial burden? And are modern burial ceremonies still serving the original purpose, or have they become platforms for social competition and status display? So our conversation this afternoon is the price of tradition, comparing burial rites across the southeastern states. And of course, my guest, a cultural analyst, public affairs commentator, journalist, AOP MC, Mazi Nnamdi Adiyibe, who help us explore the similarities and, of course, differences in burial traditions across the southeastern states. Welcome once again.
Thank you, Princess. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay. First off, we've read the intro, and we'd like to know why is because we see people, how they bury people across, cities, countries. It's often a solemn ceremony, and it's like I rightly read, it's considered a rite of passage. But then again, why are burials so important to the Igbo man?
Thank you, Princess. In Igbo culture, burial is regarded as an honor given to the deceased. It signifies a proper transition into the ancestral realm. In fact, historically, burial rites were designed to unite families, to strengthen kingship ties, and then preserve community values. But unfortunately, today, the challenge is that which was once symbolic has, in many places today, just as you read it, become highly commercialized and competitive. But I don't know why it has to be so. Because our forefathers, our ancestors who laid the path, they saw something. In fact, they had something in mind for setting those things in place. But alas, what we have today is an aberration of that culture.
Okay. Now, we understand that our ancestors have created rights, as it applies to communities. Yes. But ideally, was these rights for the dead? Was it for the living, for the spiritual world, or for communal cohesion? In its general essence, was it to unite those living, or to, like you said, create a rite of passage for those who died?
Like I said, it's an honor given to a deceased. Maybe a man who grew so old and died, then all the families will come together to pay that person that homage, that respect. Then the man will now, some of them, even while alive, they will still tell you, this is how I would want my burial. They will say, this person, you do this, you do this, you do this. It gives that person joy, according to the Igbo belief system, that that person is, he arranged his home before leaving, before departure. So over there, he's going to, according to their belief system. I have not been there. They believe that when you get there, you will be welcome, you will be warmly welcome. You understand? And this is a time to bring, like I said, it strengthens kingship ties.
Okay.
Kingship ties. Then those people, this person is from the, family, a family from your maternal home and then paternal side, patrilineal and matrilineal. Okay. Then it brings them together. Even sometimes, at some point, some persons who are a family that is quarreling, you see members of the family quarreling, it is within that time that you see them coming together to settle their differences. So it was partly an honor for the deceased, so that the person, like I also said, I also pointed out that it signifies a proper transition into the ancestral realm. Okay. That time, that person will become an ichie if that person had lived righteously or lived a good life while alive. That person will now transit into an ichie, an ancestor. That is how the Igbo people view it. According to Igbo cosmology, they believe that the living, they die. When they die, they are watching over. When the dead dies, they watch over their living, those they left behind. So, this burial rite that will be performed will properly make that person to transit into that ancestral realm.
Okay. Now, if we understand that burials are a form of transition for the dead into the spiritual realm, why, and then this is something that is common among all people to bury their dead, why does it look, or why then do we have disparities across states in the Southeast?
All these things are foreign. They are not culture. They are, in fact, they were self-made. In some places, they will look at the children, the father or the mother left behind. They will say, just do okaka hage, according to the availability of resources. Don't go and put yourself into so much a debt. So these ones now, I don't know where it's coming from. It is self-inflicted, let me put it that way. They brought it upon themselves. In fact, because some persons have money, they are looking for where to throw that money. They will bring it out. And then sometimes, do you know where it spends most? The deceased, the money spent for the interment, the money spent to bury the deceased. Sometimes that person, if you calculate the overall of the medical expenses, you see that this one exceeds. The one spent in burying the deceased exceeds the lifetime medical expenses. So who is failing who? So you see that it is a misplaced priority. Spending this money, look around. These people that have that money, I didn't make the money for them anyway, but they should look around. There's always a poor person around them. There's always a widow around them that can be cared for with that kind of money. I'm not saying they should not, spend the money to honor their dead, but these things should be done with modesty. There should be some level of moderation. That's what I'm saying. But you see, I don't know. Money sometimes enter, and some persons will lose their sanity. So I think that's where that thing is coming from.
Okay. Now, the last time we had a conversation about the price of tradition, where we talked about marriage rights and list, we made certain that there are differences when it comes to bridal lists, marriage lists across states and local government. Now, when it comes to burial, are there significant differences across the 5 eastern states? What we know, it's obtained in Abia that may not be obtained in Enugu or Ebonyi or Anambra or Imo, as it is in this case?
Yes, there are disparities. I have the figures here with me.
Okay.
Yes, what obtains in Anambra does not obtain in Imo or Abia. I'll go ahead and touch them, briefly because of our time. In Anambra and Imo, generally, they record the most extravagant funeral ceremonies due to higher concentrations of wealthy traders, industrialists, and diaspora families. Because of the Hanaka, because they have. So they can spend our money any way they like it. Then in Abia maintains strong traditional obligations through kindreds and Omwada groups. That is for Abia. Then in Enugu tends to blend traditionally and Christian-wise. That is traditional and Christian practices. They tend to blend them together, making some ceremonies less elaborate. Have you now seen it that, dear, we have elaborate, but in Enugu they tend to blend cultural and Christian, way of doing it. Then they curtail their expenses. Then in Ebonyi communities often emphasize communal participation through cost and rising rapidly. They are also following the trend now. But their concentration is by their kindred. Give this Omwada, give our mother, give the mother, my mother. Give this one too. That's their own. But in Southeast, they are different. But like I said earlier, the Anambra and the Imo, they are the ones. If we are to arrest them, they are the ones. If we begin to arrest them, we will start from there. They are the ones causing this problem.
Okay, of extravagant
I'm telling you. But Abia, they will still maintain the way it's been done. They will still maintain it. The traditional, the kindred.
Okay.
Yes. But then in Enugu, I need to applaud the Enugu people. If I had my shake here, I would have shaken it for them. But you see Anambra, they really need to do something about it. But from what I read out here now, you see that there are different practices for different states.
Okay, away from the monetary involvement, because I'll use where I come from. Now, there are little rituals that people perform when someone died. Not fetish rituals now. Something like, when my grandmother died, we had to move the last chair she sat on, the last knife she used to her maternal home before they brought her corpse and all of that. Now, when I'm talking differences, are there, little things like this? What would you say when you witness or when you see people do, when you can tell, okay, this is peculiar to Abia people, this is peculiar, at least I know a little about where I come from. So what are these other little things that when we see, we understand that these things are peculiar to this certain tribe and state?
Yeah, there are, like I said, there are different practices for different states.
Let's talk about it.
Then you see Abia people. Abia people, they will always say ikunne.
Okay.
Even it is the maternal side that has the deceased.
Okay.
In fact, the burial, when you talk about the burial, you are doing it for the maternal people. They are the ones to even tell you whether you bury, whether the burial will hold.
Does it apply to both male and female?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, but female in most cases is the husband that takes care of it.
Okay.
But a man, the maternal home will come. Okay. And then whatever, they will now tell you, these are the things you need to give us on that day. You give us one goat, you give us cooler of rice, you give us this and that. They will even open the ground. This is, okay, point where you want to bury your dead. You go there, they will be the one to open the earth first.
Okay.
Yes, I know that about Abia people.
Okay.
Yes, especially in Omwahia and Ohafia people. Yes, they don't joke with their own Wadiala. They call it Wadiala, son of the soil. So if anything happens, even sometimes when if the person was sick, before the death, if the person was sick, you need to go and tell the maternal people that, see, your son of the soil is sick, come and see him. They will come and see. Even when he dies, you don't take to the mortuary immediately. You call them, they come and see to ensure that he was not bruised, he was not killed, that he died. It was nature that called. You understand? Then on that day of the burial, they will come. But then some of them, like I witnessed one from Ohafia people in Abia State. They said, whatever you people can offer, we are not interested in your goods. What we need is that you people come together and bury your mother on that day. You don't go about immersing yourself into big debts. You understand? Because you want to bury. Just whatever you can afford, just do it. So that's the way I saw it. But then I don't know what obtains in other places.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, we understand that there is a certain pressure when it comes to burial.
Yes.
Now, when we talk about Abia State and the pattern in which they bury people, and I mean, it's fair to say that it's not everybody that has money to conduct extravagant burials.
Yes.
But what would you say are the common denominators when it comes to burial that is similar or that can be obtained across all southeastern states?
Okay. The only thing is people who have to eat. You understand? People who have to eat. Then, yeah, definitely the dead, you need to get a casket. But then now in Abia, if you allow me now, I'll begin to tell you even the prices from Anambra down to Abia to Ebonyi.
Okay.
Yes. You see, normally the dead person will be put in a casket.
Okay.
Then people will eat, entertainment. But if you, like you said, if you permit me, I'll tell you prices from place to place. From a place like Abia or Anambra casket is cost between 500,000 to 5 million. Then food and drink are estimated at around 2 million to 15 million.
In Abia State?
In Anambra
State, okay.
Then entertainment and musicians is estimated at around 1 million to 10 million naira. Then community levies and traditional rights is estimated around 500,000 to 5 million naira. That is for Anambra. Then in Imo, multiple cows for entertainment, expensive uniform materials, heavy age grade obligations, mortuary costs due to delayed burials. These are the problems in Imo. Then in Abia, if you take care of Umuada rights, then you take care of village group contributions. Are there places the disease is owing? You need to go clear those things. Then you talk about traditional ceremonies, like buy goods, buy how many tubers of yam, as stipulated by their culture. These things don't cost that much. We are the ones causing these things upon ourselves. We are the ones bringing the problems upon ourselves. Certain number of tubers of yam, then goods and all of that. Okay, the man, did he have children? Okay, so that the children will go and eat somewhere, and there will not be any problem. They will go and eat in another person's burial. They will not eat there will not be problem. So just as you asked, one culture that is central or universal in Igbo cosmology is that a family must bury their own, traditionally. Traditionally, I mean those certain items must be provided.
Okay.
And then that you have. Then the other ones are ceremony. The other ones are ceremony. Then with a belief that if you don't do that, you are not supposed to go to another person's burial. Even this thing is a problem. Some persons today are fighting spiritual battles they don't know about. Because you've not done that for your parents. Maybe possibly somebody who died when the children were very, very tender. They could not, stand up for the financial obligations. And now the man was just buried
like that.
Then the traditional rites have not been performed. And now the children grew up. They've not done that. Then committee of friends, a friend of them added them in community of friends. And then they want to contribute for another person's burial. It is believed, according to the Igbo belief system that the dead will be angry and then will come after them. So, and then some of them, I've even seen where somebody came to share the meat, the goats. He was butchering it and doing it. Somebody just said, you are here doing this. You've not buried your father. And that man went home, suffered just little fever. The next morning, he was gone. So you see some of these things now, because of Christianity, some persons tend to ignore them. But those who still believe them is still working. So one thing that is central in Igbo land is that children must bury their father so that they can go to another person's burial, eat, drink, or even contribute.
But above or beyond all these expenses, would you say that with all this, seeing that we've left the original essence of burial and have turned burial ceremonies into, or turned burial rites into huge ceremonies or some sort of competition, would you say that the essence and the effect of these burials, the essence of burying someone to create a rite of passage, a seeming smooth transition into the afterlife is being altered?
It is.
Okay?
It is, because the impact it has on the families involved. So many times, you see family after the burial, in fact, before they even do the burial, they tend to sell their family land.
Okay.
Sometimes the land being sold is even inherited land, a land that is supposed to be passed from one generation to another. You see them selling it because they want to bury. And there is an Igbo adage that somebody who sold the land and buried the dead has lost two persons. Yes. You sell a land, you bury your dead. In fact, two things lost from that family. Now, sometimes for the families will be pressured. They will go and borrow money. Some will empty savings. In fact, life savings accounts, they will empty it. Another one is that sometimes after the burial, children's school fees or children's school or children's education is delayed. Sometimes, so many families remain indebted for years. In fact, it may even cost them. It may even take them 2 years to even offset the debts. You understand now? So you see, of what essence? Our forefathers did not set it that way. So of what essence? You see that the purpose of that culture now is being altered, as you rightly pointed out.
Okay, in burials, right, like we all have in the Southeast, you come to some areas, you hear of, oh, there is a vigil, a wakekeep conducted, held for this person in his residence in Enugu, and then he's been taken back home to have another wakekeep. And then you come to some communities, you see that, oh, after the burial, there's another 1 week of entertaining visitors and family members. How does this help promote? I mean, burials are supposed to, if you ask me, it's supposed to be just 1 day. Bury the person and go home. But why then do we have all these appendages across, not just in Enugu State? Like in Abia, we have the Anambra, we have the Ikozu. In Abia State, you have the Omada tradition and all of that. How did we attach, at what point did we get to attach such extras when it comes to burial in Igbo land, and how does this help promote culture and unionism amongst ourselves?
I don't see any importance of that particular aspect.
But we see it happen.
Yeah, because I said, like I keep saying it, we are bringing all of these upon ourselves. The Umwada coming there, they are not coming to give you anything. Sometimes you see that you call Umonna to come and eat. They will come there, you spend hundreds of naira, thousands of naira to entertain them. At the end of the day, Umonna will just contribute a meager amount, 5,000, 6,000. Now, sorry, if you look at it there, you see that they don't, all those things, they are not needful. They are not needed. That is why we need to have a review of these things. Like when I buried my mom, in fact, my company just gave me 2 days. Yes, the company gave me 2 days. And after the burial, we went back to the city and then continued our business. So all these Omwada, all the rest of them, they are, in fact, they are even adding to the problem. All those things should be discarded, if you ask me.
Now, some persons have lost when it comes to burying properly. Now, what would you say your description of burying right is? Some say, oh, if I don't bury my father or my mother with a cow, I've not buried the person properly. Some say if I don't have to, you know, gather crowd, I mean, my father was a titled man or my mother was this in the community, I need to have that much elaborate to show the world the kind of person my parents were. And then when they don't have such resources, you see them leaving their loved one in the mortuary 1 year, 2 years.
Yeah.
Just so they can. So why do we have so much pressure? And what's your definition of burying right?
Like I said, burial, like I said, is for respect, community solidarity, and then unity. It unifies the family afterwards. You now know who is your brother. Even from there, some of your cousins whom you've not seen before or for a very long time, that is a time to bring them together. So 3 things. Respect for the dead. Then community solidarity. The community will also say, yes, this was our own. He lived a life. You understand? They now begin to look at the legacies the person left behind. And then those who were left behind, the children left behind, should be taken care of too. Advice-wise, and then morally and otherwise. You understand? So, going by the other one you asked, there is this fear of social criticism. Fear of social criticism. Many families worry about being labeled disrespectful. Then community embarrassment. Some are trying to do what they are doing because of community embarrassment. They are trying to avoid it. Then there is also failure to fulfill traditional obligations. Some are also afraid that if we don't do this, we would have failed in our obligation traditionally. Then being labeled, in fact, all of those things, that is their own mindset anyway. Because my mom is no longer alive. My dad, they are all late now. When we buried them, we did it accordingly. We did what we knew was right. We didn't go about doing this, trying to impress anybody. We just did. Because there is, in Igbo land, they said, the best you do for the dead is to give that person a befitting burial. Befitting burial doesn't mean you should go and close your accounts. It doesn't mean you should go out of your way just to impress people. And then you now take years. You take years trying to offset the debts. That is not what our ancestors had in mind when they put in place that culture about burial.
Okay, we'll come back to this conversation, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief, and we're looking into the burial right differences across southeastern states. Now, Mazi, we've said a whole lot about burials and the obligation and the costs involved when it comes to burial rights. Let's talk about the responsibility of the chief mourner or the chief burier, if there is a word like that. When, as Igbos, we believe that the chief mourner is probably the wife or the first son in this instance. And Imana, they will expect that the first son should ideally, in whatever capacity, depending on who his father was, bury his father properly or his mother properly. In a case where a man's first child is not buoyant enough in the capacity that people expect him to be, could he possibly transfer the responsibility of shouldering all the expenses of the funeral to his younger sibling, or would we have to wait? What brings us back to me, bearing right. Would he have to wait would the community and the loved one have to wait for this son to get the money? And if he moves it to his second or his younger sibling, are there implications for this transition? Does it in any way denote that he has relinquished a certain responsibility or a certain right to his younger sibling?
All right, there's a saying as regards this particular question. It means he who has the money should assist in his father's burial. That it was not the father was not killed by the first son.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where a relationship, a symbiotic relationship comes into play. Sometimes you see the first son parts. Then when something like that happens, they will say you are the first son. But I want you to know that the shame, if the family fails to bury their father or fails to give the father a befitting burial, the first son will not suffer the shame alone. The shame is for the family. So the first son is not he is the first son, but he's not all of the obligation is not rested on his shoulder completely, because what about the sons? Okay, let's come to think of it. If the man has so many they want to share it, would the first son inherit everything? Definitely they will share it, but the first son will get the lion's share because he's now the representative of the figurehead of the family. So that is why even you as a first son, know that tomorrow you might need the help of your people. There is a saying in South Africa, Ubuntu. Ubuntu means I am because you are. So you, the first son, don't let it get into your head. Rather know that you are the coordinator. You are the ones to gather your people, gather your brothers, your sisters, even those that are married. Bring them. The unity of that community, of that family rests on your shoulders. And that is why this is where so many first sons are getting it wrong.
Mm.
So when there is a good relationship, the younger brother will say, I won't allow my father to suffer shame. Brother, or whatever they call him, Dede, or whatever. How do we do this?
Mm.
You see that brother bringing out that money because I know if this is my first son. And again, another thing, the younger ones should also have it at the back of their mind that most of these first sons, some of them made some sacrifices. Some of them didn't go to school for the younger ones to go to school. Some of them had to go and learn one craft or one skill just for the younger ones to go to school. Some of the first sons raised their younger ones. So you see, I'm trying to balance it now. For the oppressive first sons, my hand no day.
Mm-hmm.
But you see the ones that are okay, those ones that really sacrificed for the growth of the family, they should be supported. Don't leave him to shoulder the relationship alone.
Okay. There's a conversation that often comes up when it comes to burials and funerals among the Southeast. And that conversation is an Igbo man must be buried in his hometown. And then we see people who have lived in cities or countries outside their hometown or outside the country, outside their state, and when they die, their families, because they want to honor a certain ideology that a man must be buried in his hometown, they go into debt or they spend huge amounts of money to ensure that the corpse of this dead person is transported back to his hometown. In the economy of Nigeria, as it is, and the modalities of living, hardship, transport, inflation, and all that, is it still some idea that should be held on to vehemently, such that if a man dies, wherever he died, even if he died in the US, he has to be brought back home?
Okay, let me ask a question. The Muslims, faithful, they are still holding on to that. Although, in as much as some of them are in the city, you have cemeteries here and there. Yes. But then there are so many things. Our Igbo people say the only thing you don't know how to do it is death. But so long as we are living, there is practically solutions for every problem.
Okay.
When a man grows old to a certain stage, to a certain age, that man should be, sent home.
Okay.
And then send the support. Let there be people around him or her, around him taking care of him. Let there be people around him. What is an elderly man of maybe 90 years doing in the city? You understand? He should come back. He should come back.
In a case where he's not up to 60 and probably dies at 50 or 60, as the case is, and would they still need to transport him? Probably he has a house he has built in the city. He also has a house in the village, but because of the logistics and understanding the amount that will be involved in his burial, do they still need to transport him back home or bury him in his home where he lives?
I think that thing should be left for the traditional leaders.
Okay.
There is a need for a review of some of those practices, some of those belief systems.
Okay.
There's a need. In fact, there is a dire need for a review of some of those things. I was going to talk about some of all these loud funfair as regards burial rights and the rest of them. I was going to talk about solutions to it.
Yeah, briefly because of our time.
Yes. Number one is that traditional rulers and town unions should establish reasonable limits on burial expenditure. Every community will say, you must not exceed this. Way back in the university, they say if you are campaigning, if you are aspiring for a post, you must not spend more than so amount. Okay. If you do that, you'll be disqualified. A family should do that. Sometime in Ebonyi State, Uburu, in Ebonyi State, they said, even if you are doing traditional marriage, 6 p.m., nothing should be heard in your compound again. And this is a standing order. It's working. If such order should be, if this should be extended to funerals, you must not spend so and so above this, even if you have all the money in the world. I think it should help. Second one, they should reduce compulsory levies.
Okay.
Communities should eliminate unnecessary charges imposed on grieving families. Another one is that shorter mortuary periods. Families should be encouraged to bury loved ones within 1 or 2 months, rather than waiting for 6 months, 1 year. Or some will even say, let me build my house first. A house the dead did not live in when he was alive, when he or she was alive. Then there should be a cultural reform. I said that earlier.
Yes.
Yes. There should be, in fact, we shall preserve meaningful rights while removing practices that have become financially oppressive.
Okay.
Then another one, which is the last one, burial insurance and saving plans. Families should plan ahead through cooperative societies, burial funds, and insurance schemes. They are available. People should go for it, knowing that there must be a rainy day.
Yes.
Why? True. Because, yes, you gather your firewood during the sunny day, knowing that there will be a rain. They're sure it will be a rainy day.
Okay.
So if they do this, I think it will help.
All right. Thank you so much, Mazi Nnamdi, for this, explosive education and lecture this evening. Thank you so much for coming to join us on the show this evening. It's been a pleasure having you. I'm sure we've learned a thing or two about the differences and the modalities when it comes to burial rights across the Southeast. Till I come your way again, I am Princess Ken Ochama. Have a lovely day.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter.
Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Yeah, good evening, my lovely sport-loving family. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, wherever you are watching from. How was your weekend? I trust you guys had a lovely weekend. You know, when there's a weekend of football, when you have a weekend and you have football to watch, trust me, every other thing will fall in place at the end of the day. And joy always comes in the evening when we come right here to give you all the updates, the analysis, the bands, as it's played out, in the world of football. Here, we discuss football, we breathe football, we live football, we dream football. And of course, I remember your one and only worldwide, a guy that brings you worldwide updates on the world of football, but is yet to travel worldwide. And of course, football is not something you play alone. When you play football alone, it's no more football. It might be termed a lone ball or a personal ball or whatever you have, but when you play football with someone, 2 people, more than 2 people, a team, country, whatever you can do, but you don't play football alone. And this is your show, The Free Kick, where you are permitted to kick your neighbor, you are permitted to kick your opponent, you are permitted to kick anyone around you, you are permitted to kick your neighbors, your noisy neighbor. Anything you want to do to them, you are free to kick them. But the only thing you are not free to kick here is the bucket. Please, whatever you do, don't kick the bucket. Of course, how was your weekend? I trust you enjoyed a weekend that was filled with a lot of football. In fact, the World Cup is still on. You saw the many matches that came your way, and we are here to give you the analysis. And of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm here with the one and only, the man, of course, that also dreams, lives, and breathes football like me. The man I call the oracle of football, the oracle of sports himself, Mr. Good Hope Chukuma. How are you doing, and how was your weekend?
Thank you very much. I'm fine, as you can see.
Yeah, looking so fantabulous. If you are in my opposite gender now, I'll have told you, like, after the show, let's go somewhere and take Nkobi and
this guy. Okay, now because I'm your gender, we cannot have the agenda.
No, we are the same gender. We should not go into that agenda.
So eat Nkobi, abi?
No. Nkobi is enjoyed when you are with the opposite. You know these things. Let's not get into these things. You know these things. So,
guy. Well, weekend was awesome. I would tell you, it was awesome. Yeah. We had quite a number of football to see. We saw some games. We saw the scores, the highlights.
Yeah, the World Cup.
World Cup, and not to forget that over the weekend, in fact on Friday by 10 a.m., the Premier League rolled out the fixtures for the season.
We are it's something we are waiting for with the football lovers. We can't wait for that August to come.
We are waiting for that. And over the weekend, I saw the fixtures, and it was what made my weekend, because I had to see people that Manchester United is going to play, people that Chelsea is going to play, people that Arsenal is going to play, Man City, and the rest of them. While still talking sports, I have to oversee my one and only Sir Lewis, who had his Barcelona Catalonia GP,
of course,
who had the victory, and while still taking a look at some other sports. But basically, football was it for me, because Spain came all the way from where they came from to score 4 goals.
4 goals. That's the Spanish side that did not score a goal in the first match.
Lamine Yamal shining now. Lamine Yamal becoming the man of the
Yamal
moment.
we used to know.
Yamal became the Lamine Yamal.
Of course.
He was not the Yamin Lama.
He's not the Yamin Lama.
The
Lama.
Lama Yamal, whatever. He was just on point, scoring the goals, assisting, being very present for his team. That's what we expect from guys who play. Yes. And also looking at Curaçao. Curaçao still had to find their place on the score sheet.
The smallest country right now in the World Cup.
World Cup. And still talking about Cape Verde, they did not relent to take it further after their exposition. In the first game, they faced Spain. And in the second game,
Uruguay.
They had to face Uruguay. These guys play shots. They shoot like
anywhere.
And they don't mind where they're shooting from.
Someone like what's his name? This guy from Madrid,
Valverde.
He can take shot from his own half.
Valverde is really insane.
Yeah,
that guy shoots from the center,
and his shot they're accurate. It's not that he just plays shots and he goes to the crowd. Very accurate.
You see this World Cup. I was saying it, and I will keep on saying it. Do you know most of the things we've seen in this World Cup has been accuracy?
Yeah.
This is the height. That World Cup is underrated.
No, of course.
It's really underrated.
You know, it comes once in 4 years.
It's
so
really underrated.
We don't get to see it often.
You know what I'm saying is underrated. The stats we're seeing from this particular World Cup, records are being broken, records are being
created,
set.
yeah.
You know, things are just happening. And I must tell you, it is all for it. Now, talking about Uruguay, they played their part.
Yeah.
And they were shooting from the center baroma circle. I used to call it center baroma circle.
Yeah.
Now, one of the matches that scared me, it really scared me, was the game against Ecuador.
Ecuador and Uruguay.
Yes. No, this game that they just played, Ecuador and
Ecuador
Curacao.
played the Curacao.
Yeah, it was Ecuador and Curacao. Ecuador was just firing shots. 15 shots saved.
By the
15
keeper.
shots on target saved by the keeper.
You know the keeper's name? The keeper's name actually has room in it, and he said there is no room for there's no room for goals in this place.
That guy is really brilliant.
He was the man of the match.
He was the man of the match because Ecuador, and this guy has shot power. He will just be where he is and holler it. I will be messing for the keeper, and the keeper
from nowhere.
From nowhere, a shot stopper. He's actually a shot stopper.
Yeah.
And I'm sure countries will come for him.
No, of course, you know, clubs will come for him. The World Cup is an avenue for people to showcase their talents.
I really don't know why, I'm still saying it tomorrow, I don't know why Nigeria did not feature in the World Cup.
Yeah, it's
actually
our loss.
How we could, by now we would have had a lot of impact, because we would have, even if we would eventually go just by the first 3 games or 4.
Yeah.
But
that of course that impact is the players like the grassroots players are going to showcase themselves.
Covering.
Yeah, of course we'll have been there. We'll have created a studio there, be doing our coverage.
Doing our thing,
but
it's okay.
The adverse effect of not going to the World Cup is always great. Imagine Curacao players now will be getting, these scouts will be going for their players. Imagine Cape Verde players, they will be scouting for them. The keeper, maybe we might say age is not on his side, but other guys that are there will be scouted for. This exposes your country, the players you have fielded, especially the home-based players that just came into the World Cup to showcase themselves. It's like an opportunity for them, for clubs to come, and grab these guys. But at the end of the day, we have lost out on this one, and I hope the next one we probably, or we should be there. Not even probably, we should be there with the coach that we have right now, with the players we have. I hope the players are still there, to get us into the World Cup or help us to qualify. Of course, we are still going to see more guys spring out if it's from the home-based team or wherever. But I believe next World Cup, by God's grace, Nigeria will be there, and will be there live to witness it. But moving further, let's go into the rumors before we go into the World Cup proper, because of course right now football, if you're not talking World Cup, I wonder what else you're talking about football. The Premier League fixtures are out already, but we'll get there. But just before we go into the World Cup, let's take a look at some of the rumors. This period, the transfer windows is already open. Now you begin to get the rumors, the updates that this player is going to this club, this one is going to this club, the transfer, the business segment of football where clubs get to make their money. So there are a lot, when I mean a lot, we might not even be able to go through all the rumors, but there are a lot of transfer coming up, rumors coming up. And I'm going to start with Mason Greenwood, who is being rumored to want to, Arsenal, and especially Arsenal and Tottenham are, vying for his signature. Mason Greenwood, we know Mason Greenwood from Manchester United, who had that issue lingered.
Arsenal is trying to get
he had to go to Olympique Marseille. I think he went to a club in Spain even before going to Marseille. No, right now he's being rumored to, wanting to sign for Arsenal. Even Tottenham are also pursuing this guy. I don't know what you think. This guy is left. He's someone that I admire a lot when he was playing. He had a beautiful left foot. Someone that can call the ball outside the box 18, inside the box 18. A great finisher. He has great shot power. So right now he's being rumored to either be going to Arsenal or Tottenham. Both of them are really in the race to get his signature. How do you see Mason Greenwood featuring in Arsenal or Tottenham?
Well, it's an important thing for Mason Greenwood to decide his future.
Yeah.
Whilst we are still looking at the positions he will play and how he will be so important to contribute, how teams would have him and where he would play. Of course, this guy plays by the left wing and he also plays by the right wing. Now, for me, Mason Greenwood coming back to England, would not be bad. But remember, there is this issue that is being handled. Of course, the court case, everything had to, had to be taken off.
Yeah.
And the allegations, everything had to drop. The charges had to drop. It was a rumor and an allegation.
Yeah.
When it was investigated, from what the girl said, I mean, talking about the wife, then this was many years ago. Masin Greenwood was not actually, from what they were saying, from what the whole thing was, just a doctored case.
Yeah.
Now, the issue for me is that how will teams perceive him? How will players perceive him?
No, that still might still be there.
Are we not talking about forgiveness? Are we not talking about the side of football where you can pardon? I don't know if you understand what I mean. So for me, coming back to the English league is not a bad idea. I would tell you, but I'm sure forever he will not play for Manchester United.
No, of course. Manchester United has that spirit of not forgetting, especially their fans.
No, it's not Manchester United that has having the spirit of not forgetting. Teams, serious teams, don't bring back such players. Look at what happened to Benjamin Mendy.
Yeah.
Yes, it happened to Benjamin Mendy. Mendy was, in fact, just allegations.
And most times, these allegations, they are not even true. You are not found guilty. It's just people just trying to accuse you.
Such a thing nearly happened to Anthony. Anthony, that played for Manchester United.
Even Hakimi.
Hakimi currently has a case in Spain.
Yeah.
He has a case in Spain.
The first one he had, it was like he was found not guilty.
Now, just because these guys, they learn to be smart. They had to, wherever they are, or wherever they were with girls, with those young people, they would just set the camera, put a secret camera, and then do whatever they want to do, so that when this person comes out to say, oh, actually, you did this to me, you did that to me, they'll say, no, look at the video.
Yeah.
There's an evidence.
There's
for me, Masin coming back to England would make a lot of sense. There would be much more competition for Bukayo Saka.
Yeah, rumor has it that Bukayo Saka might leave Arsenal.
Arsenal.
Yeah.
He should, for me, because even though his contract, he was awarded a contract, right? Sorry, he was offered a contract. I feel he should leave Arsenal. He should find a new challenge.
Yeah.
He should find a new competition. He should actually involve himself in other climes. I mean, Bukayo Saka going to teams like Inter Milan, going to teams like, I'm not going to mention Real Madrid here, but if he can try Real Madrid.
He can also, Real Madrid has vacancy in that position.
Yes, he can really try Real Madrid, but then it's actually what he has been offered. So, for me, I would tell you, Masin Greenwood coming back to the English Premier League is a big boost to the league.
And I would love to see him in Tottenham, funny enough.
Of course, I would really love to see him in Tottenham. But where is Tottenham now?
Yeah, of course, they're playing the domestic league.
They're going to play the domestic league, and they're going to play other local leagues.
Yeah.
But I think Masin Greenwood should consider his career. I mean, is he now like Jadon Sancho, who could throw away or throw in the towel? You see, Manchester United signed Jadon Sancho since 2022.
Yeah.
And this guy had just been important few moments for the team. Of course, he is a talented player and he played his best. But it's not going to be as when you have the likes of Masin Greenwood in the team, who can contribute, who has the pace to run, who has the...
He still has that passion to even, because when he's playing in Marseille, you see the way he plays. He plays with passion a lot.
The guy is really good for me. I would tell you that Masin Greenwood would... But the stigma,
it will,
the
of
stigma
course, definitely.
that is attached,
coming back to England, it will still be there.
Will really be a lot. He could be booed.
Of course, they do that.
But then, if teams could also enlighten their fans that once you are caught or once there's an issue, even if you are right, even if it was actually what you did, but you have served your sentence, you've repented,
you and I know that they will. In fact, you can't tell the fans not to boo.
Well,
a player they want to boo.
Fans can actually be controlled in.
How many can you control? In a league that has 20 teams, are you going to control the 20 of them?
What I mean is, fans, the only problem is that whenever you face Manchester United, you will be booed.
Yeah, so that's why I say it might not be able.
What I'm saying is, fans, football, football goes beyond the club. It also, everything about the club is about fanship. We call it fanship. It's about the supporters. The supporters club. Manchester United has up to 100 supporters club in the world. supporters clubs, and supporting groups, supporters groups around the world. You have from Hong Kong, you have from all around the world, Indonesia, you have even here in Nigeria, you have even in UK, you have everywhere. Now, what I'm saying is, you can control the fans because you are selling the tickets. You can. And still about that, just this evening, Manchester United announced that they have acquired the land where they want to build their 100,000 capacity stadium. I mean, it will be the biggest sporting complex in Britain. So for me, you can control it. You can, send the message across to the fans. We are not doing this. We are going to support this guy, even though he's still in our team.
I hope they will be able to do that. But the England, I know, of course, you still have teams that will still boo him at the end of the day. Well, moving on, we have Anderson. That is Elliot Anderson from Nottingham Forest. He's being rumored to be wanted by Manchester City. You still remember Anderson? He wants, Manchester City are really gone.
Why is this guy still on the rumor? Like, why is this still on the rumor?
Everything is about the negotiation table.
What kind of negotiation? They should buy him now.
You have to set the price now.
Why are they fronting him? Like, buy this guy.
Everything is about price. When you are
why are they announcing it?
No, this sometimes is also kind of a way to get other teams to be interested, because Manchester City now, maybe Nottingham Forest has set a price maybe at 75 million, and Manchester City is saying 60. You will see that another club will come and say, bring him for that 75.
Do you know, let me tell you something. This is the end of an era. Mark my word today. Today is what day? No, seriously, mark my word today.
Okay.
This is the end of an era for Manchester City.
Or Pep Guardiola or for Manchester City?
This is the end of an era for Manchester City.
Okay.
Till now, Manchester City, they are still grappling to know who to sign. That does not happen.
When Pep Guardiola was there, once
he
says he wants this player, they
will get you. Now, him trying to, they bringing this guy back to the front line, to the timeline, I don't understand.
This rumor has been lingering for long.
Like, there's no point.
We have been talking about Anderson.
Sign this guy. Sign him now.
We are still yet to sign him. I don't know if it's financial problem.
Don't worry, I'll sign you.
Well, on the news, and we have Cucurella. Cucurella, Chelsea, now Chelsea fans, you guys call him that he has betrayed you, and now he is receiving so much death threats. Not just him, his wife, the family, they are receiving threats just because he has signed for Real Madrid. Chelsea fans they nearly want to use insults to finish Cucurella's life. They have said all sorts of things, that you were never good. How can you betray your team? This one, that one. But at the end of the day, I just look and laugh. I say, it's football. He was not born in Chelsea. He came from somewhere to Chelsea. Now he has made a decision to leave. Why are you saying he's betrayed? In football, you are meant to change clubs sometimes when you don't want to play for this person and you are come. But I believe why they are saying he's betrayed, because this is the same person that said rather for him to play for Real Madrid, he would rather shave his hair. And this is the same person that is coming to say Real Madrid is one of the, in fact, is the best team in the world, that when Real Madrid calls you, who are you not to go?
Okay, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I was saying this, and it looks like I was being biased. Footballers, coaches are like politicians of a certain country.
Footballers themselves.
Footballers themselves are like politicians of a certain country.
Yeah.
Who would claim, good brotherhood with everyone they meet, but
once they get into that power, it's something different.
Now, what I'm saying is, looking at Cucurella, the transfer record from Chelsea needed the money.
Yeah.
That's number one thing we need to know. Chelsea needed the money.
They needed the money, but they're not Cucurella.
No, Chelsea needed the money. Let's come from a business side.
I can tell you, Chelsea would have preferred Cucurella to stay. They will sell somebody else.
Cucurella to stay, but now there's a problem in contracts. Football contracts, there's a clause.
Yeah.
Cucurella would not have left if there was no clause for him to leave.
But he was not under pressure to leave. He was one that just chose. Chelsea had a bad performance last season, so he was one that made the choice to leave.
Let me tell you something. We are not, even if Chelsea wins the Premier League, which I don't know. Let me not say anything.
Which is not possible for now.
It's you that said it.
It's not.
Guys,
it's not even in this coming up. I boldly say, I put it to Chelsea fans that they are not even winning the Premier League next season. Is it not this squad you are still looking at? Look at Enzo Fernandez still wanting to leave the club. We are even saying Cucurella is a betrayer. Now, if Enzo Fernandez at the end of the day should leave, who is that remaining?
Enzo Fernandez is going to Manchester United.
I'm not sure Manchester United will sign
Fabrizio Gudrado.
If you are even saying Manchester City, I will have, concord and say, okay, it's possible.
Okay.
But Manchester United, come on.
Cucurella's case is, for me, is not even a do or die affair. Threatening him is just like...
No, that's way beyond.
That's way beyond. Normally, they have threatened a lot of footballers.
Yeah.
Even a lot of our Nigerian decent guys, they have threatened them just because they had to make a choice they needed to move. And I'm telling you that it is not out of their way to threaten. When you are making or playing for a team and you decide to leave, you decide that the team is not for you. Not that the team did not perform well, but you want to take a step towards the right direction.
Yeah.
What you feel like it's what you needed. That's fine. As long as you don't break the rules.
Yeah.
I have this policy that every team you find yourself in, give your best and deliver. But in case, because now, let me drive it to the point. What if death comes?
That will take exception to that. That's death.
That's death, right?
Yeah.
But what if somebody now decides to make a choice to go to where they could flourish? No. Wizzy, if I want to sign you now, like I want to give you a contract to come and play for Real Madrid next season, I mean to come and clap for them. That's all you'll be doing.
Okay.
As I want to give, don't you think if you have been clapping for Manchester United, don't you think you will just switch your allegiance and start supporting Real Madrid?
Yeah.
Because what I pay you,
and you pay better. But
I pay
the way Chelsea fans are looking at it now is that like you guys have brought, Chelsea, of course, they are not playing the Champions League this season that is coming. So
you're so happy about this.
Of course, I'm joyful. I'm very happy. I'm glad because Manchester United did not play the previous one. I knew the comments that I had to endure for a full season. Now Chelsea are the one in the shoe, wearing the shoe.
So that's why you should not talk down on any team.
Yeah, Chelsea, so now, of course, it just took a year for them to realize.
They should take a piece of their cake.
No, now of course they're eating the cake right now. In fact, the whole cake they're eating, in fact, it's very sweet. Now they are not in the Champions League, and this set of players that made them not to be in the Champions League.
Players,
no, the ones they have, the ones they are managing, ones they call players. Of course, there are people, there are men playing this. The ones they call players is not trying to, because okay, we did not qualify for the Champions League. That's an avenue for you to just leave. You can't stay just one season and will not qualify. To stay and fight and let the team come back to the Chelsea they used to know. So it's like a disappointment for them. And well, you guys just have to bear the loss. It's like, you lost somebody. So just bear the loss. This is something other clubs have gone through. So it's your turn to go through. So go through it in peace, not sending threats, trying to threat the wife, innocent wife that is just on her own doing her business. You're threatening her. Why? What has the wife got to do with Cucurella leaving Chelsea? Was it the wife that made the decision? So sometimes that agbero nature that Chelsea fans has normally is now being portrayed. Now you cannot take what you have seen other people take. So Chelsea fans is not really good. It's not really good. Don't threaten Cucurella for leaving. Cucurella has gone to a better place. It's like, he's not in a better club. Of course, Real Madrid are way bigger. So he should not be threatening the young man. Well, let's move forward. We have Pochettino leaving the players for now. Let's go to the coach that is making waves right now. Pochettino has become the USA national coach. Yeah. He has become the first coach in their history after 96 years to win back-to-back.
After 96 years?
you won't believe it, in a World Cup match, to win a match back-to-back. And this is Pochettino that, was being brushed aside, was being criticized, during their, playoff or qualifiers for the World Cup, he didn't have some good results. Even in friendlies, he was not having the result. But this is him. He has made history as the first coach for the US team to win back-to-back World Cup matches. Now, I believe his value now will be, with different from the value we used to know. So I believe like this should be a lesson for people, don't, criticize. In fact, especially for Chelsea fans, they should take. I want to keep.
I have issues with blue.
No, don't mind this cap that I'm wearing. Of course.
No, because if you remove that cap, I'm going to barb you. Now, see, Chelsea and Pochettino.
Yeah.
What happened? How their relationship got out should be a lesson everyone should know. Now, Chelsea is not. I said it before. He did not get it right at Chelsea. I'm not even blaming Chelsea. I'm not even blaming anybody, even Tottenham. I'm only saying that you could make a choice and stay with your choice, or you could move on. Try other places. You get? Yeah. Try other things. Listen, I have a rule, and I'm saying it covers everything in life. If you've tried one thing, it's not really working out, or it's working out little by little, you have the right to change. You have the right. Once your destiny is not tied there. Even if tomorrow, Chelsea later won the Champions League. After he left, they just not win Champions League. Yeah. They won Champions League. They even won FIFA Club World Cup. So they did well. But will you say, oh, because he left, that's why everything crumbled? No. He is just going to find his better place. Yes, as long as he's the coach, he's still doing his job. He's still finding a better. He did not relent. It serves as motivation to each and every one of us. Because I must tell you for a fact, Pochettino right now, 96 years is not.
It's not a joke. 96 years.
It's not 96 days, and Pochettino has really showed that he is the man for the job. Not talking about Tunisia, that sacked their coach, and now the irony of events, as they sacked their coach, they lost more, and then looking at the situation they have now, there's no way you can. Are you
not going to sack the next person you just appointed?
You can't juggle what they have now together. You can never. So it tells you that you just either you have the patience or you break the patience. Either you break patience or you have patience.
We're moving forward. We have Brahim Diaz, who has also made the record as the first Brahim Diaz of Real Madrid, who plays for Morocco. Also, is from the Moroccan side that he made this record, the first African player to render 2 assists consecutively in a World Cup match. You know, some other players have done this before, but it was not in the first World Cup matches that they partook in. You know, this, your first World Cup, you played the first one, you rendered an assist, you played the second one, you rendered an assist. So he has made that record of becoming the first African national player to record assists in consecutive World Cup games in their first 2 appearances. Of course, Emmanuel Emenike of Nigeria did it, but it was not in the first 2 appearances. Of course, Samoa Gyan also did this, but it was not also this same first 2 matches. So the young man has created record for himself just in this World Cup as a debutant, and it's something that is being recognized, and he has been appreciated for it. Also, moving forward, we have Neymar Jr., who is being said by Carlo Ancelotti that he might be fit, or he should be fit for their next match. Of course, they are playing against Scotland, so we are expecting to see him. You know, Brazilians are expecting to watch Neymar. You know, it's been of course, if he's going to start, of course, I would love to watch that match. Neymar Jr., I'm not expecting him to. I just expect that flair, that skills, you know, the way he plays football. We are having to see a dribbler back into the, you know, the World Cup stage. It's something that all football fans would love to see.
It's something that all football fans want to see, because me too, I would love to see, like I told you, how this World Cup has going. A lot of teams have been, you know, playing very tactically wise, except some teams that sack their coach and then in the World Cup, and then they are losing more. So looking at Brazil is really going to shock the world when Neymar Jr. returns to play. And I want to tell you that I want to see him play. I would love to watch him play. I've really missed that skillful side of football, that display of
no, those skills make football, you know, very exciting, they make, you know, beautiful to watch. These days we don't have much. Thank God we still have Yamal still dribbles, Doku still dribbles, but they are like you can mention the numbers, you know, now you can count them. Unlike them where you have great number of dribblers in the world of football. So we hope those kind of skills will get to see them again. Of course, moving forward, Casemiro also is being, you know, in fact, he has almost signed for Inter Miami, and making him about the 3rd player to play alongside Messi and Ronaldo. You know, the other 2 is Dybala, who plays, of course, is from Argentina, so he has played with Messi in the national team. He has played with Ronaldo when Ronaldo was in Juventus. The other person is Di Maria, who played with Ronaldo in Real Madrid, and of course, he has played with Messi in Argentina. So if Casemiro eventually signs for Inter Miami, which of course is almost a done deal, he will be the 3rd player to, you know, have achieved this feat, playing with both Ronaldo and Messi.
Yeah, he will be the player to do that, the 3rd players to do that, while Ronaldo and Messi are pushing themselves. For me, Casemiro from Manchester United, from his days, the day he signed for Manchester United, has not ceased to prove that he is the Casemiro that Manchester United saw in Real Madrid. I mean, I was talking to someone the other time. I told the person that Casemiro would have done a lot to go down as one of the greatest midfielders Manchester United would have had in their history.
Yeah.
After the likes of Michael Carrick, who's now the coach, after the likes of Bruno Fernandes, Paul Scholes.
Fernandes is still playing.
Yes, and you see, he will really go down as one of the defensive midfielders after the likes of Nemanja Matic.
Yeah,
too.
of course.
Nemanja Matic he did a lot of job. So Casemiro would really go down as one of the best in our league. I mean, in the Premier League and also in the English Football League and also in Manchester United. So him signing for Inter Miami, it tells you that these guys are still seeking, they still have the passion.
Yeah.
But then their strength, they have to retire.
His age will allow him to play.
Allow him to play. And seeing that Lionel Messi is still flourishing in entire Miami, and then you have the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo flourishing at Saudi side, then you see a lot of things are coming together for him. But the other day, Manchester United had to release a video wishing him farewell. It was a teary one.
He has done well for the club.
I shed a tear because I had to bring my tear and shed it. Yes. So yeah.
Well, moving forward, we have Ronaldinho, the great man of Ronaldinho. Still, he has been signed. I was shocked to see this news that Ronaldinho has signed for Italian Serie C side Ravenna FC. Ronaldinho is 46 and he's still signing for a club to play football. Well, it came as a shocker to me, but of course, it's an Italian Serie C side, so the kind of football they play there will not be as competitive as the way you have it in the major leagues. But of course, this man still wants to play football. He still wants to show the world his skills. And also, we have Matheus Fernandes that has been in fact, he has been everywhere that this club wants to sign him today. Tomorrow you hear that this other club wants to sign. Next tomorrow and now we are having it that Tottenham Hotspur also wants to. In fact, they are very close to getting a deal done. And of course, for him, he said he's open to signing for Tottenham because it's as if Manchester United, of course, we are coming for him, but it's as if all these other clubs are backing down. Manchester City also, we are in the race for him. Now it's Tottenham, and he said he's open. He's coming from West Ham. West Ham has been relegated. So if Tottenham decide to come for him and pay the right amount, of course, he's ready to go there.
He will not flourish in Tottenham. Let's set the facts straight. See, when you are playing or signed or playing for teams, better calm down, Oga, have some patience. Seek for a higher competition. If teams like this, unless the salary structure and the payment is actually okay with you, or they can pay more than the 85 million, 90 million euros that your price tag is set to be. For me, he should relax. He should find a better competition. If he signs for Manchester United, he would eventually play in the European, basically his first time of playing the European football. Maybe not his first time, but it would be...
No, his first time actually. He played for West Ham. That was where they played the UEFA. So, of course, he has had a taste of it, but, when we talk about something like the Champions League, he has not been in that competition. So if he's going for Manchester United or Manchester City, you have the opportunity to play this competition. But of course, if they are not coming with the right price, then you will go for someone that is bringing the right price to you.
Well, he should not be in a hurry for me. I will tell you, Matheus should not be in a hurry for me. He should relax and follow due process.
No, he's not in a hurry, but you see a club like Tottenham right now, they are in a hurry to get him.
Well, they should be in a hurry to get him, and he should make his choice. Players know they finish for market.
No, of course, players know they finish, but they are the classes. When you don't get to sign the better one, the remaining in the market might not be what you want.
Actually, the class will you still find players, a lot of players. Like Liverpool the other day, they were going for Germany, Germany from Cote d'Ivoire.
Okay.
They were going for Germany, a 19-year-old guy who just came in and was controlling the midfield. That was amazing. I mean, but he could not leave RB Salzburg. He won't. Sorry, Leipzig. He will not leave Leipzig and just switch to Liverpool. So it's something I tell you for a fact that he should calm down.
All right. Just before we go on break, let me just give you the last rumor or the last gist, because this one is concerning the World Cup, so that when we go on break and come back, we'll talk about the World Cup in full. The keeper himself, Eloy Room, who's in fact is the man of the moment, made 15 saves in that match against Ecuador, and making that the very first point that Ecuador as a team, as a country, is going to earn. And the history that has been created is that they are the smallest country ever to get a point in the FIFA World Cup. You know, this guy had to make 15 saves. In fact, he was spectacular in that match, and he had to be awarded the man of the match. And from his name, Eloy Room, he said there was no room for goals in these matches. There was no room. After they scored one and Curaçao equalized, that was the end of it. He said there is padlock in this goalpost. Nobody, no shot is coming in. And he has made history with the country, Curaçao, getting their first point. And, of course, they're the smallest country to ever get a point in the FIFA Club World Cup. Of course, congratulations to this young man and the Curaçao as a country.
Curaçao guys. That was the match I was telling you about that I watched, and the shots. If I was the goalkeeper, if I was to be at
you will have put your glove on. I'm done. You guys should continue.
Go home. I will just carry my boots and walk home.
Because the shot was.
Because what is this?
It was just
one day you will shoot me. You shoot me, the one I will just die.
Are we quarreling? Is this not just supposed to be a football match?
You know the person that is shooting this shot?
Yeah.
He is already a shot and built person.
Someone like all those Casedo who loves to play shots.
This guy was shooting.
They were constantly shooting.
I said, what did I do?
Well, he has made history, and of course,
to him, yeah.
Congratulations to Curaçao, congratulations to He was the man of the match, and it was a moment that he will cherish forever. Stay with us as we go on a short break. We'll be right back with other updates.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. And still talking about the World Cup, we want to enter into the World Cup, what has been happening in this current World Cup. Just 2 matches, right? 2 matches in the group stages. They are not even up to the 3rd matches. I want to let you know that there have been 8 red cards in this current World Cup, just 2 matches. And compared to 2022 World Cup, where we had 4 red cards in total at the end of the World Cup, this one we are already having to see 8 red cards just in the 2nd stage of the club of the tournament. I don't know what you think. Do you think this thing is is more physical than it was expected?
First of all, why is that guy surprised?
He's surprised.
Why is he actually surprised? Why are you carrying ball in your hand and you're surprised that they give you red card?
They gave you red card and you're surprised. Are you not the one that challenged for the ball? Are you not the one that made the reckless challenge?
Like, why is this guy surprised? This Belgium guy. Why is he surprised?
He's surprised now that he was not expecting it.
No, you're not expecting red card, but are you the goalkeeper? Why are you with the ball as if it's your...
He should take the ball home as he has been brandished a red card. He can equally walk away with the ball. He's allowed, carry the ball and be going home. Go and show it to your people that you are giving a red card. And also, Miguel Almiron has become the first player. Sometimes you make history that you really do not want to make. It's not a good history, but at the end of the day, it's a history that you have made. He has become the first player to receive red card because he covered his mouth. FIFA also made that rule that when you are talking, you don't cover your mouth. So you say what you so that they will be able to read and interpret what you are saying when you are making some racial comments or insulting, which is not allowed. So they actually gave that rule before the World Cup, so everybody is aware. I'm surprised that at this stage Miguel Almiron had to cover. Anyway, they are lucky they still got a win in that match. It was against Turkey, but he has become, of course, officially the first player that has been branded the red card for covering your mouth.
It should actually be branded more red cards. They should brand him Miguel red card because that's the rule. I mean, you saw what happened with Vinicius Junior and the Benfica, in the Champions League. How the racial comment from Prestiani.
Yeah, Prestiani.
It really was a lot, and it was an issue. Mm-hmm. It was an issue. Looking at someone like Vinicius Junior, you will not believe he's the Brazilian. You would think he's from Abugo. You think that guy is from Apugo.
Somewhere around the Obiago.
Yes, that he's farming.
Mm-hmm.
But when you now learn that he's from Brazil,
yeah,
you will start to feel he's not part of these people. But I used to say racism is not sensible to me.
It's not allowed.
It's not allowed, and it doesn't make sense.
How can you be playing football and you still want to be making racial comments?
First of all, because you
against a fellow player.
Your skin. If all of us are like you, let's say all of us are white, all of us are black, all of us are. What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? We will have limited, expansion.
Yeah.
So when people, talk against their fellow footballers, make racist comments, call them names they should not call them just because, I find it appalling.
Yeah.
It's very wrong.
A total sense of indiscipline.
And now, FIFA, I told you this World Cup is very set, is on point.
Yeah.
That FIFA has made a rule that you don't cover your mouth. You have to say that.
And I believe they will take this rule even into the leagues.
Yeah, even if it's in Igbo.
Yeah.
Anything
you say, don't cover your mouth. Just
don't cover your mouth.
So that they'll be able to interpret that thing you are saying. They will know exactly what to say.
And they have the machines.
Yeah, of course.
They will read
every
language machine that will interpret it. They will first of all go down to your roots. Wherever you are from, they will start to investigate. Before you know it, you are just done.
Yeah.
So it's a good rule for me. It's actually an example to set.
Yeah.
And I don't know why he's surprised. That guy that is with the ball.
No, that's a Belgian player. He should keep being surprised, acting surprised.
You are giving me red card.
Yeah, as if you.
But you are carrying ball.
You are carrying the ball. No, that's why I would say you should take it home. Then still on the news concerning the World Cup, Jeremy Doku is said to leave the World Cup to go and attend to the birth of his son. To go and cut the umbilical cord. And people are beginning to ask questions like, is this the utmost priority right now that you're in the World Cup? Can you not see that? In fact, right now, Belgium are on 2 points. They actually need Jerome Doku in their next match. So he is saying that if eventually the needs arise, he's going to leave and, go and attend to the birth of his son, to be able to be there, be part of the people that is going to be present, in cutting his umbilical cord. And I begin to wonder if this tradition, maybe it's a tradition, it's really that important that you will now have to leave the match you are playing to just go and cut. You are not the doctor, you are not the nurse, you are not the physician that is going to be cutting.
Okay, but
why do you really need to go and cut?
What if it's a tradition?
That if it's a tradition, there are some tradition that has to wait.
It can actually be that consistent tradition because the world has evolved.
Yeah, we have evolved.
Secondly, for Jeremy Doku, I will tell you, he is going to do what he wants because he's a star.
Yeah, of course.
If you say, because it's the son, or it's his choice.
Actually, his first child. That's his first child. So that's the more important. In fact, the reason why he's going, because this is his first.
But then I still have an issue. How did we get to know? We should not know about this.
I don't know. I don't know how it came out.
We should really not know.
Yeah.
These are the things I really don't like about life and a lot of things. Certain things are not meant to be said. People will criticize. I saw the comments on X how many men were saying a lot of things about the wife and then saying a lot of things about the guy, about his action. Maybe he will regret it later. And I'm like, what do you guys mean? Like, this person, this is his choice.
Yeah.
And you are saying this. Do you think he doesn't want to play? Or do you think he does not have his country at heart? Don't you think when that boy grows up, that boy will play for his country? Are you getting the
Well, he has his own reasons why he needs to be there. And if he says he needs to be there,
if he says he needs to be there, let him go.
He has to go. You can't stop him.
I'll tell you for a fact, let him get there. For me, you don't know. See, life is too short for you to making some decisions.
And there are some moments that don't come twice. The birth of your child is just that day, just that moment.
Man.
You will not born that same particular child again.
I'm switching to American. You gotta see this child.
He just want to witness it.
He's just gonna witness this.
It's a lovely moment that he wants to behold. Maybe this guy has been craving for that moment, and you now want to deny him the because of the World Cup.
What do you even mean?
He has told him, well, this is where my heart is. It's with my family.
Well,
this is my family.
Remember, we are getting this from if the need arises. So we pray that the needs will not arise.
We just hope, because he's trying to say that if the day tally with the day they are going to have a match, he might probably go. So we just hope that the next match will not tally.
Are you seeing technology?
Yeah.
It's planned.
You know, of course, it's planned. If it tallies.
Let's see what happens. After all,
of course.
Time
will tell. Then, of course, we have the all-time career stats between the two GOATs. You know, the debate is always on. So let's just look at the stats between Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. In terms of games, Lionel Messi has played 1,157 matches, while Cristiano Ronaldo has played more, which he has 1,326 in terms of games played. Then, goal aggregate, Messi has 1,328, while Cristiano Ronaldo has 1,234. Of course, in terms of goal and assists, that's what we call goal aggregate. Messi has done more than Ronaldo. Then, in terms of only assists, Messi has a staggering number of 414, while Ronaldo is at the half mark of 261. But of course, where we call him goal machine is in terms of goal. Messi has 914, while Cristiano Ronaldo has 973. I believe this is the number where he beats Messi, while others, of course, many other personal records that Messi has, you know, set, broken, reset, broken, reset, broken. He has done it all over, and the debate still continues. Well, I will leave that debate to continue and linger. You choose your goat, I will choose my goat. If your goat is black, if it's a wure, anyone you want, choose. If it's the he goat, choose me. I've chosen my goat.
Anyone you want to choose, choose
free.
your goat.
This life, that's what we call the show, the free kick. You are free to choose your goat.
Yeah, you are free to choose your goat.
Let me choose my goat.
Who's your goat, man?
Well, I've chosen my goat. Of course, I'm a Manchester United fan, and
the
only person that's played for Manchester United, and I still love him till tomorrow, is Cristiano Ronaldo. But that does not undermine in any form that Messi is also the GOAT. So for me, I can have two GOATs.
I can have two
if I have one year. I enjoy my GOAT. Neymar is the sheep. We enjoy these people.
Mbappe is the...
Mbappe is the... I don't know what to call it, but he's still coming up. He's still coming up, so he's not there yet. But I just enjoy these two people. I enjoy watching them any day, anytime.
Like now, let me give you a scenario.
We can't stop enjoying
Let's
them.
spend a scenario here. Imagine having this final to be
Portugal versus Argentina.
It will be the biggest.
That will see. The stadium cannot contain that. In fact, you need to rent two stadiums. You know, if there's a way you merge it, because it will be filled up.
People will watch that game. In fact, people will be watching that game and be able to
the world will watch that game.
The whole world.
The only time they have played, I think they played apart from the time maybe they were in Madrid, Barca. There was a friendly match where they had to play. Messi was still in Paris Saint-Germain and Ronaldo was in Saudi. You know, the stadium was also filled up. Now coming to watch them in a World Cup match, the Argentina versus Portugal final, FIFA will make money because inside the stadium will be filled. Outside the stadium will be filled. And then in fact, the world will be watching.
The track will be filled.
There will be no space.
There will be two goalkeepers. People that will be watching from the goalkeeping stand.
No, of course. The everywhere will be filled.
Now imagine Cristiano Ronaldo wins the World Cup. That's the end of it.
In fact, that's the end. The debate now will be, in fact, it will be now a middle ground. Like you cannot hereby say that this one is better than this one. The argument will not be they are the same. There will be no more, because right now what people usually say is that Messi has the World Cup. Ronaldo does not have a World Cup. In terms of every other thing, both of them have done it. Is it Ballon d'Or that you say this one have not won on several occasions? Is he man of the match? Is he goals? Is he assist? Whatever record that you can say this one has done, the other has done. But in terms of the World Cup today, we can still say Ronaldo has not gotten a World Cup, but that does not make him or undermine the fact that he's still the GOAT. He has graced football in all ramifications.
That doesn't undermine Cristiano Ronaldo as the GOAT. I will tell you that this guy, from the time I started watching him, way back in the 2000s, he has shown and proven that he is the man of football. Like one of the games that has been on my memory since then was that 2008 Champions League final. Which was that game. That nothing as he scored. I'm watching it now. Throw the ball.
He shed tears. You know, he missed the penalty when he was crying. He was like Aneke now had to console him and miss his own. I said Ronaldo was already in tears because the thing was like, I was not. It now has to be me that will now miss this crucial penalty. If Chelsea had won that game, believe me, Ronaldo will be living in pain.
Yeah, he will live in pain forever because Manchester United has not even, kind of seen that kind of opportunity, unless the next year that they had to play Barcelona in the
Barcelona
final.
had to trash them in the final.
Barcelona had to trash them 3-1, while Lionel Messi had to
They
score
played the final consecutively, same with Barcelona. The next season again, they played Barcelona. Barcelona still had to whip them because at that time Ronaldo was no more in Manchester United.
Yes, it happens a lot of times. So we are saying that the GOAT debate, Cristiano Ronaldo is the GOAT, Lionel Messi is the GOAT.
So choose your GOAT, anyone you want carry. For me, I'm okay with the two. I carry the two. Well, let's look at the FIFA World Cup after round 2. You know, of course, there are still matches that are coming up today. The round 2 is not officially over, but after round 2, we have the standings. You know, in Group A, we have Mexico, who are topping the group with 6 points. South Korea, second place, 3 points. Czech Republic, and of course, South Africa are in the 3rd and 4th position. Then in Group B, we have Canada, a shocking Canada that is leading the group with 4 points. Switzerland also with 4 points. The 3rd place and 4th place are Bosnia and Qatar, all in 1 point. In Group C, we have Brazil, who have won just 1 match and drew against Morocco. They are in 4 points. Morocco themselves are also in 4 points. Scotland in 3 points and in position 3, while Haiti, of course, have gone home. In fact, Haiti have been eliminated from the competition. In Group D, we have USA in 1st position having 6 points. Australia, 2nd position, having 3 points. 3rd position is going to Paraguay, who has 3 points. And the last position there is Turkey, who has also been eliminated. They have also been confirmed they are going home after the 3rd match. In Group E, we have Germany, who recently won Ivory Coast 2-1 with 6 points. Ivory Coast themselves are in have 3 points in position 2. We have Ecuador and Curacao in position 3rd and 4th respectively with 1 point each. Then in Group F, we have the Netherlands, who trashed Sweden 5-1 to be in the 1st position. They currently have 4 points. And we have the outstanding Japan, who have not lost a match. They had to draw Netherlands in the 1st leg and trashed the same Tunisia 4-0 in 2nd position with the same 4 points. We have Sweden in 3rd position, and we have Tunisia themselves in 4th position, who also has been eliminated from the World Cup. They just have to play the 3rd match and go home either by flight or by leg. Then we have in Group G, Egypt, the Musala, in fact, is running the show, the Egyptian king. They are in the 1st position with 4 points. Iran in 2nd position with 2 points. Belgium, where we have the man that says he wants to go for his child's birth, in 3rd position with 2 points, while we have New Zealand in 4th position with just 8 points. Then lastly, for the ones that have completed their 2nd matches, is in Group H, where we have Spain in 1st position with 4 points, Uruguay in 2nd position with 2 points. Then the team of the tournament, currently we have given him to Cape Verde. They are in 3rd position currently with 2 points. Of course, they have done marvelously well. Despite them being in the 3rd position, many did not even expect them to be in this position. We were thinking they would not even see a point, but they have played the 2 big teams in this group, Spain and Uruguay, getting a draw. They now have Saudi Arabia to play. The ball is right in their court to get a win and qualify from this group. So this is how it stands so far, so good in the FIFA World Cup matches that have been played. We still have matches that are coming up today. Of course, Argentina will be playing Austria very soon. I think that match will be by 7 p.m. Yes. We also have the other match, France versus Iraq. I don't know how that match is going to be, but I believe Iraq will see something today. They will see something that their eyes have not seen before. They will have to see something today.
They really have to see something, of course. Yeah. It's something important, I will tell you, and it's going to be a 4-1 for Iraq.
Okay, you predict a 4-1 victory?
Yes, it's a 4-1.
Well, for me, I think I'll go with a 4-0 because I don't see Iraq even getting a goal. But
first,
who am I? We'll see by tomorrow what the scoreline is going to be. And of course, my beautiful lovers of football, this is where we have to draw the curtain close on the show, the free kick. Don't forget to leave your comments on the comment section at our handles, our social handles. We have them on YouTube. You can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook. Anyway, you want to leave those comments, leave those recommendations, let us know what you feel about the program. And of course, it will come your way on Friday. I remain your humble worldwide saying you should have a lovely evening.
Yeah, and also a lovely evening. Good hope, Chukuma, the Sports Oracle.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful evening. Bye.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.